Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter was raised by Snape and became the most powerful wizard alive. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here is short summary. Trained in secrecy by Severus Snape, Harry Potter rises far beyond the limits of ordinary magic. Walking the line between light and dark, he becomes a force the wizarding world can neither control nor stop. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. When news broke out that kids had to be sent back to the countries they were born in was announced, most of the wizarding world was in a right fit, as some parents and guardians were loudly protesting. But none could have been more pissed than Lord Black, as when he heard he was throwing swears of all kind at the people who pushed this law. When the man finally calmed down, he sent some of his elves to look into the matter, which turned out to be both good and bad. They were able to find out that some of the representatives were bribed to push the law and others simply owed favors. He was a bit disappointed when he could find out that Albus had little to do with the situation, but he wasn't going to stop, as someone always knew something. He spoke to Jack and Errata about the situation and could tell that the latter was more pissed than the former. While his nephew may have to attend Hogwarts, the rules didn't specify that he had to take their courses. That loophole brought a smile to the old man's face, as he would be damned if he allowed the boy to take a subpar curriculum. Since Hogwarts didn't have some of the courses that Mahoutokoro, he was able to get a list of people who had degrees in the subjects like magical languages, dueling, rituals and alchemy. Arcturus knew that alchemy was offered at Hogwarts, but it was only for 6 to 7 years. With the help of Errata, he was able to find teachers who were willing to teach the boy. Looking over his files, he gathered them up and put them back in the folder, as he had to show a certain bastard. Arcturus requested a meeting with the man to discuss the teachers that were coming to Hogwarts. If Albus thought he had one, he was in for a rude awakening. He grabbed the folder that contained the list of teachers and the packet he had about the old man's misdeeds, and it was quite thick. Leaving his home, he apparated to the school, where he was met by the gatekeeper, who did not look happy to see him. Hagrid reluctantly opened the gate and allowed the man to proceed to the castle. When they made it to the gargoyle in front of the headmaster's office, Arcturus said, "I have a meeting with Albus, let me through," the gargoyle revealing the revolving staircase which they descended. Approaching the door, he was about to knock but was met by a voice, "Come in." With that he entered and noticed that Minerva was present along with the headmaster, who was sitting in his chair. Arcturus was still not happy with Minerva and didn't even pay her any mind when he came in. "Welcome, Lord Black. Can I offer you a sherbet?" he asked in his grandfatherly voice. "I'm not here for sweets, Dumbledore," he said in an unhappy tone as he had to deal with the man. "If you don't mind, I have things to do and don't want to be here any more than is necessary," he said with narrow eyes. Albus deflated before popping one in his mouth. "Thank you, Hagrid, you may leave," he said, dismissing the man who looked like he wanted to protest but decided against it and left the room. "Now let's get this over with," he said firmly while looking at them both. Seeing as how Hadrian has to attend school here instead of Japan was rather staggering, wouldn't you agree, Albus? "Lord Black, I assure you that I had nothing to do with," he said while trying to sound sincere. "But Harry attending school here will be good for him, as he will be able to make great friends." He mentally thought about the Weasley family. Arcturus gave him a cryptic look, as he did not believe him for 1 minute. "Whether that be true or not, the matter is that he will have to attend school here. But me and Headmaster Yoshi don't want to see his progress dwindle, so we looked up some people who have masteries in subjects taught in Japan." When he was done, Albus was about to speak but was beaten to it by Minerva. "Is that really necessary? The classes here are more than sufficient and the professors have masteries in the subjects they teach," she asked, a bit angry at the way he dismissed Hogwarts as not good enough. The man simply sneered at her. "I believe it is as it was decided that Hadrian will continue to take the Japanese course while he is here. The classes there are more than sufficient, as some of the classes there are not taught here," he finished while handing Albus the folder containing the classes he wanted the boy to take. Albus frowned as he continued looking over the forms. He couldn't have Harry grow up to be powerful, it would ruin his plans. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow this, he said while placing the papers on his desk. The students will see this as favoritism, and some of these classes here are questionable, as I don't know who the professor are, he said with his grandfatherly persona. Arcturus simply raised an eyebrow. You don't have a choice in the matter, as they have already been notified and will be here on the day of his classes. Arata and the Japanese Board of Governors have already agreed to this, besides me and Jack are the ones paying them for their time. But, Albus was about to continue but was cut off when Arcturus spoke up again. Tragic though it may be for you, I'm sure, however this is not about you and your greater good bullshit. It's about what is best for Hadrian, as I am trying to rectify the disservice you put him in, he said while enjoying the old man's attempt at trying to control his anger. He will also be going back to Japan the first week of March, as that is when the students have their placement tests, so he will be gone for a while and this is required. Albus was caught in a bind. He thought that with the ICW ruling he would be able to get the boy here where he belonged, but now there was another issue. The classes the boy had to take and the fact the Japanese Board of Governors had agreed to this. This was going to be a major headache for him. That will definitely require some glasses of fire whiskey. He had to be patient. The only good thing was that at least the boy will be here under his castle. Perhaps he can convince the boy to change his mind and drop the classes. Seeing no other alternative, he gave a nod signifying that he agreed to the terms very reluctantly. With that out of the way, Arcturus got up to leave but turned around to face the man. Headmaster Yoshi would like a report about the boy's progress when the staff meets up to discuss the students. I trust that will be acceptable, he said it in a way that dared Albus to argue with him. The headmaster could only nod, as he knew he would gain nothing from this. Is there anything else? He asked, hoping that would be it. Arcturus replied, only that the rules will apply to Stevenson's daughter when she comes here. Be warned, Albus, no more of your secret stunts or you will answer to me. Got it? Albus was furious at this but knew he had to choose his words carefully. Very well, and with that the Lord left. Albus didn't even notice that Minerva left, as he was alone in his office as he was furious. Who the hell did Black think he was to demand things of him and in his own castle? He was Albus Dumbledore and this was his castle. He was the leader of the Light, not to mention the supreme mugwump and chief warlock. Everything he did was for the greater good and no one should question him. Taking out a bottle of fire whiskey, he poured a glass and downed the contents before pouring more. He didn't even notice that the Sorting Hat and Phineas Nigellus Black were chuckling. 0,0. Harry's final few months in Japan were spent with his family and friends, as he would be leaving soon. Miwa and her family even threw him a going-away party and gave him some specially designed shuriken. His Aunt Cassie was able to register his animagus form with no issues and got him his license. This way there will be no problems, and no one could persecute him with doing something illegal. According to her, Ragnarok was able to get the watches to perform to a satisfactory level with all the modifications they listed out and more. Ragnarok made damn sure that the owners were kept quiet, as he had his workers employ a secrecy oath, and within the next few weeks the announcement of their invention came. Immediately people flocked to the stores requesting to buy them. That made them very happy, as they were making a lot of gold. The ICW agents were the first customers and Commander Tamor thanked them profusely as the watches were put to good use. Ragnarok even said that he was able to have multiple branches made across 4 different countries and it would only increase. As for the other businesses they wanted to set up, people seemed thrilled with them, as the spa in Diagon Alley was full of customers. Wizards and witches were regularly booking appointments so that they could relieve their tensions. From what the managers said, there were some high-ranking people coming in frequently and were booking private rooms for friends. Expansion seemed imminent, as they were going to need more places like this, with the public calling for it. The magic mixer was the most accepted by kids, and teenagers were finally having a place to be themselves. There were currently 2, one in Diagon Alley and one in Hogsmeade. From what Severus had told them, the students seemed to be spending more time there whenever they got a chance, and even Professor Flitwick could be seen as a frequent customer. All in all, everyone was happy, as the new business were a success. When the day came for him to leave, he promised Emily that he would be home for the holidays, as she was not happy that he could no longer attend school with her. he even assured her that he would be back in March so he can spend time with her before the exams. That made her a little happy as she gave him a big hug which he returned as he too would miss her. So that morning he dressed in his silk robes while wearing the watch he and Emily made and a silver musical pocket watch that had an inscription that said, "Never give up without a fight." It was a treasured possession of his. He gave a similar one to his sister during their first fireworks festival. He had Jack manipulate the chains so that they could detect poison or potions. They both had a key, which would activate some music when turned on. This way they could always be with each other no matter how far away. Harry was escorted to the train by Sarah. Luckily Byako was in his tattoo form as he would never condemn him to a cage. They were met by Blaze and his mother as they were about to board the train. They hugged the boys goodbye and watched as they took their trunks and board the train. The two quickly found a compartment and Harry used his wand to levitate their trunks on the rack. He already knew that it was going to be a long trip, hopefully not annoying, so he took a seat next to the window and pulled out a book about battle charms. Charms was one of his top 4 favorite subjects. While he was reading, Blaze opted to get a few more hours of sleep. As time went on he took a look at his watch which read 11 and at that moment the train sounded signaling that it was time to leave. That evidently woke Blaze up, who grumbled about it being too loud just as the train started moving. At that moment they heard a knock on the door and a girl had appeared. "Hey, do you mind if me and my friend sit with you guys?" The two simply shook their head indicating that they didn't mind. The said girl had deep blue eyes and golden hair that extended a little past her shoulders. She was followed by a girl with short brown hair a little longer than her friends and had brown eyes. Blaze recognized the two girls, having met them a few years back. "Hey Tracy, Daphne, how are you doing?" "We're fine," Tracy said. While her and Daphne came in, Harry saw that they were about to put their luggage on the rack and decided to give them a hand. "Allow me," he said while whipping his wand out from its holster, to silently levitate their items on the rack. With both trunks on the racks he returned to his book, ignoring the shocked faces of the girls. The two were astounded. They boy just did silent casting like it was nothing. They got over their shock and Tracy took a seat opposite of Blaze and the two began animatedly talking while Daphne sat opposite of his friend. Daphne was mentally impressed with the person in front of her as he did non-verbal casting. She read that it was difficult to master and yet he did it effortlessly. "That was incredible. I didn't know that 3rd years could do that yet, as it is 6th year material." The boy closed the book and gave her an amused look. Thanks to his workout regimen he was able to understand why she thought he was older. "What makes you think I'm older, miss?" Daphne schooled. Her features immediately changed, her expression into a cold one. "I'm Daphne Greengrass," she offered him her hand and he ate her knuckles. Her expression was impassive on the outside but in the inside she was intrigued. Then he repeated the same thing to Tracy. Who was this boy? He was really cute. From the way he looked she could only guess that he was rich and from a noble family based on his mannerism. The entire time while looking at him she couldn't help but feel captivated by his looks. His hair was a bit unruly but at the same time looked tamed and his eyes were gorgeous to her. Mentally shaking out of the thoughts, she was a bit annoyed. If he thought she was just going to fall for him, then he had another thing coming. She had already met some of the heirs from other esteemed houses and they idly pissed her off as they just wanted her as a trophy wife. Her father said that he would never sign a marriage contract for her or her sister as he wanted them to marry the one they chose. Luckily, he was all for having them learn a few hexes and curses to keep them away. Just as she thought he was going to chat her, he began looking out the window twirling his wand. When Tracy was done talking to Blaze she noticed that her friend was staring at the boy across from her and noticed that he didn't give his name. "Blaze, who's your friend here?" she indicated while looking at the mystery boy. Blaze decided to have a little fun. "This here is Mr. Antisocial," he said while snickering, only to receive an elbow to the gut. The boy looked at her before standing up. "Ignore the idiot. My name is Hadrian," he said. "Hadrian Potter," he said with a bow before returning to his seat. That immediately shocked the both of them as they had just met the heir to the Potter family. "Oh my God, I can't believe you're really Harry Potter," Tracy exclaimed. "People are going to go spare when they find out you're going to Hogwarts. People have been talking about how you entered the International Potions Championship." Harry simply sat there unimpressed. People in magical Britain, people really didn't have anything else to do but gossip. That just only proves that these people don't have anything else to do with their spare time. I am only 11. I really don't know why people have to hound me every moment. You will have to get used to that, Tracy, he began. He doesn't like the attention he gets. Trust me, I've known him for years and he doesn't act in the way that is described in those books about him. Tracy was positively speechless, not only with his candid attitude but by what Blaze had said, as she to think those books were exaggerated. While she was trying to wrap her mind about this, Daphne was shocked at how she had just met her new classmate. She narrowed her blue eyes at him as if observing him. From what her parents said, the boy grew up with muggles and was being groomed as Dumbledore's apprentice. However, that seemed false, as he looked like a proper pureblood and she could tell that he had power, and a lot of it. Harry noticed that she was scowling at him and decided to have a little fun. You know that it's rude to stare, Miss Greengrass. It's unbecoming of a girl as pretty as you to scowl like that, he said with a smile. Daphne simply blushed at what he said, as she was torn between either being embarrassed at the compliment and anger at his attempt to flirt with her. Tracy and Blaze looked like were desperately trying to hold back their laughter. After composing herself, she looked at him fervently. I was unaware that you would look like this. As it was assumed that you were raised by muggles and had no knowledge of the wizarding world, she said skeptically while trying to think of how he would respond. Harry held his smile on his face before replying, assumptions are not always concrete, as I'm sure you know. It was true that I was raised by muggles, but that was a long time ago, as I met my real family. Also, I can tell by just looking at you, that you are really smart and don't buy into simple gossips or assumptions, Daphne. Her blush returned as she was caught off guard by his response. No one had ever managed to one-up her before. I don't remember giving you permission to use my first name, she said coldly. You didn't. My apologies, Daphne, he said with a smirk. This was getting amusing as he was having fun riling her up. Blaze and Tracy were positively rolling over with laughter as they were enjoying the way he was getting under her skin. Daphne was surprised with the way he avoided her cold tone. Yes, he managed to annoy her by calling her by her given name, but at the same time he was also mysterious. She originally thought that he would behave obnoxiously, spouting about how great Gryffindor and Dumbledore were, but he didn't. As the train ride continued, they noticed that someone rudely opened the door. The boy had red hair, freckles on his face, and was looking at the 4 other occupants in the compartment. Do you all mind if I sit here with you guys? Everywhere else is full, he asked. You're telling me that a train this big is with a lot of compartments is full? Harry said, not believing that every compartment was full. The boy simply said, well, I wanted someone to talk to, and with that he took a seat near Blaze. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley, he said, not noticing the look on everyone's face at his lack of manners. Daphne's left eye twitched at the boy's rude behavior. She already knew about the Weasley family, as they were staunch supporters of Dumbledore and thought he was the next incoming of Merlin. I don't think we said you can sit with us, Blaze commented, not looking happy at the boy who was sitting next to him. Ron simply ignored. Have any of you seen Harry Potter anywhere? I heard he would be on the train this year. Asking a little too eagerly for their liking, as they now knew why the boy was here in the first place. The boy kept on rambling about how he and Harry Potter were going to be best friends. About how great Gryffindor house was and how bad Slytherin house was. Apparently, unaware that the other 4 were growing more annoyed with his constant chattering. Daphne looked ready to snap at the impudent whelp, as he was trying to turn his rat yellow with a made-up spell. The door was yanked open again by a bushy-haired girl with large front teeth peered into the compartment. Have any of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville lost his, she asked in a bossy voice. No one spoke and the girl took a seat next to Tracy without invitation. After she spoke in a condescending tone, after finishing a monologue about what all she had learnt. She took a notice to Harry, who had a wand in his hand and was reading his book. Oh, are you doing magic? Go on, let's see it, she said in her bossy voice. I'm not doing magic, he said simply, not even acknowledging she was present. Don't lie to me, you have your wand out so you're obviously do it, she said, a matter of fact. And what's that book? I don't recognize it, as it was not on the list. You should give it to the professors so that they can verify if it's dangerous, she said condescendingly. Harry's annoyance spiked as he was getting tired of the girl. 1. Just because I have my wand out it doesn't mean I'm doing magic. 2. This book is my property, as such no one has a right to confiscate it from me. Now can you be quiet? We were enjoying the silence. You're very rude, you know, she said, looking at him, who just shrugged before putting his wand back in his holster and going back to his book. Daphne had finally had enough of the girl and spoke up. You're the one who came into our compartment, without introducing yourself, and since the book is rightfully his you have no right to judge. The girl mentally thought, some people were so rude to her. I am Hermione Granger, and you are, she asked the girl who was glaring at her. Daphne Greengrass. Tracy Davis. Blaise Zabini. When she noticed the boy by the window didn't give his name she got annoyed. What's your name? She asked while looking at him. Hadrian, was all he said before putting his book back in his trunk. What's your last name? She asked irritably. You will find out at the feast, was all he said before engaging in a conversation with Daphne. Why not just tell me now? She asked, her face becoming red with anger. Because I don't feel the need to, and you can wait, he said, resuming his conversation with Daphne about the watch on his wrist, albeit not telling her, he and his sister made them. With that she huffed and left the compartment, muttering about how rude he was. Ron continued trying to get their attentions, but they just ignored him till he got red in the face at being ignored and left too. The rest of the ride was spent in bliss, as now the annoyances were gone. 0:0. When the ride ended at Hogsmeade they exited the train, where they were met by Hagrid. The man said 4 to a boat, so Harry, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise all found a boat that took them to where the castle was. Most of the students mesmerized by the way the school looked at night. Harry had to admit that the place looked nice. When the boat stopped at the shore, Harry offered his hand to Daphne to help her out of the boat, while Blaise helped Tracy. Hagrid led them to the entrance, where they were met by Minerva McGonagall. Hello, Professor McGonagall here, are the new students, he said. She thanked him and took over by leading them into the castle. When they stopped in front of the giant doors to the Great Hall, she told them about the houses of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Followed up with how the students will earn and lose points based on their performances the coming year. She briefly casted a glance at the raven-haired, green-eyed boy before turning around and going into Great Hall. Harry was deep in thought on what to expect here, as he remembered what his dad said, always watch your back around the castle. Then he heard a voice, so it's true then. He turned to find the source of the voice, and it was a blonde-haired boy. What they've been saying on the train, Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. He finished speaking and introducing his friends, while everyone was whispering about Harry Potter being in school. This is Crabbe and Goyle, he motioned to the two chubby boys, and I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, he said with twinge of arrogance and self-importance. Ron simply snickered from behind Harry. Draco took this as an insult before addressing him. Think my name is funny, do you? I don't even have to ask yours. Red hair, freckled-faced, and hand-me-down robes must be a Weasley, he sneered at him before turning back to Harry. You'll soon find that some families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to make friends with the wrong sort, he said while looking at Weasley, who was now as red as his hair. I can help you there, he finished while holding up his hand. Harry took the hand and shook it before replying, a pleasure to meet you, Heir Malfoy. I must say that was presumptuous of you to think that Weasley was my friend, but I can assure you he is not. However, I must say that I am surprised at the fact that you did not greet Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy here, he said, pointing to the three behind him. I can only wonder what your father would say if he found out that you did not greet them properly. Draco instantly paled. If his father found out that he didn't acknowledge Greengrasses or Davises, he would be in serious trouble, as they were members of the ancient houses, while Zabini was the same rank as him, albeit a few centuries older. Seeing the boy's discomfort, Harry spoke again. However, seeing as we are family through your mother, who is a daughter of the House of Black, I will look the other way this time. The last part of the conversation didn't go unnoticed by the three, as they caught on to what he was doing. Tell me how Lady Malfoy is doing. Color instantly came back to Draco's face. My mother just returned home yesterday, from her vacation in Cancun. I thank you for your concern over my mother, Heir Potter. Think nothing of it, he replied. Please send my regards to her, and it's Harry or Hadrian. While I don't want you as an enemy, I will no doubt keep your offer in mind. However, I have a solution that both of us will be happy with. I'm listening, he replied, wondering what he wanted to say, while still trying to wrap his head around this development. I suggest we be neutral with one another, he said firmly. I will not bother or get in your way if you don't bother me. Sound fair? Draco gave a nod and agreed to the terms to be neutral with him, then went back to where his bodyguards were. He was mentally shocked as he didn't expect this to happen. He thought that Potter would have dismissed him in favor of the blood traitor Weasley. Ron stood in front of Harry, still red in the face. Why didn't you tell me you were Harry Potter? Why would you agree to be neutral with Malfoy? He comes from a dark family. He was about to say more when Minerva tapped him on the shoulder, wearing an icy glare that made him shrink back. We are ready for you now, follow me. She led them into the Great Hall, which was a sight to behold. They saw that the staff members were sitting at the head table with Dumbledore in the middle. She led them to a stool which had the Sorting Hat on it. Minerva picked up the hat and it began singing about the virtues of the different houses. Once it was done, she read from the scroll in her hands. Hannah Abbott, she called first. The pink-faced girl had pigtails and shakingly went up to sit on the stool, facing her soon-to-be classmates. The professor lowered the hat on her head for the sorting. A few seconds later the hat shouted Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuffs cheered for their newest member, as the girl urgently went to go to the table. The sorting continued, putting students in different houses. Each houses were cheering for their new students. The heads were either applauding or just acted like they didn't care. Draco was sorted into Slytherin, so was Tracy, when Minerva got to the G's. Granger was sorted to Gryffindor and Daphne was sorted into Slytherin. Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor and sat next to what Harry assumed to be his brothers. Blaise was sorted into Slytherin house and took a seat next to Daphne and Tracy. Now only Harry was left. The students were wondering who the new guy was as he was unsorted yet. Their murmur was quieted by Minerva, who spoke. And now on to our transfer student, who has come all the way from Japan. Hadrian Potter. That got everyone's attention, especially Dumbledore's, who was looking intently at the boy who was climbing the stairs to be sorted. The students started whispering amongst themselves. Is that really Hadrian Potter? I thought his name was Harry, not Hadrian. It's the boy who lived. Wow, he's very cute. I can't see his scar. Where is it? Shouldn't he be wearing glasses? He doesn't look like what the books describe. Why was he in Japan? Harry ignored the whispers and sat on the stool. Minerva placed the hat on his head. He immediately heard a voice in his head. I must say I am impressed. You're a mentalist and your shields are strong. The hat gave a soft chuckle. They are strong, but I can still see into your mind. Relax, Mr. Potter, your thoughts are your own and I will not reveal your secrets. Now let's see. Hufflepuff might be good as you are patient and very hardworking. You are loyal to those you hold dear. Probably not because of your antisocial behavior. Ravenclaw might be good. Your intelligence is very high, and you like to read. That was Rowena's favorite pastime. There's plenty of courage in you and a lot of bravery, so probably Gryffindor, but you don't really like being around a lot of people and they might annoy you. Slytherin on the other hand would be a good fit for you though, as you are very cunning and ambitious, but you don't really care for politics or hierarchy. You have a thirst for knowledge as you believe it is power and a thirst to prove yourself. Well, I must say, Mr. Potter, I am at a loss as I don't know where to put you. You're aware of the good and bad qualities of each house and I can tell you won't act solely on them. Do you have a preference? Where does the headmaster want to send me? I can feel his eyes boring into the back of my head. The headmaster wants me to put you with the Gryffindors as that was his house. Be warned, Mr. Potter, Albus does not appear as he should be. He is rather biased towards the Lions. I believe he has plans for you, the hat warned him. Don't worry, I'm aware of what the old man is really like. I expected this to come, so put me with the Gryffindors. Are you sure, Mr. Potter? I am. What better way to ruin his plans than from the inside of the house he favors? The hat gave him an amused chuckle. I must say your plan is rather cunning, a Slytherin in Gryffindor. This should be interesting. Then let it be. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. The House of Bravery were on their feet, clapping loudly, preaching, "We got Harry Potter." Harry ignored them and kept his expressionless mask on while walking to the end of the table. He gave a curt nod to Blaise, who returned it. He didn't care that Dumbledore or Minerva were clapping the loudest as he ignored them and the other Gryffindors who tried to get his attention. Albus was really pleased, as maybe there was still hope after all. The boy was sorted into the House of Gryffindor. He was noticeably taller than the other first years, although since he was a wizard they matured faster than their Muggle counterparts. His meeting with the boy back in Japan made him second-guess his plans, but now that he was a Gryffindor he could implement his plans for the boy. He would have to wait and see just how the boy will act, as the way he walked up to the stool and kept a facial expression that reminded him of Tom Riddle when he was a boy. This was indeed a delicate matter and he would need to see it for himself. The food appeared for all 4 houses and they began eating. Harry had to admit that the food the house elves prepared was really good. He silently ate his meal while and looked at the head table to where his father Severus was talking to another professor. "It begins," he sent a mental message to his father. "Indeed, I heard what the hat said. Watch your back around here." "I will." "Who is that professor you are talking to?" "This is Professor Quirrell. He teaches defense against the dark art," Severus said, a little pissed as he had the job he wanted. Harry returned to his meal to finish eating, but something was concerning him. Professor seemed to be giving off residual traces of dark magic. It felt like there were 2 entities in one body. "He'll pass it on to his dad before he went to bed for the night." Harry raised his head out of his thoughts and surveyed the Gryffindor table. When his eyes fell on Weasley he was disgusted at the boy's table manners. The boy was scarfing food down his mouth as if it was his last meal. If Harry continued looking at him and felt like he was going to be sick. Then he turned to see that Granger was talking about to what seemed like Weasley's older brother. Thanks to his enhanced hearing he heard her ask about Professor Snape and what he taught. His attention was brought to an Irish boy named Seamus Finnegan who explained how he was a half-blood. He talked about how his dad got a shock when he found out he married a witch. The next boy was an African American named Dean Thomas who said he was a Muggle-born and was talking about football. When the food disappeared, Dumbledore got up to make his speech. "Just a few announcements before term begins. First, let me acknowledge the fact that we have a new group of first year. Welcome to Hogwarts. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is forbidden to all students," he said in a grandfatherly voice. "Quidditch trial will be held 2 weeks from now and must stress that first years are not allowed their own brooms. Any further clarifications please direct them to Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds, to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death." Harry couldn't help but notice that Dumbledore was deliberately looking at him when he made his final announcement. As it was like he wanted him to go near the door. That speech alone sounded suspicious. If he wanted to keep people out of that corridor then he should have said that it was absolutely forbidden, and anyone caught will be punished severely. As that would have gotten the point across. The old man must have forgotten that some people here did not grow up in the wizarding world, so they didn't know what to expect. This was getting suspicious as he couldn't help but wonder what the man had in mind. Dumbledore surveyed the entire hall, observing everyone's reactions after his speech. After a few short minutes he sent them off. "All right, now to bed. You all have classes tomorrow morning. Prefects, please lead the students to their common room. Good night." The red-headed boy who Granger was talking to stood up with his puffed, showing that he was a prefect, told the students to follow him. Harry deliberately stayed in the back where he and Blaise met to talk for a minute. "I'll see you in the morning on the grounds," he whispered to him. Blaise replied, "All right, good luck in the lion's den," he whispered back. After wishing each other good night they caught up to their respective groups. The prefect introduced himself as Percy and showed them where the common room was. When they got to the entrance everyone noticed big portrait with a rather fat woman dressed in silk. "Password," she said. "Caput Draconis," Percy said. And the portrait swung open to reveal a round entrance. The students all bustled into the room. Everyone was amazed at what the inside looked like except for Harry. To him he thought that there was too much red. Letting out a breath he noticed that the room seemed cozy enough. Percy directed the girls to one part of the staircase indicating that it led up to their dorms and did the same for the boys. They all went to their respective dorms and, when the boys opened the door there were enough 4-poster beds for each of them and they all claimed a bed. Harry immediately closed his red curtains. Horrible, he mentally called them. he warded the curtains so that no one could bother him and added a strong silencing charm. With the privacy wards in place, he released Bayako from his tattoo form. The tiger jumped on and positioned himself on the bed. Harry stripped himself and got ready for bed. He reached out to Severus through their link. "Are you there?" he asked, waiting for a response. "I'm here. Is there an issue?" "Probably." When Dumbledore was making his speech, he kept on looking at me as if he wanted me to go to the corridor. His speech didn't make sense either, as it sounded like he wanted someone to go down there. "Also, that guy you were talking to, Quirrell, he was radiating a lot of dark magic." Severus' face hardened. "This is troubling. I will look into and see what I can find out." "Are you absolutely sure that you saw Quirrell with a dark aura?" "I am," Harry confirmed. "It felt like there was another person in him and it smelled like evil." "All right, listen to me. Whenever you are in his class, you sit in the back of the room. If you notice anything out the ordinary about him, you inform me immediately. Keep your distance from him if you can." "I understand. I saw the way how you handled Weasley, Granger, and Mr. Malfoy. That was very good. However, keep your guard up around Weasley. I have a feeling Dumbledore want him to befriend you," Severus warned him. "I got it, Dad. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Night, night." And with that he turned off the link and went to bed. 0:0. The next morning, Harry got up early like he usually did and opened up his curtains to grab a set of workout clothes. After dressing in a gray Under Armour shirt and a pair of black jogging pants did he leave the dorm room. He saw that Bayako was waiting for him down the stairs and greeted him. With that done, they made it to the grounds of the castle where he began stretching. They were soon met by Blaise, who was dressed in similar clothes but had a white UA shirt. "What's on today's agenda?" he asked them. "Running, hand-to-hand combat, and training with weapons," was all Harry said as he helped him up. He asked his father how long the Black Lake was. He told him that it was about 2 miles. It was nothing that he wasn't already used to, as he had to do a lot of physical work in Japan to strengthen his magic. The boys did 2 laps around the Great Lake. While Harry was more used to it, Blaise wasn't used to it that much as he was and fell to his knees when done. Hadrian gave him 2 minutes to catch his breath, then pulled out his wand and splashed some water in his face. Hadrian often did this to perk him up. Blaise grumbled over how his friend was a slave driver, before getting to his feet. The two of them started off by practicing in Krav Maga, and after a good hour of combat that had Blaise breathing hard. Did they finish things off with swords, while both were sweating from, but Blaise was more exhausted than the other. Harry casted a Tempest charm and it said that it was 20 after 7, deciding that training was over for the time being as breakfast was about to start in 10 minutes. The both of them went back to their common rooms to shower and change into their robes for the day. Hadrian and Bayako made their way back to the common room where Hadrian grabbed a quick shower, then dressed in his Hogwarts robes for the day. He was wearing his pocket watch around his neck and had his watch on his left wrist. When that was done, he and Bayako made their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast, where he took a seat at the Slytherin table. He looked around and saw that some of the teachers were already seated at the head table. Along with them, some of the students started filing in. The students that were already in the Great Hall were shocked by not only was he sitting at the Slytherin table, there was a tiger next to him. While he was filling his plate, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise came in and took a seat next to him. Daphne and Tracy were white as sheets when they saw Bayako eating the food Harry put on the floor for him. Daphne sat on his left while, still shaken at the tiger, who stopped eating its food to look at her. "Why is there a tiger here?" she asked, trying to get her emotions under control, but Harry could tell she was scared. After taking a sip of his pumpkin juice, he answered her, "This is my true familiar, Takashi." He wasn't ready to say the real name of his familiar, as he didn't know if her and Tracy could be trusted. He ignored the obvious look of irritation from his familiar at being called that, but instead sent a mental message, "Play along. I'm not sure if she could be trusted. Besides, you always wanted a nickname." Bayako gave him a look. Before walking next to Daphne, who looked ready to hop out of her skin, he stopped to smell her and rubbed his head against her back. Daphne hesitantly raised a hand to pet the tiger on its head. Feeling how soft it was and noticing that it wouldn't harm her, did a smile appear on her face. "You're a handsome tiger, aren't you?" she said to his familiar. Byako seemed to enjoy the compliment and licked her hand, before returning to Harry's side to finish his own food. I like that girl, Byako said to him through their link. You just like the compliment she gave you, he retorted. Byako just gave a low growl. Daphne turned to look at him. How is that you have a true familiar? She asked while looking and trying to figure him out. I've heard that they haven't been seen in centuries. He just gave her a shrug before drinking the last of his drink. Just as she was about to ask something else, Professor McGonagall came over to deliver his timetable. Mr. Potter, can you explain why there is a tiger sitting next to you? She said in a no-nonsense tone, while still being weary of the tiger. Rather than answering her, he took out a form from his pocket and handed it to her. McGonagall read through the form. Realizing that the tiger was his familiar, she handed the form back to him and handed him his timetable. Professor, Dumbledore would like a word with you before class. Please come with me, she said to him. He just rolled his eyes and got up to leave. I'll see you in class, he said to Blaise, who gave him a nod. As they were leaving the Great Hall, Harry and Byako were silently communicating with one another. The two were discussing on how the meeting would turn out, as they did not know what it was about. Not one to take any chances, Harry made sure that his occlumency shields were in place. Based on what he had learned from his father, the headmaster was a supreme legilimens, with little to no training. That would prove to be a problem if the old man peered into his mind and found out some of his secrets. While on their way to the office, Harry noticed that Minerva was occasionally casting glances at him. She thought he wouldn't notice, but she was wrong. Professor, why does the headmaster request my presence? He asked with his expressionless mask in place. He was still weary of the woman, as he did not trust her, especially not after what she did 10 years ago. I must confess I do not know, but if I had to guess, it will be about your timetable and the classes you will be taking, she replied. Though, I cannot fathom as to why you would rather take the curriculum from Japan than take the one here. Harry stopped walking. When Minerva noticed that he had stopped following her, she turned to face him. Is there a problem, Mr. Potter? Only that the headmaster did not give any clear reason as to why he wanted to see me, he started. This is rather vexing, as I don't trust him. Minerva was completely shocked at what the boy had said. He did not trust Dumbledore was something she didn't understand. She was about to speak again, but he cut her off. And as you are my head of house, your presence will be required through the entire meeting. As it says in the charter, the student's head of house is to be present throughout the entire meeting, no exceptions. Minerva frowned at the boy had just said to her. Mr. Potter, I do not like what you are pointing out, she said sternly. Hadrian met her eyes. While his face was expressionless, his eyes were glowing a bit. And I don't like being left on a doorstep in the middle of the night. Like some common milk bottle. Minerva took a step back at what the boy had just said to her, as she was shocked at what he just said to her. Very well, I will stay in the meeting with you. Shall we continue to the office? Harry just gave a shrug and followed her to the entrance toward the headmaster office. Chocolate frogs, she said the password, and the stairs started moving. They made their way up to the door, and just as she was about to knock on the door, the headmaster voice came out. Come in, Minerva. She opened the door to the office. Letting Hadrian in first, he looked around and saw that the headmaster was sitting at his desk looking gleeful, and his eyes were twinkling. He noticed that his gamekeeper was also in the room, along with 3 other individuals, whom he could only assume were hired by his uncle Arcturus. Last, he noticed a beautiful phoenix on his perch looking at him happily. Ah, Harry, I'm glad you could come, Dumbledore said gleefully with his eyes twinkling. Please have a seat, we have much to discuss. Would you care for a sherbet? Harry took a seat at one of the plush chairs in front of the man. No thank you, headmaster. I don't really care for sweets, and my name is Hadrian. I don't recall ever giving you permission to address me so informally. It would be best for you to remember that. You are Chief Warlock, and it would in your best interest to not forget your manners, he simply replied. I mean Mr. Potter, please forgive me on that part. I'm old, he said as he popped one of the S in his mouth. He turned to look at his deputy head. Thank you, Minerva, you may leave, as I'm sure you have class to prepare for, he said. McGonagall looked from him to Hadrian and remembered the talk they had before entering the room. My apologies, Albus, but Mr. Potter has requested that I stay as he pointed out that the charter demanded that the head of house be present, she said firmly. A brief frown appeared on his face as he popped another in his mouth. Very well. He turned his attention back to the boy and saw that a white tiger was sitting next to him. Harry simply remained still as he stared at the wall behind the headmaster. After about a minute, when Dumbledore realized that the boy wasn't about to take the bait, he sighed in resignation. Mr. Potter, as I'm sure you're aware, your schedule is different as you will be having dueling lessons along with alchemy, ancient runes and arithmancy. I must say that this is an unusual schedule. Can you handle it? The pressure will be heavy, especially for someone as young as yourself, he said in his best grandfather voice. Hadrian was not easily swayed as he was already aware of the man's act. This must be what he does to unbalance the students. Well, he wasn't going to fall for it. I'm pretty sure I can handle myself well. I always enjoy a challenge, he said honestly. Very well, then allow me to introduce dueling masters Yumi Sakai. He motioned to a middle-aged severe-looking woman who appeared to have the same attitude as Professor Sakai. The man next to her is Master Caleb Robinson. This man also seemed to be older than the woman given by his gray hair. And this is Art Marchbanks. He will be your alchemy teacher. The man looked to be in his early 40s in Harry's opinion. Once formalities were done, Albus proceeded to ask about the creature. My boy, could you explain why there is a tiger sitting next to you? He said while looking between the both of them. Harry simply raised an eyebrow and handed him the same form he previously showed Professor McGonagall. Albus read over the paper as he was shocked at the fact that the tiger was the boy's true familiar. Those haven't been seen in centuries. I must say I was unaware you had a true familiar, as they have not been seen for a very long time. As he said that the other occupants except for Minerva were shocked the boy had a true familiar. Familiars were for only powerful wizards and witches. He would need to keep an eye on the boy. Just as he was about to speak again, a trill was heard and they all looked at the phoenix. Oh yes, this my familiar fox. As you have no doubt noticed, he is a phoenix, truly a magnificent species, he said. Harry stood up to retrieve his form and then turned to go stand in front of the phoenix. He gave a respectful bow as he was aware of how to address them. Hello, noble creature. I trust that you are well, he said in a respectful voice. Fox simply trilled again as he apparently seemed happy at how the boy addressed him. It could even tell that the boy and his true familiar would rise through the wizarding world and restore balance to the world. I have a few questions if you all wouldn't mind, he said while addressing the adults in the room. By all means, Mr. Potter, ask away, the headmaster replied. First, why is your gamekeeper here? He said while motioning to Hagrid, who was in the corner. I was under the assumption that this was only for teachers and student only. Worry not, my boy, me and Hagrid had some business to discuss before you came in this morning, he said, trying to help Hagrid out as the man looked sad. Harry simply gave the gamekeeper an unamused look before turning to one of the dueling masters. Master Sakai was it, he said while looking at the woman, who simply nodded. Any relations to Professor Yuji Sakai at Mahoutokoro? The woman simply nodded. My younger brother. He spoke highly about your transfiguration abilities. When your uncle Lord Black hired me, I was skeptical at first, so I'm sincerely hoping that you don't disappoint me. Remember this, I will not tolerate any half-ass work, so it would be in your best interest not to disappoint me. She said it in a way that rivaled her brother's way of speaking, but it was more serious. I don't slack, he said, meeting the gaze she was giving him, and I hope you're as good as your reputation says you are. The tone he used sent a shiver down her colleague's spine, as no one ever spoke that way to her before. It was a stare-off between the two as they were both refusing to back down. After several long minutes she broke the stare down. My brother also mentioned that you were a strong-willed young man. I want to see it. Your dueling lessons will happen 3 times a week starting today after dinner. I suggest you wear something loose. Some days you will have Caleb, who will test your skills in battle charms, while I test your battle transfigurations. The training will increase depending on your progress on how well you perform. Understood, she said, giving him a glare that said she was serious. Crystal, ma'am, was all he said. Dumbledore decided to take over. Is there anything else that you need to clarify on my boy? He said, leaning slightly towards him. Harry shook his head as he had no other questions. Well then I believe you have transfigurations first. Minerva, if you please take Mr. Potter to your class, he said to her. They both left the room, leaving the adults to talk. Albus was perplexed as he did not pay attention to what the three guests were talking about. This was going to be tricky as he desperately needed Harry on his side, the greater good demanded it. 0,0. As the three of them were walking the halls, Harry was in deep thought as to the meeting, resigning to deal with it after classes were over with. He sent a mental message to Byako to go wait by the Great Lake. Minerva noticed that the tiger was going the other way and looked at Hadrian for a reason where his familiar was going. Hadrian just told her that he was going to sit next to the Great Lake. She accepted that answer and made their way to where the classroom was. While he took a seat at the front next to the window, she morphed into her cat form and sat on the desk. Hadrian was momentarily surprised as he had a feeling she was an animagus because of the dark circles around her eyes and that he already read her paper about the animagus form. He just gave the cat a nod, then took out a book called Transfigurations, for Elites. They silently enjoyed the silence for the next 5 minutes, and that's when the other students started piling in. Blaise took a seat next to him, while Daphne and Tracy sat behind them. Blaise elbowed him in the arm to get his attention. Did you hear the international dueling competition is coming up? I know, he was already thinking about competing in the upcoming tournament, as this will be able to see how people from different countries duel. The deadline to sign up is November 27th and the entrance fee is 30 galleons for wand division. The sword division is the same. Plan to enter both. What about you? He asked while turning to the next page in his book. Blaise simply smirked. Same here, he replied. Should be a good match. I just hope that it will be entertaining and not a waste of time, he said with a shrug while closing his book. Blaise was about to speak again but was cut off by another voice. What are you two talking about? They looked to their right and noticed that Granger was looking at them. Nothing important, Blaise replied dismissively. Granger looked from him to Harry. Are you really Harry Potter? I mean the Harry Potter, she asked in a bossy tone while looking at him. As opposed to any other Harry Potters in the world, he said in a bored tone. I know all about you. I've read about the rise and fall of the Dark Lord. I heard how you slayed a dragon when you were only 6. I even read that you were apprenticed under Albus Dumbledore. She was cut off from her monologuing by Harry. Pump the brakes, woman. Let's start off with this. You don't know anything about me as I never gave an interview to anyone. All those books about me are fabricated and a load of garbage. As for me being apprenticed by the headmaster, I am not, as I would never study under him, he said with hope that the girl would be quiet and leave. Sadly it didn't. You're rude, you know, she said in a condescending voice. Some people were just so rude to not let her finish speaking. Why would you not want to apprentice under Albus Dumbledore? He is the leader of the light and the only one you know who ever feared. She said it in a way that annoyed not only him but the other three. Whatever, he rolled his eyes before turning his head back to the front of the room. Don't ignore me when I'm talking to you, she said with a raised voice, but he still wouldn't look back at her. I can't believe this, you're the boy who lived. You should be better behaved than this, she said as a matter of fact. Can you stop talking? I have sensitive hearing and you screeching like a harpy is not helping. He was wearing his expressionless mask, but his eyes were flashing green. She simply huffed and turned away, muttering about how rude he was to her. Harry was relieved she was gone as she appeared to be a teacher's pet. He already knew about people like her. The next moment the bell rang, signaling for class to begin. Everyone in the class took their seats and took out their books, quills, and some parchment to write down the agenda for today. A minute or so later Weasley and Finnegan came rushing in, both out of breath obviously from the running they just did. Few made it. Where's McGonagall? Can you imagine the look on her face if she found out we were late? Ron exclaimed. Hadrian knew about the boy as he was from the Weasley family. They were a poor pureblood family classified as blood traitors. They worshipped Dumbledore as the next incoming of Merlin and were at the man's beck and call. Harry was surprised as the boy didn't know that the cat was the professor. When Weasley turned his head, he saw that Harry was sitting at his desk with a Slytherin on his right. Move it, he said to Blaise. Blaise simply looked at him. Why? Because that's my seat and it's only reserved for me, he said with a lot of self-importance. I think I'll stay now. Be quiet, class has already started and you standing there like an idiot is not going to help anyone, he said, making Tracy snicker and Daphne and Harry smirk. You can't talk to me that way. Besides, the teacher is not here, he said while his face was going red. Just before Blaze could say anything, Tracy spoke up. You really are not that bright, are you? If there was a brain in that skull of yours, then you would know that the cat on the desk there is the professor. No. One asked your opinion, you filthy s. And that is just a stupid cat, he said while pointing to it. Weasley, shut up. Harry spoke up, tired of the boy complaining. That stupid cat, as you put it, is the professor. You would know that, seeing as we are in a transfiguration class. What's that supposed to mean? Ron said hotly. Harry pinched the bridges between his nose as he was idly wondering if this boy really a brainless idiot is. I'll make this simple for you. Transfiguration is the subject of changing objects from one thing to another. That also implies objects to animals, or humans to animals. More accurately, into animagus. Just as the redhead speak, the cat morphed into a stern-looking Minerva McGonagall, who looked like she had enough. That was bloody brilliant, he said bluntly. Well, thank you for that assessment, Mr. Weasley. Maybe it would be prudent for me to turn you or Mr. Finnegan into a pocket watch. Then might one of you be on time, she said to him. We got lost, he stammered. Then perhaps a map. I trust you don't need one to find any open seats, she said before spinning around to head back to her desk. Also, that will be 20 points from Gryffindor House for not only showing up late but insulting another student, was all she said as the class was chuckling at his expense. He was about to say something else when Finnegan pulled him into a chair and silenced him. Now then, Minerva started to address the class. Mrs. Davis, how did you know I was in my animagus form? Tracy stood up to give her answer. Professor No Cat is that well behaved, and the dark circles around your eyes were a dead giveaway. And Hadrian here basically explained what transfigurations basically is. Correct. 5 points to both Slytherin and Gryffindor House. With that she started calling roll, and went over what her class was about. Even turning her desk into a pig and back again to give them an example. She handed them all a matchstick and showed them how to turn it into a needle, demonstrating the wand movement and telling them the spell. Everyone got one instead of Hadrian, who she addressed. Mr. Potter, here is your syllabus for the year of transfigurations, she said, handing him 3 rolls of parchment that he put in his bag. I don't know if you're aware of this, but you have a test to complete. I'm aware, Professor, was all he said. McGonagall raised an eyebrow before conjuring a desk and chair before having him get settled into it. She took out the test forms, placing it on the desk as he was taking out a quill and some ink. Let me know when you are done, she told him, only to receive a nod. She placed some privacy wards around him so that no one would bother him. With the wards now up, Hadrian began his exam. To him the questions were easy. Some were about elemental transfiguration, asked to explain why the animagus form was difficult to achieve, explain the concepts about conjuration and vanishing, even transforming objects to animals. When he looked at his watch, he noticed that it took him 25 minutes to do 34 questions. Stepping out of the wards, he saw that she was sitting at her desk observing the others. He placed the exam on her desk, showing her that he was done. Mr. Potter, you know you still have time. Don't you want to look over the exam to make sure you filled everything out correctly? She asked him curiously. No, I'm confident I did all right, Professor. Is there anything else to the exam, or may take my seat back? If you're sure. She got up from her desk and conjured a chair. I would like you to transfigure this into a desk like mine. Hadrian took out his wand, performed the spell non-verbally. The next moment a carbon copy of her desk was in front of him. Much to her and everyone's shock, no one expected him to do silent casting, especially not her, as it was taught in 6th year. Mr. Potter, I must say that I am amazed. Not even your father was capable of this, and he was the best among his peers when it came to this subject, she praised him before vanishing the desk. Hadrian simply gave her a nod before motioning her to continue. She then asked him to perform the animagus reversal spell on her, transforming into her cat form. To her amazement, he did just that, but silently. Next she conjured a dog and asked him to vanish it. He waved his wand, and the dog was instantly gone. Finally, she conjured some smoke and asked him to transfigure it into a set of daggers. Once, again she was staggered as he performed the task silently and launched them at the wall. I must say, Mr. Potter, you have amazed me. You not only performed all the required spells correctly but did them without uttering the incantations. Your parents would be very proud of you. Harry gave a small smile at the mention of his parents, most notably his late father. He was aware that his father was very exceptional when it came to transfigurations and didn't want to disappoint his memory. The other students were impressed as he had just displayed a considerable level of transfiguration silently. Whispers could be heard among them, each asking how talented he was. As he made his way back to his seat next to Blaise, he stopped in front of Daphne, who was in awe at the magic he did. Harry reached under chin to close her mouth, before sitting down. Words could not describe how Daphne was feeling right now, as she was wondering how he could perform this well. Who was Potter? He was very powerful, in her opinion, as she had just seen him do silent casting. Who was he anyway, as she thought he would boast about his abilities, but he didn't. He just sat down and took out a book to read. Her train of thought was interrupted when Granger spoke up. Professor, why is Harry's work different from ours? Minerva looked at Granger before responding. Simply put, Mr. Potter takes Mahoutokoro curriculum as opposed to the one at Hogwarts. This was met with some murmurs, especially among purebloods and some of the half-bloods. I don't understand, Professor. What's the difference between Mahoutokoro and Hogwarts? She asked, wanting to know. Mahoutokoro is one of the most prestigious schools around the wizarding world. They are located in Japan, and are known for having the highest magical prowess around the world. As I understand it, magical children start their education at the age of 7 and are divided into different class system. Minerva spoke up. It was true that Mahoutokoro was a very prestigious school, but they hardly took students outside of their native lands. I don't understand what makes them so special as opposed to Hogwarts, and why does Harry have to do their lessons instead of here? After all, he was born here based on the books I read. She wanted to know why Potter curriculum was different. To answer your question, Mrs. Granger, Mr. Potter began his schooling over there. As to why he went there is a mystery to me, as magical Britain and Japan don't have the best relationship at the moment. It is only due to the ICW decision that he is here at all, as he did not want to come to Hogwarts in the first place. She said as much as she knew about the situation. The class were talking in earnest as they couldn't believe what they heard. Harry Potter did not want to come to Hogwarts. This was something unheard of, as many of them desperately wanted to go when the time came. They all looked at him as they wanted to ask him why he didn't wish to attend. They were beaten to it by Granger. Why did you not want to come here? She asked while looking at him. The only thing he did was turn the page in his book. Harry, I asked why you didn't want to come here. Again he didn't say anything and continued reading his book. It was starting to get on her nerves as he wasn't even paying attention to her. Potter, can you hear me? I'm talking to you. She was getting frustrated at the lack of response from him. The only thing he did was look back at the two girls who were sitting behind and asked if they wanted some help. Tracy gave a nod and Daphne did as well, though it was reluctant. As you do the wand movement, you have to visualize the toothpick becoming a needle. Take a breath first, as frustration will not help. Remember power, will, and intent, he said to them. They took a breath and tried it the way he told them. The next moment they were able to transform their toothpicks into needles. This surprised everyone, especially Minerva, as she awarded him 10 points for helping them. Hermione was completely shocked as she was unable to complete the transformation and only managed to transfigure half of it. How did you do that? She loudly demanded, as there was no way it was that easy. Blaise spoke up as he was getting tired of the girl. He could also tell that his friend was also getting annoyed. Granger, if you're smart, you stop pestering him. Besides, he doesn't owe you any answers. Now can you stop talking? It wasn't a question, as she was annoying. Harry gave him a nod before turning the page. Hermione couldn't believe it, as not only did Potter not answer her, but his friend also told her to be quiet, which was rude in her opinion. Well, I want to know why he was in Japan in the first place and didn't want to come to Hogwarts. Many others agreed with her as they too wanted to know. Blaise was about to say something when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see that it was Harry. Apparently he had enough. "I'll take it," was all he said. Harry closed his book and looked at the irritating girl. "Listen up, little girl, why I was in Japan is my business, not yours. As to why I didn't want to come here, that's for me and only my family to know. Now, as Blaze here said, can you be quiet? You're disturbing everyone else who has not completed the transfiguration." His voice might have been calm, but anyone with eyes could tell that he was getting annoyed. "Why won't you tell us why you refused to come here?" she demanded. "Because I don't feel justified to answer you," he said as he was putting his book up. "I'm not just going to tell you anything because you deign it, and for the love of Merlin, lower your voice. You sound like a screeching harpy." With that he looked back outside the window. The students were torn, as many of them were snickering at the way he just told her off and the others were glaring at him. Hermione couldn't believe what he had just said to her. Not only was he not going to answer her, but he also said she sounded like a harpy. Just as she was about to give him a piece of her mind, the bell rang. Before they all left, McGonagall gave them their assignments and told them it was due by next class. The next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, with Professor Quirrell listening to what his father said. Harry sat in the back of the room. Everyone took their seats and Quirrell started calling roll. To him, Harry was mentally bored, as he couldn't imagine how anybody learned anything with this man stuttering. Harry was carefully watching the fool, as he was right, there was a lot of dark magic around him. It felt vaguely familiar to him, but that's not what got him. It felt as if there were two people occupying one body. Hadrian thought the class was a joke, considering Quirrell seemed to be very afraid. He mostly talked about the theory of dark arts, the creatures, and the variety of spells. He gave Harry his own syllabus and had him do an exam. Once that was done, he had him perform some of the counter spells on cursed objects. Even asked him on how to deal with werewolves. Hadrian kept up his expressionless face and answered the questions, then sat back down to look over his syllabus. What he saw didn't surprise him as much, as he was aware of the theory behind some spells, creatures, etc. Even going as far as to practice some of what he learned before coming to Hogwarts. Harry carefully observed his teacher, as the stuttering seemed to be forced. Like he was acting on something. The students seemed to buy it, but Hadrian knew better and was cautious. The fool's mannerism didn't seem right, as it seemed fake. Mercifully, the class ended, and the students headed to their first potions class. The Gryffindors did not seem too fond of this, as it was taught by Snape. The only ones that seemed happy were the Slytherins. Severus had warned him on how he would have to act, so Harry was more than prepared for the class. He knew that his father had high expectation, and he wasn't one to disappoint, especially not in potions. According to him and his mother, he inherited her potion-making skills, something he was exceedingly proud of. They all made it to the classroom. Opening the door, they found their seats. Daphne sat next to Harry, Tracy sat with Blaze, Weasley sat with Granger. Thought the latter was shooting glares at Hadrian, as she was miffed at the way he told her off. Within the next few minutes, the door blew open, revealing Snape, who went to his desk, his robes billowing for dramatic effect. When he reached his desk, he started calling roll, until he got to Harry's name. Mr. Potter R., transfer student," he said in a silky voice. "Apparently you're somewhat of a prodigy in potions," he continued in a silk voice. "My old teacher says that you have talent in this subject. I sincerely hope that is the truth." That was all he said before he completed the roll call. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach," he finished. The entire class was completely silent after the speech. Just like it was with Professor McGonagall, silence engulfed the room, as no one dare utter anything stupid. They immediately knew that the professor was in no mood for games and had little patience for foolishness. The Slytherin were prepared, as they had already been made aware of what the man was like and what was expected of them. "We will have a pop quiz. Weasley." He started. His black eyes met Weasley, who looked ready to piss himself. What type of potion would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Most of the Gryffindors looked confused as they didn't expect this, only Harry and Hermione knew the answer. However, Granger raised her hand. Ron's ears turned red as he was called out. He looked down and mumbled something. "Speak up, Mr. Weasley, so we can all hear," Snape ordered. "I don't know," Ron said in a low voice. "I believe you meant to say I don't know, sir," he said as he was silently enjoying the boy temper rise. 5 points from Gryffindor. "Let's try again. Where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar, and how effective is it?" Hermione was waving her hand frantically trying to get his attention. It didn't take someone smart enough to realize that he was deliberately ignoring her. "I don't know, sir," Ron said, struggling to keep his temper in check. "How disappointing. I would have expected you to know this, as they are among the basics when it comes to knowing ingredients." That will be another 5 points from Gryffindor for failing to come prepared for class. Last question, this one you should get as it is very easy. A novice would be able to pick it up. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? "I don't know, you greasy idiot." Ron finally lost it and shouted at him. "Why don't you ask Hermione? She knows the answer," he said while pointing at the girl who was on her feet waving her arm furiously. "Sit down, you foolish girl," Snape snapped at her. She quickly sat back down, albeit her cheeks were red. "Weasley," he said as he turned back to the boy. "That will be 15 points for disrespecting me and a week worth of detention with Filch for failing to read the book assigned to you." The Slytherin were snickering at how their head of house just put down Weasley. "I would have thought that your parents would have taught you at least the basics. Even those incompetent idiots you call brothers would have known better." Snape turned to Hadrian partner, "Mrs. Greengrass, do you know the answers?" he said as it was not a question. Daphne stood up. "Yes, sir. To your first question, you would get a powerful potion called the Draught of Living Death. It's capable of putting the drinker into a death-like slumber, far more powerful than a regular sleeping draught. To your second question, a bezoar can be found in the stomach of a goat and it only effective against basic poisons and some of the common ones. Last, there is no difference as they are the same plant called aconite. Its leaves are very poisonous if not handled properly," she concluded, then sat down. "Correct. 10 points to Slytherin House," Snape said before turning to look at Hadrian. "Mr. Potter, let's see what my old teacher taught you. Why is the wolfsbane potion only a partial success?" "The reason why is because it only affects the werewolves' minds, as it allows them to keep their minds while they transform. It was meant to be a complete success, but the creator rushed when he created it, sir," he said, wearing his expressionless face. Severus narrowed his eyes. "Correct. Now, what is the most powerful truth serum in the world? Can anything be added to it to make it stronger?" Harry still wore his expressionless mask. He mentally knew that his dad was testing him. "The most powerful truth serum is known as Veritaserum. A potion that is powerful enough to make most people spill their secrets with only 3 drops. If you wanted to make it more powerful, then you could add mana ball, as they work as amplifiers in most potions, sir." Snape's lips twitched. It would appear that Professor Hayato hasn't lost his touch. He began, "But don't get too comfortable, as that was only to test your theory. Now we will test your practical." The students were in awe as they didn't know what to make of it. The Slytherin seemed impressed as the Potter answered all the questions correctly. Granger was shooting him death glares as those were questions that she didn't even know. Severus whipped out his wand and pointed it at the board with the instructions on it. "Today you will be creating a potion that cures boils. When done, put a sample of it in a vial with your name on it and leave it on my desk." The Slytherins turned to the page where the potion was located, having already been warned by their house, while the Gryffindors just read off the board. "Potter, your assignment is to correct the errors in the Draught of Peace and make it more potent," he said as he summoned a cauldron of the potion and put it in front of him. Harry was already prepared for this as he already put on some dragonhide gloves and turned to the section of his book with the instructions. Having brewed this potion many times in the past, he was already familiar with it, and he wrote down many side notes on how to improve several varieties of different potions. He noticed that some of the other Slytherins also pulled out some protective gloves. It was common sense to take precautions when doing potions, as some were volatile. Any misstep and it could severely harm you or anybody else. Too bad his fellow Gryffindors didn't take the precautions to heart. After some time, Harry was able to not only fix his potion but also made it more potent. He turned down the heat to let it simmer a bit, then added 7 drops of hellebore. Looking over his work, the potion started to emit a light silver vapor. He put a sample of it in a vial and put his name on it. He got up and placed it on Professor Snape's desk for evaluation and went back to his seat. Severus looked the potion over and found no errors of any kind. So, he just placed it back on his desk. "That's my boy," he sent him a mental message. Hadrian reveled at what he said by letting a brief smile pass on his face. Snape looked at him. "Mr. Potter," he said, getting his attention, "I want 2 rolls of parchment on the different variations of the Draught of Peace and why it is important to be careful when consuming this potion by next class." Harry got the memo and cleaned up his station. When he was done, he saw that most were done and were putting their vials on Snape's desk to receive their grades. Snape assigned the people who failed to brew the potion a foot-long essay on the dangers of brewing a potion incorrectly and why it was important to come to class prepared. With that out of the way, everyone left the room. The Gryffindors wasted no time in getting out as they bolted out of the room immediately, except for Harry, who was snickering at them. If they thought that his dad was hard, then they have seen nothing as he dealt with teachers in Japan that would make his dad lesson look nice. 0,0. The rest of the day passed relatively quickly as it was filled with going to Charms class with Professor Flitwick and herbology with Professor Sprout. The teachers seemed impressed with Harry's progress as of late, especially Professor Flitwick, who was bouncing on his heels as he witnessed the child Charms work. Harry already knew about the short professor as his mother apparently studied under him for her charms mastery. It was also noted that the man was half goblin from what he can tell, based on his magical signature. The little professor was a former international dueling champion back in the day. He also held the title of sorcerer, making him the other person other than McGonagall the one who bears that title, and he was a dueling master. The week led until their first flying lesson with Madame Hooch, where everyone made it to the grounds. Earlier that day people were talking about Quidditch. Apparently it was a favorite topic among the House of Lions. Harry, on the other hand, didn't care much for it as he just preferred flying on a broom. When they made it to the grounds, the Gryffindors were facing the Slytherins. Everyone had a broom by their side and were awaiting the professor. "Good morning, everyone," Hooch said as she was making her way to them. "I should warn you right now that much like Professors McGonagall and Snape, I don't tolerate any funny business. There will be no fooling around as flying can be dangerous if you are not careful. To those that don't know, flying is like walking but only higher and is based on control. Now raise your right hand over your broom and say up." "Up," everyone said. Harry wasn't surprised as his broom went immediately to his hand. He took a quick look around and saw that many of his peers were having trouble. Some of the brooms were barely making theirs float, while others were on the ground rolling around. After a few more attempts he saw that Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy had their brooms in their hands, followed by Draco and a few members of his house. Madame Hooch noticed that some were having difficulties with feeling, she said. After a few more times everyone was holding their brooms in their hands. The funniest was Ron's as he got hit in the face with his own. "Very good, now I want all of you to mount your brooms." She ordered them to do so. Madame Hooch walked between every one of them, either inspecting or correcting them. When she was done inspecting, everyone got on her own broom. "When I give the signal, I want you to kick off on the ground hard, hover for a moment, then lean forward slightly, then touch back down. All together now, 3, 2, 1, go." She blew her whistle. As soon as she blew her whistle, Longbottom broom began to hover in the air. The issue was that he was not in control of his broom, which started going crazy and was taking the boy with him. It was knocking him against the walls. Madame Hooch tried to stop the broom, but it immediately shot towards them, causing the students to dive out of the way. "Screw this," Harry sighed before rising in the air. "Harry, what are you doing?" Blaise said, but it was too late as Harry was already chasing after Longbottom. Just as Harry was nearing the boy, he fell off his broom, screaming all the way down. Harry dived quickly after him. Once he got close enough, he extended his left hand out to catch the boy. He gradually increased his speed to go past him. He grabbed his arm and threw him on his back. The boy landed on the broom, and once Harry let go of him, he held onto Harry for dear life. Harry noticed that he was rapidly approaching the ground. In a moment of pure instinct Harry pulled up. He was already familiar with riding a broom and learned how to effectively control his movements when riding one. The broom leveled out and as their feet brushed the ground he slowed down to stop and land. Getting off the broom he noticed that the boy was still clinging to him. "We're off, you can let go now," he said to him. The boy slowly let go, obviously still in shock. The moment he let go he fell to his knees. Harry was about to say something when the teacher spoke. "Move, Mr. Potter," she ordered him after she bustled over. "Are you hurt?" she asked. Harry spoke. "I'm fine." He, on the other hand, he pointed to Neville, is in shock. "Might be best to take him to the hospital wing." "I'll take him," she said as he was helping the boy up. "Mr. Potter, that was some impressive flying. How long have you been doing it?" she asked. "Only whenever I get bored or just want to feel the wind in my face." His answer was simple. Harry was about to walk away when he noticed a small ball a few feet away. He took out his wand and gave it a wave, summoning the object to him. The small orb came at him fast and he caught it in his hand. Apparently Longbottom dropped it as he remembered that the boy had it this morning. Turning back to them he looked at the plump boy. "It would be better if you put this in your trunk and apply an anti-theft charm on it," he said while tossing it to him. "If you are unable to perform it, then ask our head of house or Professor Flitwick." Neville thanked him profusely and started going on about how if he lost it his grandmother would kill him. "That will be 20 points to Gryffindor for saving a housemate and showing great control over a broom," Hooch said while looking at him before leading Longbottom inside. "Everyone will keep their feet firmly placed on the ground. If I see anyone flying on one of their brooms, then they will be kicked out of this school faster than they can say Quidditch." That was all she said before leaving with the boy. The moment she was gone Harry was immediately assaulted by the rest of Gryffindors asking him where he learned to fly like that. He just walked by them, avoiding their many questions as he didn't want to answer them. Everything was fine until Weasley got in front of him. Harry simply looked down at him as he was a bit taller than the redhead. "Where did you learn to fly like that? It was amazing," he exclaimed. Harry just walked past him. He was heading to where Blaise was standing talking to Tracy and Blaise. He was just about to speak up when the boy grabbed his shoulder and turned him around. "Hey, I was talking to you. Where did you learn to fly like that?" Ignoring the question, he grabbed the fool's wrist and pried it off his shoulder. "If there was a brain in that skull of yours, Weasley, then you would have noticed that I don't want to tell you anything." He said it in a low voice that made the boy wince as it sent a shiver down his spine. Giving his wrist a final squeeze that made him buckle at the pain, did he finally let go. Apparently it attracted a crowd of people as they were watching with interest. He looked to his friend Blaise and motioned to speak to him alone. Harry put up some privacy wards so they wouldn't be heard. "That was nerve-wracking. I've heard of faulty brooms, but that was very odd," Blaise said. "True. However, there's something else. Was the broom faulty or was it jinxed?" he said as he was thinking about what just happened. "You think someone jinxed the broom? How?" he asked. "When I was flying after him I noticed that his broom was radiating magic from an outside source. All the other brooms seemed fine but his was off," he replied. "That's disturbing. Who would want to risk harming us?" he asked while looking at him with a nervous look. "I don't know. I'll run it by Dad and see what he knows," he said. "In the meantime keep your eyes and ears open. Somehow I'm getting the feeling that things have only started getting weird." Blaise gave a nod, then brought down the wards just as they were about to be pilfered with questions from the other. Madam Hooch arrived and had them proceed where they left off. The rest of the day went by smooth as there were no other problems. When Harry was heading to dinner, he was about to round the corner when he ran into Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, I've been looking for you. The headmaster would like to speak to you before dinner," she said in a no-nonsense tone. "Why does the headmaster want to see me?" he asked her. "I am not sure, as he told me that he wanted to speak with you immediately," she replied. Hadrian narrowed his eyes at her for a moment, then gave a sigh. "Lead the way, Professor," was all he said as they went to the headmaster's office. Before they got there Harry reached through his link to his father. "Do you know why the old man wants to see me?" "I have a feeling it's about what happened this morning during flying lesson. I'm in the office now. Albus wants me to try and look in your mind. Don't be surprised if he tries to look into yours, as I'm sure he will try, he told him. Harry clenched his hand after what he heard. His cold mask was still in place, but inside he was seething. Calm down, the last thing you want is to allow him in your mind. Remember what I taught you. Keep your occlumency shields in place. Harry cut off the link and made sure that his shields were in place, remembering what his dad told him about the headmaster habit of looking into the students' minds. They arrived at the office where the door opened, allowing them entry. "Ah, Harry, my boy, please come in, have a seat," he gestured to the chair in front of him. Harry noticed that his father was standing to the man's left and decided to play along. He took a seat, careful to avoid eye contact with him as he saw his eyes twinkling. "How are you enjoying your time at Hogwarts, my boy?" Harry just gave a shrug. "It's all right, I guess," he said in a non-caring mood, as he didn't want to really come here. "And don't call me your boy, headmaster. You and I are not blood related, therefore, it would be best if you did not act overly familiar with me." I mean Mr. Potter," he corrected himself. "Madam Hooch came to me earlier today and showed me what happened during flying lessons. I must say that was some very impressive flying. If I may ask where you learned to fly like that?" "Here and there," was all he said. "Care to elaborate?" Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Harry just shook his head. "Why not?" he questioned further. "Because I don't feel like sharing things with people I don't trust," he replied. Snape's eyes were dancing as Dumbledore was getting a taste of his own medicine. "Very well then," a ghost of disappointment washed over him. "Madam Hooch has recommended that we put you on the Quidditch team for Gryffindor House. I myself and Minerva here are in agreement with this." Minerva stepped forward. "Mr. Potter, as I'm sure you know, your late father was also on the team when he was here. His position was chaser and he eventually worked to becoming the captain for his house. Apparently his talent on a broom passed to you. I would like to formally ask you to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "No, thank you. I'm not interested." That shocked his head of house and the headmaster, as they expected him to say yes. "If I may ask why ever not," Minerva spoke. "My schedule is mostly filled with my classes and I don't want people to start questioning how I got on the team. If I get put on the team just because I did some maneuvers to save Longbottom, the other houses will see this as playing favorites. And might try to do the same. Not only that, I don't have a broom of my own, as the rules stipulate that first years are not allowed to have their own brooms. If you bend the rules for me, then others will start questioning if the teachers actually abide by them themselves." The three adults could not help but think about what the young man just said, as other houses would see this as favoritism. That would indeed cause some problems, as that was the last thing they wanted. Minerva was looking at the boy with a sense of pride, as his argument contained logic and valid reasons as to what others might say or do. She was about to speak but was cut off when he held a hand up. "Besides, I don't want to just have things handed to me on a silver platter. If I want to try out for the team, then I want to earn it. With my own skills, as that is the only fair way to see if I make it on the team," he said firmly while looking at his head of house. "That is quite honorable, Mr. Potter," she said to him. "And you are correct, as the other houses would see this as favoritism. However, I like to say that first years are allowed to try out," she confirmed. Harry just raised an eyebrow, so she continued, "As you said, the rules forbid students from having their own brooms, but it never said that first years couldn't try out," she said with a smirk. "I'm pretty sure that Mr. Wood would allow you to try out, as he will be looking to fill the positions." Harry thought for a moment before responding. "I will think about it." "Is that fair enough?" She gave him a nod and a small smile. "However, there are a few things I would like to ask, 2 questions and make 1 statement." Minerva motioned for him to continue. "Why did Longbottom Broom act like that? Do the other first years know that they can try out for their house teams? And if I decide to try out, then I want it to be known that I am to receive no special treatments from anyone." "To your statement, Mr. Potter, I will make it known that you are to be given a fair trial." She immediately agreed to that. "As for your 2 questions, we found Mr. Longbottom Broom as it crashed into the Whomping Willow. We inspected it and it would appear that it was jinxed, but by who we don't know. Your last question, I'll speak to the other house heads that Quidditch tryouts are open to all years." Harry gave her a nod. "May I leave now, Professor?" he asked her. She looked at the headmaster and he gave a nod. You may leave now. With that he got up to leave the room but stopped when he was halfway to the door. Mr. Potter, is there anything else, something wrong? No, I was just wondering if I can ask you and Professor Snape a question if you wouldn't mind, he said. Minerva looked at Severus for a moment to ask him if he wouldn't mind. He just gave her a nod. She looked back at Harry and motioned for him to ask. First you, Professor, he said while looking at Snape. Why is it that no one has bothered to improve the Wolfsbane potion? Some would say that it is incomplete given that it is a partial success. Severus was surprised by this question. If I had to ascertain a guess, it would be because once something is created people rarely look for ways to improve them, he said in a silk voice. But doesn't that defeat the purpose? Just because something is new doesn't mean that it cannot be improved, he said honestly. Severus just looked at him critically. What I mean is, why settle for less? Why not try to better something instead of being satisfied with what's already invented? The three adults looked at him as he was right, as there were ways to improve certain spells, potions, etc. While I'm inclined to agree with you, he spoke up. The wizarding world has often grown lazy as people lack the ambitions to move forward. Harry gave him a nod before turning to Minerva. I was researching about the animagus form and the moon yesterday and I found something interesting. Interesting how? She asked as she wanted to know what he found. I read something about how the animagus form is more active during the full moon. Can you elaborate on that? That brought her full attention on him, as she often wondered why this question wasn't asked by the 6th or 7th years. Instead, it was asked by a first year. That is a decent piece of information you stumbled upon. Many of the older years never bother asking that question about the animagus form. She thought for a moment. The reason why they are linked is because when the moon is full it entices the magical core of every wizard and witch. As the animagus form comes from each individual's core, it stands to reason that the moon would affect them. When I was completing my transformation, my animal side reacted more to the moon. What do you mean by reacted more to the moon, Professor? He asked as he was interested but didn't let it show on his face. Whenever I am under the full moon, my connection to my animagus form is much deeper than when the moon is partially shown, she answered. Thank you, Professor, that's all I wanted to know. He told her. You're very welcome, she said as he turned around to leave. Oh, and Potter, that will be 10 points to Gryffindor House for studying ahead. He just gave her a nod then left. 0,0. Harry made his way to the kitchen as it was dinner time. Rather than be in the company of others, he wanted to be alone with high thoughts. According to his father, the kitchen was near the Hufflepuff basement. When he got there he noticed that his familiar was waiting for him by the entrance. He reached down to scratch behind Byako's head the way the god liked it. Then he tickled the pair to allow him entrance. When they got in they saw that the house elves walking by preparing their own meals. When the elves saw them they immediately got on one knee and bowed to the god and his partner. Harry and Byako casted a look at each other before addressing them. Please everyone, this is not necessary, my familiar and I were just wondering if we can eat in here. Upon his request they were met with an aged elf that appeared to be the one in charge. Right this way please, he motioned for them to sit at one of the empty spaces at the table. Harry took his seat at the end of the table, where he noticed that the food appeared in front of him. Byako was presented with some meat. Harry had to admit that the food was better in the kitchen, rather than in Great Hall. Byako agreed as the god was happily eating his meat. Harry took a swig of his pumpkin juice and looked at elves. Excuse me, can any of you tell me if there is a place in the castle where I can practice magic without being disturbed? The same elf that directed him to one of the seats walked up to him. We know the perfect place, it's called the Come and Go Room. Or the Room of Requirement is what wizards and witches call it. The room is located on the 7th floor in the left corridor of the Hogwarts castle and has a hidden entrance opposite the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. The other elves confirmed what he had just said. Thank you. If I may ask what your name is? I is Axel, I am the head elf, my lord, he said with a bow. It a pleasure to meet you and you don't have to be so formal. Harry or Hadrian would do, he said with a smile. Harry had a soft spot for house elves as he had some back home that look after the castle. As you wish, Mr. Harry, they all said. Harry just rolled his eyes in amusement. It has been millennia since the bearer of the gods has been seen. Harry was momentarily shocked but kept his composure as that was one of the many names that was given. From what he learned from Byako since he was chosen by him, that meant a lot of responsibilities. Byako gave him a brief overview as to what was expected of him when he became old enough. When they finished, they thanked them for the meal and went to the library to do the homework he got that day. Byako chose to go back to his tattoo form. With him safely in his tattoo form, Harry went to one of the tables and took out his arithmancy homework. It had taken a little while, but he managed to finish it. With that done, he took out his ancient runes homework. Just as he was about halfway done, he sensed the presence of his friend. "I had a feeling you'd be in here," came Blaze. He sat next to him, while the girls sat on the opposite side of them. "You were looking for me," Harry said, still doing his homework. Blaze chuckled. "I know you prefer your alone time, but would it kill you to at least give me a warning as you left me alone with these two?" he said, pointing to Daphne and Tracy. The latter kicked him in the shin, making him yelp in pain. "Thank you, Tracy." He shot a smile. She too gave him a smile as she was amused at the look on Blaze's face. It was entertaining to him. The two might consider each other brothers, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't poke fun at each other. "You were kind of asking for that," he said with a chuckle, only to receive an elbow to the shoulder and a mock of anger from him. "So other than being kicked by her," he said, looking at Tracy, who looked ready to kick him again. "Where were you?" Harry put his quill down, then turned to look at him. Version breve, sono stato chiamato nell'ufficio del preside. Voleva inserirmi nella squadra di Quidditch, he said in Italian. Short version, I got called to the headmaster office. He wanted to put me on the Quidditch team. Blaze caught on and responded in the same language. Sul serio, ma pensavo che I primi anni non fossero permessi la loro scope. For real, but I thought first years weren't allowed their own brooms. Ho detto la stessa cosa ma la magranet ha fatto notare. Le regole non hanno mai vietato agli studenti di provare. I said the same thing, but McGonagall pointed out. The rules never forbidded the students from trying out. They continued to talk in the same language for the next few minutes. Harry explained how he originally declined the offer to join. That surprised Blaze as he thought he grew another head. But FTER telling him that she told him that she and the other heads will make an announcement tonight that first years are eligible to try out and that he would think about joining. As for the broom Longbottom Road, today it flew into the Whomping Willow and they scanned it, confirming that it was jinxed. That brought a shudder to Blaze as it was indeed sabotaged. Finally he explained his reasons as to why he refused to try out in the first place, as he had other classes to focus on. Blaze couldn't help but agree with him, as Harry was doing classes from Mahaukoto and they were demanding. Blaze was about to speak again, but Tracy cut in. Hello, not all of us speak Italian. So how about you let us in on what you're talking about? She said in a low enough voice so Daphne too was intrigued at what they were talking about, even though she tried covering it up. Harry and Blaze looked at each other for a minute and, conversing in Italian, did they give them a rundown of what they were talking about. The girls were slack-jawed as they couldn't believe what they had just heard. I can't believe you turned the offer to be on the team down, came Daphne. From what I know, you had Quidditch players in your family. That may be true, however I mainly prefer just to fly around on a broom. Rather than play Quidditch. Besides, I'm not obligated to play as it is my choice, he replied. All right, I'll give you that. So how many languages do you speak? She asked, trying to figure him out as he was a mystery. A few, he just shrugged, as it was true and he wanted to be fluent in some languages. Daphne couldn't help but be curious as he just gave a vague answer. She wanted to continue, but decided against it as that was his business and he didn't look like he wanted to share. Harry finished his homework and occasionally helped the others to finish their work so they could have the weekend to themselves. As they left the library with all their work done, they began to talk about what they were going to do over the weekend. The three Slytherins each said that they were going to relax while they could. Harry said that he had 2 classes tomorrow consisting of alchemy and dueling. Daphne was particularly interested in dueling as she was taught a little bit by her father. Harry told her that it was important that she learned a style that best suited her. They were about to continue talking, but Harry said that he had to go to Gryffindor common room as it was nearly curfew. He also told Blaise that there was no training tomorrow. That brightened him up. They went to their separate dorms after saying goodnight. It didn't take Harry long to reach the entrance to the common room. When he got near the portrait, he gave the password to allow him entrance. Walking in, he saw that only a few stragglers were sitting in the common room. He made his way up the stairs to where his bed was. When he got in the room, he changed out of his clothes and let Byako out. He pulled the curtains to cover them and added a silencing and privacy wards, so they wouldn't be disturbed. And with that they fell asleep. 0,0. It had been over a month. Life at Hogwarts was not that bad in Harry's opinion. He found the room of requirement. After testing it out, he started to spend the most of his time in there. True to his word, Harry did think about joining the Quidditch team, weighing the pros and cons. He initially didn't want to, but after being constantly hounded by Dumbledore did he actually decide to try out. It had been a shock to most, but Harry made the team as the new seeker. Oliver would congratulate everyone who made the team and immediately told them about their practice schedules. Harry met his fellow teammates, the Chasers, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet. The two beaters were Fred and George Weasley. He knew right then and there who the two were. They were the older brothers of the idiot redhead in his year. They were also jokers and prankers. From what Severus had said, they've been nothing but trouble with the amount of pranks they done. Ron Weasley took to following him everywhere like a lost puppy. The boy couldn't get it through his thick head that Harry didn't want anything to do with him, as he was sure that he would only cause him problems. The other issue came in the form of Hermione Granger, who was determined to find out what he was learning. In his opinion, she was a teacher's pet. Her constant need to answer every question was annoying in his opinion. Another issue was that she seemed to regurgitate everything out of the book, rather than form her own conclusions. Other than that, everything seemed fine. His lesson with Masters Sakai and Robinson were challenging to say the least. Sakai seemed hellbent on running him into the ground. She reminded him of her brother, but stricter. That said, she was fair and gave him occasional breaks. Robinson was more lenient in his training, and easier to talk to about how to use spells in combinations. The two were silently impressed with the boy, as he seemed to show a high aptitude for combat magic. They wouldn't admit this to anyone, but they were putting through advanced battle magics in both transfigurations and charms. His other studies were going well, as Professor Marchbanks were going well, as he was interested in the science in the subject. All in all, his studies were going well. Despite their workload, it was nothing he couldn't handle. When Halloween came, it was anything but festive in Harry's opinion, as it was the anniversary of when his parents were killed. Every Halloween he would have the dream of his parents dying, as it was a harsh reminder of what happened. Severus often gave him a dreamless sleeping draught on the nights to keep them at bay. They worked to some extent, as they did help him avoid the nightmares, but it never stopped him from missing them dearly. The only thing he could do was talk to their portraits, though he still longed for them to be alive. The day passed like quickly, something Harry was grateful for, as he was not in a happy mood. Nothing much happened as classes carried on the way they were supposed to. When it came time for charms with Flitwick, the students were performing the levitation charm, while Harry was working on his own work. To his left sat an Indian girl named Padma Patil. He was familiar with her family, as they was an alliance between their houses. It didn't take long to figure out that she was the older twin sister Parvati in Gryffindor House. The two looked a lot alike but had different personalities. Padma was a quiet, reserved, and studious person, while her sister was more outgoing, a gossiper, and had a fascination with fashion. Harry found that he liked Padma more, as she seemed to respect his privacy. He noticed that she was having a problem performing the spell and asked if she needed help. She nodded her head yes. When you perform the spell, your wand movement has to be nice and fluid. You also seem to be forcing your magic to act a certain way. That would work in some cases, but not his one, he said, looking at her. Take a breath and clear your mind of all distractions. Padma did what he said. After taking a breath and clearing her mind, she looked at him. I'm ready, she said to him. Harry gave her a nod. All right, remember, let it come naturally, don't force it. She understood what he said and gave it a go. As she performed the wand movement she said the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The next moment the feather started to levitate. Then she brought it back down and thanked him for his help. Professor Flitwick apparently saw what Padma did and let out a squeak. Well done, Mrs. Pottle, that will be 5 points to Ravenclaw House. Thank you, sir, she said while looking from him to Harry, but Harry helped me figure out what I was doing was wrong. What she said was true as he indeed helped her. Indeed, he did, I saw him giving you advice, he said while looking at him. That will be 5 points to Gryffindor House as well. I must say, Mr. Potter, you definitely inherited your charm skills from your mother, he said, remembering her fondly. She to be a prodigy at charms, she even apprenticed under me to gain her mastery. Harry gave the man a nod. I remember my mom wrote about you in her diary, Professor. She said you were the best charms teacher she ever had. Flitwick's smile grew more at what he said. Flitwick composed himself then looked at him. Mr. Potter, would you please come to the middle of the classroom and perform the spells that were assigned to you? Harry got up and made his way to the center of the room. The tiny professor conjured 2 targets. When you're ready, Mr. Potter, you may begin. Harry took out his wand and pointed it at the first target, then fired the blasting curse, destroying it. When that was done he pointed his wand at the other target and fired a large blast of fire at it. The spell destroyed the target right there. Flitwick was bouncing on his feet at the boy's spells, he even did them nonverbally. Well done, Mr. Potter, take 30 points to Gryffindor House. Lily would be really proud of you. Harry gave him a nod then returned to his seat next to Padma, who was in awe at what he just did. He took out a book about rituals and began reading it. After a couple of minutes he heard an explosion. Looking up from his book he saw that Weasley destroyed his feather. She just shook his head at the fool. Granger told him in her usual bossy tone. That evidently didn't help, as it sounded more like she was criticizing him rather than trying to help. Weasley got a little bit red and told her to do it if she was so clever. She performed the spell and had a smug look on her face while doing it. That caused Weasley's attitude to get worse as he was now sulking. When the bell rang everyone left the room. As they were walking Harry saw that Weasley was talking to Finnegan and Thomas, complaining about how Granger was contradicting him. When he commented about her lack of friends, that apparently caused her to cry as she immediately bumped into him and stormed off. Harry had to admit that she did kind of had that coming, as the way she talked to people often rubbed them the wrong way. 0,0. The rest of classes went by fairly smoothly as Harry now found himself in the room of requirement. He shaped it the way it was back at Potter Castle, with its comfortable couches and a warm fireplace. Byako seemed to have approved as the god was sitting near the fireplace relaxing. Harry took at the mantel of the fireplace and saw the many pictures. One was him with his birth parents on his first Christmas together. Next it was a picture with his new family, their first Christmas together. Harry and Emily stood next to each other with the adults behind him. Sarah had a hand on both the kids' shoulders and everyone seemed happy. After that there was a picture of him and Severus. Harry liked this picture the most as it was a picture of his first birthday with him. As Harry looked at the pictures, remembering the fun he took out his pocket watch and activated the soft music. When it opened it showed a picture of him and Emily in their yucatas for the fireworks festival. That was a good day as they both enjoyed themselves as they got to see the magical fireworks instead of the muggle ones. Enjoying the melody of the music, he asked the room to materialize a guitar for him. Within the next moment he got what he requested. The guitar was like one of the few he had at home. Whenever he played it, Emily would often sing along with the chorus. He had to admit that his little sister could sing, probably well enough to become a professional. As he played a song, Byako gave a low growl. Young one, there is danger coming. Be on your guard. Harry gave a nod as briefly wondered what danger would be coming. Turning his attention back to his guitar he continued to play a song that aligned with the music with his pocket watch. The watch held 3 types of melodies. He was currently on number 2. He kept playing for a few more minutes when the wards around the room alerted him that someone was at the door. Come in, he said as he continued playing. When the door opened his father came in. Severus closed the door, sealing it off from other prying eyes. When Harry discovered the room, he put up a password that only he and his father knew. Severus looked at him for a moment as he knew he had to be careful with what he said as today was a day Hadrian dreaded. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," Harry replied. His mask was in place, but Severus knew that he was hurting in the inside. He took a breath as he noticed the guitar in his son's arms. He knew that Hadrian played it to clear his mind as today was a day the Dark Lord murdered his parents. Severus walked in front of him and placed an arm on his shoulder. "I know, I miss them too," he said while giving his son a smile. "I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first?" "The bad news," he said. "Unfortunately, you have to attend the Halloween feast with the other students." "Do I have to?" Harry asked him. He didn't want to celebrate today as it was a reminder of what he lost. "It's a mandatory feast, no exceptions. I know you don't like it, but if you don't go the fool will send people to find you," he said while offering him a soft smile. Harry knew that he couldn't get out of it, as much as he loathed the idea of going. It would be worth the argument and he didn't want the headmaster to find him. Resigning himself, he gave a nod. With that done, Severus gave him the good news. He pulled out a wide piece of parchment out of his robes to give his son. Harry's eyes went wide as he recognized the document. Taking out his wand, he pointed it at the map. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." When he said the password, the map read: Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map. It showed the entire castle along with all of the occupants. Harry remembered that his late father told him about how he and his friends created the map when they were at school. It was ultimately taken away by Filch. The idiot took it from Pettigrew in their 7th year. "How did you get this?" he asked, looking up to the older man. "The Weasley twins had it," Severus said as he now knew how those two menaces were evading trouble as much as they did. "Apparently those two rejects nicked it from Filch's office during their first year." Severus gave a smirk as he was proud to have taken it from them. "Those two will be serving detention for the next 2 months with Filch and lost their house 100 points, he said with a smile. "Poetic justice in my opinion. That may not be the only good news, as I found someone who should be dead," he said, pointing to the name Peter Pettigrew. Severus clenched his fist together as he to have a score to settle with the rat. "Are you sure this is accurate? The map is not wrong." He narrowed his eyes at the place Pettigrew was located. Apparently he was in Gryffindor Tower. "The map never lies. It can tell when someone is in their animagus form, under invisibility cloaks, disillusioned spell, where the ghosts are, etc., he said while still looking at the map. "Now I know why I kept seeing a magical signature around that rat. From what I read in my dad's diary, he and his friends became animagi. Peter's form was a rat animagus." Harry began thinking of ways he would make that bastard's life miserable. The man betrayed his friends to Voldemort. That was something unforgivable, and he would take great pleasure in exacting justice upon him. Pettigrew was going to learn what happens when someone betrays the Potter family. Harry let out a dark chuckle as he was imagining things to subject the bastard to. Severus could tell what his son was thinking. While he wanted nothing more to break Pettigrew himself, he knew he had to be in control. "Listen to me," he said, getting Harry's attention. "After classes tomorrow, see if you can get the rat and keep him in his animagus form." He held up a hand to keep Harry from talking. "It would be no good if Pettigrew is dead, as you will be unable to get your mutt of a godfather free." Harry took a breath, before conceding, "Fine. But I get first crack at him. The coward needs to pay for what he did." Pettigrew might be sent to Azkaban, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't seek out his own justice before. Severus grunted in amusement. "I expect nothing less, as I too want to get in a few curses at the rat." There was no way he was going to deny his son some revenge. Hell, he would do the exact same. "All right, close that map. It's nearly time for the feast." Harry tapped his wand on the map and said, "Mischief managed." The map immediately turned off. Severus told him to hang back a bit before leaving, as there might be some students passing by. Harry understood, as it would be bad if they were seen together. He gave his father a hug and thanked him for the map. Severus ruffled his hair, then left. Before he could open the door, Hadrian told him about Byakko warning. His father gave him a nod and told him to be prepared before leaving. Harry waited for 10 minutes, then decided to make his way down to the Great Hall. Byakko said he wanted to stay in the room of requirement. saying that he would have the elves bring his food in there. With his mask on, Harry left the room to go head to down to where the other students were. When he got there, he saw that it was decorated in a Muggle Halloween tradition. There were jack-o'-lanterns and large amounts of candy everywhere. Dumbledore had an obsession with Muggles in his opinion. Wanting to avoid any of his more annoying housemates, he took a seat next to the Chasers as they were the only ones among his house that he liked or tolerated. He looked over at the Slytherin table to see that Blaise was giving him a concerned. He just gave him a nod saying he was fine. In the middle of the feast, Harry was able to hear everyone's discussion, thanks to the abilities he got from his animagus form. He now had heightened hearings and could see in the dark to a greater degree. They were talking about how Granger was in the bathroom crying. He had a feeling the girl was still upset after overhearing Weasley's comment earlier. Harry casted a look at the younger Weasley and was disgusted at seeing the boy eat like a bear. He knew that if he ate like that, his butt would be over the fireplace of Potter Castle. Table manners were essential. Either the boy's parents never taught the idiot manners, or he just never paid attention to them. If he had to take a guess, it would be the latter. Everything seemed fine until Quirrell burst through the doors, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared in terror as he stopped in the middle of the room and started shouting, "Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know." The next moment he fainted face first on the ground. All of the students were in a panic as they were screaming their heads off, except for Harry, who was still sitting down. Dumbledore held his wand at his throat to amplify his voice. Silence. That made everyone sit back down. Prefects escort the students to their dormitories. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons, he said in a calm voice. Harry remembered Byako's warning as he wasn't about to let anyone get hurt. Isn't the Slytherin common room located in the dungeons? And what about the Hufflepuff there in the basement, he said loudly. Everyone turned to look at him, not that he cared. From what he knew, the wards around the castle were controlled by the headmaster. So, he should be able to tell where the troll actually was. Whatever the man was thinking, Harry didn't like it. "Dad, I take it you noticed that Quirrell is gone." "I have a feeling I know where he is going," Severus replied. "Did you also notice that the fool wasn't stuttering like he usually did?" "I will handle it," he said. "What about Granger? She might still be in the bathroom. Get the girl." That was all he said, then cut off the link. The House of Badgers were looking at him with gratitude, while the House of SS were torn. Some were looking at him gratitude, the others were confused as they wouldn't expect him to stick up for them. To them he was a mystery as he never attacked, nor did he ever verbally assault them. "Mr. Potter is correct," Minerva spoke up, glaring at the headmaster, daring him to disagree. "All students will go to the library. Teachers will head to the dungeons to deal with the troll." As the students were being led out the room, nobody noticed the embarrassed look on Dumbledore's face. The aged headmaster had just been rebutted by a first year. Percy was leading the Gryffindors to the house, but Harry slipped out from everyone to go find Granger. Unfortunately, the younger Weasley noticed that he was heading towards the opposite direction. Ron, not being the brightest in his house, followed Harry to where he was going. Harry continued walking and noticed that the boy was following him. "What are you doing, Weasley?" He didn't want to deal with the idiot. "I should be asking you that. This is the way to the girls' bathroom," he replied as they were still walking. Harry stopped in his tracks and turned to give the fool a hard stare. The look he gave Weasley made him freeze and pale slightly. "If you are going to follow me, then stay quiet and out of the way." "Got it." He put more bite into the last two words. Weasley's ears became pink as he was about to say something but was cut off by a scream. The two ran to the bathroom to see part of it destroyed by the troll. Granger was hiding under the destroyed stalls. When she saw them, "Help!" she cried out. Harry flicked his wand out of his wand holster just as the troll was about to bring its club down onto Harry. Mentally called out the Reductor's curse. The blue curse shot out of his wand and destroyed the club, with the troll wondering what happened to its weapon. Using the momentary distraction, waved his wand again to summon her to him. Granger was immediately pulled out of the wreckage where she landed next to him. The troll saw what happened and was about to move to attack them, but Harry held out his other hand to stop it. When the creature saw him, it noticed that he was bearer of the White Monarch. Trolls were not the smartest of creatures, but they did recognize the magic that came from certain individuals. With the troll stopped in its tracks, Harry spoke to it. "Troll, listen to me," he said with a firm voice. "I know you can understand part of what I'm saying, so listen. You were probably brought here against your will by an idiot." He was referring to Quirrell. "This does not have to end in violence, you can just go back to the Forbidden Forest." The troll looked to be considering what he had just said to it, but was cut off by a piece of wood to the head. Harry noticed that Weasley was throwing pieces of wood at the troll. The idiot forgot what Harry had said and made the troll angry. The troll got angry and looked ready to hurt the whelp. Harry, being faster, stunned Ron and kicked him out of the way. With his attention now back on the angry troll that was approaching them, he muttered, "I'm sorry," before mentally saying Confringo Maxima. The blasting spell, amplified by Maxima, shot out of the wand straight toward the troll's head. The regular blast would have just knocked the troll back, but since Harry added the magical enhancer, the spell blew the troll's head right off its shoulders. What remained of the troll's body fell backwards on the ground. Its head landed near one of the destroyed sinks. "Why, you killed it!" Granger exclaimed while looking at him. She seemed terrified at what she just witnessed. Potter had just blew the troll's head off, was terrifying in her opinion. Harry gave her a narrow look before turning back to the dead troll. He walked over to its head and closed its eyes. "An end to the torment as you leave, return to the stars. May the Mother of Magic help you find purpose once again," he said in a low voice. Granger was about to ask another question but was interrupted by the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Dumbledore, Flitwick, Snape, and Quirrell. The professors surveyed the bathroom, only to see a troll with no head, stalls and sinks destroyed, and a still stunned redhead. Oh my. "Explain now," she ordered them. The expression on her face was a clear sign that she wanted answers. Hermione was about to say something but was cut off. "Granger, stay quiet," Harry ordered. The professor's attention was now on him. "I will only say this once, so listen up," he declared. This mess started when Professor Flitwick told the class to perform the levitation charm. "Weasley there," he jabbed his thumb to the now revived confused Ron. "Being the incompetent idiot, he has made his feather explode." When Granger noticed she spoke to him in a condescending tone, did the spell correctly. After class, Weasley said the girl was a nightmare with no friends. She overheard and ended up in here crying. Ron was receiving a hard look from their head of house that said, "We will be talking later." She turned her gaze back. "The raven-haired boy, continue," was all she said. "Our illustrious headmaster," he said with sarcasm that made the aged wizard frown slightly, "told the students to head back to their dorms." Apparently he didn't notice that Granger was missing during the feast. "When we were halfway to the common room, I slipped out and made my way to get Granger. However, Weasley followed me, and after I told him to stay quiet and out of the way, that was when we heard Granger scream. She was being attacked by the creature that was supposed to be in the dungeons. I destroyed it club with the reductor curse, then summoned her to my side. I told the troll to go back to the forest and it looked to be considering it, but Weasley in his infinite amount of intelligence started throwing pieces of wood at it. Acting fast, I stunned him, then used the blasting curse to stop the troll. Evidently I added Maxima to enhance the spell and blew its head off." The professors were positively stunned at he had just said. Snape was the first to recover. "Your wand, Mr. Potter," he said in a silk voice. Harry handed him his wand and Snape used his wand to see what spells he used. "It is as he says." He handed the wand back to him. "Headmaster," Harry said while looking at him, "care to explain how the troll was in here and not in the dungeon? Or can you explain how you didn't notice that a full-grown troll got into the school without your knowledge?" He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a firm voice. Harry made sure that his shields were in place as he was looking at an affronted Dumbledore. "Now Harry," Dumbledore tried. "It's Mr. Potter to you, Headmaster. You and I are not close. Don't get so familiar," he said in a severe tone. "Mr. Potter," he corrected himself, "I assure you that I don't know how the troll got in. The wards would have warned me if anything dangerous came near the school." Dumbledore tried in his grandfather persona. "Then pray tell what happened to the wards. As I understand it, headmasters and headmistresses control the wards around the schools. So, either you knowingly let the troll in and did nothing, or someone tampered with the wards. Which is it?" The staff members were shocked as no one had ever dared to talk to Dumbledore like that. Severs was laughing on the inside as it was about time someone called the headmaster out. Unfortunately, McGonagall spoke up. "Mr. Potter, it is not your place to question the headmaster," she admonished him. "How the troll got in the castle will be investigated. For disobeying orders that will be 10 points from Gryffindor, however for saving a fellow classmate I award you 20 points, she was attempting to hide a smile. She turned to look at Weasley. "You and me will be having a conversation tomorrow, Mr. Weasley." She gave a stern look that made him shrink away. Flitwick was speaking to Snape about the spell Potter used. The tiny professor was bouncing on his heels. "Mr. Potter, for exceptional use of magic I award you 30 points. You really are your mother's son," he said while still giddy. Harry gave him a nod before turning to Granger. "Before we end this I need to get this put of the way," he said while looking at her. The professors were wondering what he was talking about. "Hermione Jean Granger, I, Hadrian James Potter, hereby release you from any life debts you may owe me, so mote be it." When he finished, Granger glowed white, signifying that she was released from the life debt. All of the professor except for Severus appeared to be shocked. Potter had just cancelled a life debt. That hasn't been done in over 1,000 years. "Mr. Potter, do you know what you just did?" Dumbledore asked him. The boy was proving to be a difficult puzzle. Hadrian just looked at him out of the corner of his eye. "I'm not the type of person who likes having a life debt owed to him," he said it firmly. "Good night all." With that he left the bathroom, leaving everyone else stunned. As he headed back to the common room, Weasley and Granger tried to catch up and talk to him, but he was tired and didn't want to entertain them. Doing the only thing he could do, he ignored them and went to bed. The next day, Harry completed his morning with Blaise. The duo found themselves in the Great Hall having breakfast. They were at the Slytherins' table with the girls. Initially the Slytherin house was wary of Potter sitting at their table, but after yesterday's incident, they silently agreed to allow him to stay. Some of them still held their reservations about him but decided to observe him. Daphne took a bite out of her scrambled eggs, then looked at him with a concerned look. "Harry, what happened yesterday? I overheard some of the professors talking about how you killed a troll and saved Granger's life." Tracy, who was seated on Blaise's right, also looked interest in the conversation and wanted to know. After everyone left the Great Hall, he proceeded to tell them how he went to go get Granger as she did not know about the troll, telling them that she had been in the bathroom crying after what Weasley said after Charms class. When he broke off from the others to head toward the girls' bathroom, he was followed by Weasley and gave the whelp a warning. They ran into the now destroyed bathroom to see her under a pile of rubble. The troll was about to bring its club down on her, but he destroyed it with the reductor spell, then acioed her to him. He told them how he intended to solve the issue without violence and have the troll sent back to the forest. Evidently Weasley started throwing stuff angering the troll, and how he stunned and kicked him away. Finally, he told them how he blew its head off, then explained what happened when the teachers came in. "That's about it," he said before eating a strip of bacon. The three Slytherin were completely shocked at what he said. "You're insane," Tracy muttered. "But not deaf," he said looking at her. "It's nothing special anyway," giving a shrug. "Nothing special, you killed a troll and cancelled a life debt. And you call that not special?" She said it a bit loud and some of her housemates were now looking at them. Harry just rolled his eyes, as he saw some Slytherins started talking and casting glances at him. "Maybe you need a sonorous charm to announce that. I'm pretty sure Ireland didn't hear you," he said to her. Daphne's cheeks became pink as she noticed that she gained them a small audience. She looked at him. "Sorry," she muttered. Harry placed a hand on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. "It doesn't matter. People would have found out anyway." She smiled back at him and gave a nod. They finished their breakfast and got to their classes for the day. 0:0. Once classes were done for the day, Harry found himself back in the room of requirement with Byako. At the moment he was training for the tournament as he wanted to be ready for anything. The room provided him with some dueling dummies to practice against. He had just finished practicing with a wand, now he was training in swordsmanship. The dummies in the room were different from the ones he had to face when he was in dueling class, but almost similar to the ones back home. Harry came to the conclusion that the room was actually alive. The amount of magic seeped into the wall of the castle must have given it a sentience of sort. That would explain the dueling dummies, as the castle witnessed the many dueling styles of many students. Right now, he was drenched in sweat from the amount of movement he'd been doing. At the moment he was facing 3 enchanted dummies carrying swords. He either dodged, parried, or attacked back. His movements were like he was dancing, while his blade was singing when twirling it. He had just finished the first 2 dummies, now it was time for the last one. Remembering what he learned from his father, he looked at the dummy, before running to it. When the dummy attempted to bring its weapon down, Harry moved out of the way and planted his sword in its face. Harry took the blade out, to put it back in his sheath. The room sensed he was done and materialized a comfortable couch for him to fall back on. Byako went to go check on his partner, giving him a lick with his rough tongue. Taking a few minutes to catch his breath, he pulled out the Marauder's map from his bag to see if his prey was still in the castle. Looking in the Gryffindor common room, he found Pettigrew was still in there. He deactivated the map and gave the god a nod. With that they left the room. When they made it to the entrance, Harry gave the fat lady the password to allow them entrance. The common room was filled with many of his fellow Gryffindors. He saw many of them were idly chatting. That all stopped when they saw him come in with a tiger. Some were looking at him with amazement, others were looking at him with skepticism. The rest were looking at his familiar, not that they knew. He was about to go up to his dorm when Lavender Brown got up with Parvati to go see Byako. When they got closer, Lavender took a step near Byako and gushed, "Oh my god, he's so cute." She proceeded to pet him, much to the god's annoyance, as he let out a low growl. That apparently didn't make her go away, as it seemed to have the opposite effect. The girls and many of the boys were trying to pet Byako and fired off different questions at Harry. He quickly getting agitated and released his magic to get them to back off. "That's better," he said while surveying them. "Me and my familiar don't like being crowded by people. If you want to pet him, then you better ask me first, as I will not be held responsible for if he injures any of you. Consider yourselves warned." With that they went up the stairs and closed the door behind them when they entered the room. Harry flicked his wand out to put a locking and silencing charm on the door. With that done, he activated his elemental eyes and looked around the room for the rat. When he looked at Weasley's bed, he saw the rat he was looking for. It appeared to be asleep in its cage. So, Harry stealthily made his way over to him and shot a stunner that impacted the rat. He followed it up with a body-binding curse. Then he hit the wall with the reductor curse at the wall. Some of the stone pieces came out and he transfigured one of them to a metal box. He took the rat out of its cage and placed him in the box, then locked it, but not before putting anti-animagus wards on it to keep him from transforming back into human form. With the rat safely in box, Hadrian looked at Byako with a smile. Phase 1 complete. Now Phase 2. Byako gave him a quick nod. With Pettigrew unable to get out, Harry undid the charms and headed back to the common room. Just as he was about to leave the common room, he heard a scream from the one person he wanted to avoid. Harry turned and saw Granger standing near the entrance of the girls' staircase. "Why do you have a tiger?" she exclaimed. Rather than answering her, he just proceeded to leave the room. Granger kept trying to talk to him, but he didn't want to be near the girl at the moment, as he had other things to do. "Why do you have a pet tiger? You're going to get into so much trouble." The letter specifically said cats, toads, and animals. "There is no way the professor would allow you to have such a dangerous beast." "Well, are you going to say something?" She said it so fast she was now pink in the face. Hadrian just started laughing. His laughter filled the room as the other students didn't know what was so funny. Granger did not like being laughed at, took it as an insult. "What is so funny?" She was now angry. "You're really not that bright, are you, Granger? One, he is not my pet, he is my true familiar." When he finished, the purebloods and some of the half-bloods gasped at the fact that he had a true familiar. Second, the letters say that they are the pets recommended. Familiars don't fall into that category. You would know that if you read the school's bylaws, he said to her. "What's a true familiar, and why do you have a tattoo on your arm?" She angrily pointed to mark on his left arm. "If you don't know, then I'm not going to tell you. Go to the library and research the topic." Before she could say anything, he left the common room. Harry made it back to the special room without any trouble. When the door closed, he opened the box and dumped the rat on the floor. Casting the animagus reversal spell, the rat morphed into a balding squat man. Harry pinned him to the wall with chains that materialized and wrapped the rodent man up. He revived Peter and woke him up. Peter's vision was blurry at first, but he soon realized that he was chained to the wall and faced by the son of his former friends and a white tiger. "Harry, look at you. You look so much like your father, but you have your mother eyes." He tried to say more but was cut off by a surge of lightning. "You dare speak of my parents," he said menacingly that made Peter flinch. "After you sold, then out to Voldemort," he said as he continued to shoot lightning from his fingertips. Luckily for Peter, it wasn't lethal enough to kill him. Harry stopped the lightning to let the man speak. "Please, Harry, understand that I didn't mean to," he tried weakly. "The Dark Lord, you have no idea of the weapons he possesses. Ask yourself this: what would you have done?" "I would have died. I would have died then betray my friends, you murdering rat," he roared and shot 2 bone-shatter curses at the man's left shoulder and hand. He proceeded to use the bone-breaking curses on Peter, followed by a few cutting curses. By the time he was done, Peter was bleeding from different parts of his body and had multiple broken bones. "Tell me, how did that feel, Peter?" he asked the quivering man. To him, Peter was one of lowest scums on the earth. He betrayed his friends and got them killed because he was more concerned for his own safety. "Please, your father never would have wanted me killed. Your dad would spare me, he show me mercy." Once again he was assaulted by some lightning. "You dare desecrate his memory. If James Potter were here, you'd be dead by now," he said, ignoring the man's scream. "I could kill you right now, but I need you alive." He stopped shooting lightning, then covered his eyes with a blindfold and put on an ear-buzzing spell. At that moment Severus walked in the room. He saw that his son had Pettigrew against the wall with a blindfold over his eyes. Severus looked at Harry with raised eyebrow. "Relax, he can't see or hear anything." Snape nodded at him with a smile, then took out his own wand to put another ear-buzzing spell on him, but added an array of runes to keep it there. Now that the rat could hear, Severus threw some of his own curses at him. If it weren't for the face the Pettigrew was needed, then he would end him. His father, satisfied with his work, gave a nod to him. Hadrian tossed him his invisibility cloak, then told him to go wait by the corner. Then he activated the crystals and placed a call to Arcturus and the commander. The next moment both their faces appeared. "As a problem, Hadrian?" Arcturus asked in a business tone. "I found a rodent and I need you both here now with magical suppressive cuffs." He emphasized the word rodent to get the message across. The two looked shocked and said, "I'm coming through," at the same time. Within the next moment Arcturus flowed into the room, followed by Tamor. Harry pointed to where Peter was still chained to the wall. He told the room to release him, and Tamor wasted no time in slapping the cuffs on the man. "I'll put him in a magical cell, so he can't transform," was all he said before leaving with the prisoner. Arcturus gave a look that said he was pleased. "I take it he got what he deserved?" he asked. "And then some," came a voice that revealed to be Severus, who took off the cloak. "Good, now I can get my dog of a grandson free," he said with a grunt. "Do you have the memories we discussed?" It wasn't a question as Harry took the box off the mantel and handed it to him. Arcturus gave a nod of approval as he took the box. "It's time for Phase 3. Harry smirked at the mention of the next phase. "I have to meet with some people," he said with a grunt. "I'll see you at the trial. If all goes as planned, then we will be able to get Dumbledore removed from being Chief Warlock and the Supreme Mugwump." Everything was falling into place. He gave the boy a one-armed hug which he returned, then flowed away. Hadrian turned to Severus. "Dad, would it be all right if I entered the dueling tournament summer?" he asked. Severus thought for a moment, then gave him a nod. "I take it you want to participate in both the sword and wand duels?" Harry gave him a nod. "Very well, I'll get the paperwork so you can sign up, but you pay the entrance fees." Harry immediately agreed and to the terms. Severus smirked at him. He knew his son wanted a chance to compete in the international competition to see how others his age would adapt it to combat. The dueling he would have to do when he returned to Japan was a great way for him to get used to combat. It often served as a way to test and refine his combat skills. This tournament would be used to help him exercise control, as they had limitations to the spells he could use. Severus gave his son a hug and wished him good night before going to his own quarters. The next few days Arcturus found himself on a boat to the one place he hated more than anything in the world. The island of Azkaban, one of the wizarding world's most terrifying prisons. He was accompanied by Commander Tamor and could tell that the man did not want to be anywhere near the island any more than he wanted to be. After getting back home from Hogwarts, he spoke with Cassie and told her it was time for Phase 3. Cassiopeia knew what it meant and scheduled a meeting with Madame Bones to get the transcript of her nephew. With those thoughts in his mind, the driver let them know that they were approaching the island, not that they needed to be told, as they could feel cold coming near them. That could only mean one thing: the Dementors were close. When they soon landed, they were greeted by the warden. The warden gave them both a badge and told them to put it on their S. Since most of the Aurors could barely produce a Patronus charm, they had charmed badges that kept them at bay. As standard procedure, any guest had to be checked upon arrivals. After being scanned over a few times, they were led to the interrogation chamber and told to wait while they got the prisoner. Alex and Tamor spent the next few minutes in silence waiting for the convict to arrive. In the next few minutes, 2 Aurors came in with a ghostly paled man whose hands were in suppression cuffs. The moment the prisoner saw who was waiting for him, he went even more pale if possible and begged the guards to take him back to his cell. Arcturus, not in the mood for his grandson whiny, shot a body bind spell at him and levitated him to a chair. Alex told the guards to leave. One was about to protest but was met with hard stares from both men that made him rethink. That was enough for his partner to drag him out of the room. With the Aurors gone, Alex ensured that they would have privacy. Waving his wand in a pattern, he made sure that no one was listening in. His work complete, he gave Arcturus a nod signifying everything was okay. The old man waved his wand to unfreeze the boy. When the curse was released, Sirius looked at his grandfather with great fear. Even after all these years, the man still looked terrifying and was wondering if his grandfather was going to kill him. "Are you here to kill me?" asked in a shaken voice. "If I wanted you dead, then you would have been dead years ago," Arcturus spat. "Why are you?" Sirius asked, swallowing deeply, idly, still scared but not as much now. The elder man started walking about, and when he was behind him he replied, "I'm here to rectify a problem that should have been dealt with years ago." Sirius was wondering what he was talking about. Rectify what? He was cut off when the elder black grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. A wand pointed at his throat. "Did you do it? Did you sell out the Potters to that bastard?" He looked his grandson in the eyes, wanting to hear his answer. While he might be held against the wall with a wand pointed at his throat, it didn't stop Sirius from being angry. How could his grandfather ask that question? The man knew what he thought about the Potters. "I would have died first, then betray them," he said with as much determination he could muster while looking at his grandfather. Arcturus was satisfied with the boy's answer and threw him back in the chair. "Good. Now shut up and pay attention. You're getting a trial during the next Wizengamot. We found evidence that proves you had nothing to do with their murder 10 years ago." "You mean it?" "I'm getting a trial, but how?" Sirius asked with hope that hasn't filled him in years. "You can thank your godson for that. He was the one who caught the rat," he said, spitting out the last 2 words like it was a bad taste. Sirius' eyes went wide when he heard the mention of his godson. "Harry," he said hoarsely. The last time he saw him was when Hagrid told him the boy would be going to the Dursleys. He was brought out of his remembrance by his grandfather. "It has taken a lot of time to get you a trial. However, if you do anything to screw this up, I'll cut your egg rolls off and make sure you could never transform again." Sirius was speechless as to what the man said. "How long have you known?" he questioned him. "Since forever, you simpleton. How do you think you got registered with the ICW?" He gave him a critical look. They talked for a few more minutes. When they finished, some Aurors came in to transfer him to a ministry cell to await his trial. Cassiopeia exited the Ministry of Magic after he meeting with Madame Bones. She was satisfied as everything was going to plan. The trial was set for the next meeting, and with the help directors Bones and Croaker. This next meeting will be one of great surprise, especially to some of the unexpected who meddled with her family. Back in the office of the head of the law enforcement department sat a woman named Amelia Bones. She was sat her desk while drinking a bottle of scotch and looking at a picture of her and Sirius. Her meeting with Cassiopeia Black was one of great dread as she sat with a few tears coming from her eyes. Madame Bones was many things: a strict follower of the law, a stern woman who tolerated no foolishness from her aurors, a hard but mostly fair. She made quite a reputation for herself in her time as being the director. No one in the ministry had dared to question her, not even members of the dark families, as they knew of her reputation. As she continued to nurse her drink, she looked at the photo with determination in her eyes. "I will get you back, Sirius. And this time I will not fail you," she said with conviction, as she had a lot of work to do. She viewed the memory, and what she saw devastated her, to say the least. Those muggles will be punished for what they did to that child. Arcturus Black was looking forward to the Wizengamot meeting today, even though it had been many years since he last attended a meeting. From what he heard, many of the members have turned into useless yes-mens. They were cocky, arrogant, spineless, and undeserving of the powers they wielded, in his opinion. He had spoken to a few of the old families who also shared his belief, as they felt that things have gotten out of hand. To his left was Hadrian, who was dressed in pristine black silk robes with his family crest on his right. His nephew had been waiting patiently for years for this day to come. Now the moment was here. Other than his robes, the boy looked like a proper heir. He had his ring on his finger, signifying that he was indeed a member of the Potter family. "Remember, you are to sit in the visitors section, if any of them gives you any problems. Then show them why you are meant to be there," he said as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Hadrian turned his head to meet his uncle and gave him a nod, telling him he knew what to do. The elder man continued, "Remember, you are a Potter, you don't take shit from anyone. Charles never did, and ended up putting them in their place," he said as he was remembering his old friend. The boy held his grandfather in high degree, as he was a great man. Today was the day that he proved that he was the man's grandson. "Are they here?" he asked, giving the man a look that said they better be. "They're already in the visitors' stands," he confirmed. Alex, Hagrid and Minerva received a summons to the Wizengamot a few days ago, telling them their presence was required. The former was more than ready for today, as he had his men ready on standby, should anyone try anything cute. Arcturus removed his hand from the boy's shoulder when he heard the meeting was starting and said, "Time to give those little shits something to remember. Wait by my side, you will know when the time is right to enter." Harry nodded at him. Albus Dumbledore was standing in front of the Wizengamot, feeling as if things were about to get nasty. He saw Minerva, Hagrid, and the commander of the ICW sitting in the visitors section and got a horrible feeling in his stomach. Composing himself, he put the idea out of his head for the time and addressed the wizarding body. Once the initial process was done and everyone was seated, he asked, "Who would like to start the meeting off today?" At that moment, the head to Department of Law Enforcement stood up. "I do, Chief Warlock," Amelia said, a stern voice. Today was the day things would be set right. "The chair recognizes the head to Department of Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones," he informed the others and inclined his head to her. "The floor is yours," he said to her. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," she said while inclining her head to him. Internally she was seething at him but had to keep up her appearance. "Ladies and gentlemen, 11 years ago we were in a state of war with he who must not be named. During that time, many innocent lives were lost. Families were destroyed and brought to the brink of ruins." Many of the Wizengamot members nodded as they remember the devastation that occurred. Many of them had not forgotten, as they lost friends and family members. She let them have brief moment to think before continuing. "While many opposed him and his followers, the damage was mostly done, and we were on the brink of losing what we all built. The only reason the war ended was because he was defeated Halloween night. With their leader gone, the Aurors started rounding up Death Eaters. Some were sent off to Azkaban, others were imperious," she said while looking at members who claim have been under the curse. "When I was made the head of the Department of Law Enforcement, it became my job to look and see if there were any anomalies. It may surprise many here, but someone never received a trial. That person was one Sirius Black." The entire chamber exploded with pandemonium. People were arguing amongst themselves as they were wondering what was happening. Some of the old families were pissed as they couldn't believe that someone was denied a trial, especially not a person of an ancient house. Dumbledore watched as the members were loudly talking about the imprisonment. Deep down he was mentally sweating bullets as he had forgotten that Sirius and Amelia were together before the war. That was something he had forgotten, as he was sure that she would forget about him and move on. Apparently he was wrong and might have to do damage control later. Amelia banged her gavel a few times and called, "Order! Order!" She watched as many members as possible of the Wizengamot retook their seats. "Members of the Wizengamot, I am the head of the DMLE. It is my job to make sure that law and order are being held," she said with fury. A man was carted off to Azkaban without a trial. The law clearly states that everyone deserves a trial. However, the head of the Magical Cooperation was not deterred. "Martial law was enacted at the time, Madam Bones," he said testily. Besides, he confessed to doing it. Be that as it may, the law was set forth by Merlin and King Arthur of the most ancient and noble house of the Pendragon family. Lord Stevenson snapped. If the man was indeed sentenced to life in Azkaban, then it becomes necessary that justice be served. It does not matter, his sentence was for life in Azkaban and he will stay there, Crouch said, anger clearly on his face. Dumbledore himself said that Sirius Black was the secret keeper of the Potters, and we have witnesses that say he was the one who betrayed them. Besides, he is a dangerous mass murderer, he added. By all rights he should have been given the Dementors. "Crouch, you mothering bastard, shut your trap before I send you to join your wife," a voice roared out through the chamber. "The boy you threw in Azkaban without a trial lost 10 years of his life because of you and this corrupt government. Now shut up and learn your place before I teach it to you," the voice continued. The entire chamber was in complete shock as someone just spoke to one of their most important department heads. Crouch's face was one of rage as someone had the audacity to speak to him like that. "Who dares speak to me that way?" he roared. The man appeared from the shadows. "That would be me, you incompetent piece of shit. How you almost became Minister of Magic as a joke. If someone like you became minister, then there will be no order in Britain." "And who are you?" he asked angrily. "I am Lord Arcturus Orion Black, head of the most ancient and noble house of the Blacks," Arcturus yelled. Members of the Wizengamot were sporting different expression. The light families were pale and shaken, as many of them knew or heard about Lord Black from their families and knew that he was a man not to be crossed. The darker families were looking triumph as a member of their own appeared. They knew of the elder Black's reputation and he was feared and revered. No one noticed that the current minister Cornelius Fudge looked ready to piss himself when he saw the Black Patriarch. He heard about the man's reputation from Lucius Malfoy and knew that he had to be careful. Unable to find his voice, he watched as things unfold. Arcturus grew tired of the mess and continued, "You people sicken me. You all here were chosen to help lead this country, yet you allow yourselves to be led by a bunch of weak-willed assholes who think they can do whatever they want," he said while looking at them. His eyes landed on Dumbledore with intensity that would freeze hell. "If your fathers were here, they would shake their heads at how weak you all have become." The chamber was quiet, and many looked scared and ashamed of what he had just said. Dumbledore composed himself to speak. "Lord Black, if I may ask, who is that boy behind?" he asked, hoping the person was not who he thought he was. This would be the boy who had lost everything that night. The boy you had wronged and sentenced to those worthless muggle. "Ladies and gentlemen, I give Hadrian James Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of the Potter." Harry stepped out of the shadows looking very unhappy. Albus was now pale as he didn't know Harry would be here. "This was bad, very bad. Harry, I did not give you permission to leave the school grounds," he said in his best grandfatherly voice. Hadrian turned his glare at him. "It is Heir Potter to you, Chief Warlock." "Yes, Heir Potter," he corrected himself. "Forgive me, but you had no permission to leave the school. I'll make this very clear for you, since I'm sure your old age is obviously affecting your health," he said while ignoring the gasps of the others. "I am here to fix a problem that you caused by leaving me with those filthy muggles," he said in a firm voice. Many of the Wizengamot members were shocked at what he had just said. The Grey and Dark families were leaning with interest as things were about to get interesting. Dumbledore was completely shocked at what the boy had just said. Did he hate muggles and muggleborns? He was about to speak but was cut off. "Get a move on it, Dumbledore, some of us have things to do." He turned to see that Commander Tamor was standing up looking at him. Seeing no alternative, he motioned for Harry to go to the visitors section. Harry took a seat in the stands while Arcturus went to go retake his seat among the ancient houses. The chair recognizes Alexander Tamor, commander of the ICW of Britain and Ireland, Albus said it in a hollow voice. Tamor gave him a nod, then went to stand before them. Members of the Wizengamot, we have found proof that Sirius Black is innocent of the charges he's been accused of, he said before turning his head to the entrance. Bring them in, he yelled. Everyone's attention was turned to the entrances as they saw a balding man being escorted by two of agents. They put him in the chair where he was immediately chained. Tamor conjured another chair and the rest of the guard escorted the man who was convicted to his seat. Sirius was immediately chained to the chair, looking at the Wizengamot members. The commander nodded at Madame Bones, telling her to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is a man who was presumed dead and a man who was sentenced without a trial. We will now hear their testimony under Veritaserum. First, Sirius Black. Aurors, administer the serum, so we can begin. One of the Aurors came out of the shadows and poured the 3 drops of the potion down his mouth. His eyes became glassy as he was now ready. Madame Bones immediately asked her questions. You are Sirius Orion Black, correct? Yes, he said. You are the older son of Orion and Walburga Black. Unfortunately, yes, B said, not happy about the mention of his mother. The older brother of Regulus Arcturus Black. Yes, he said solemnly as he loved his younger brother dearly. Godfather of one Hadrian James Potter. Yes. All right, the potion appears to be working, she said to the other members. Sirius Orion Black, did you betray the Potters to you know who? No, that was Peter. Did you kill the 12 Muggles? No, it was Peter. There was a collective amount of gasp that rang throughout the meeting. People were muttering about how the man was framed. It was believed that James and Lily wanted you to be their secret keeper. Can you elaborate on that? We thought it would be for the best, as no one would have suspected someone as weak Peter to be the secret keeper. Describe the events of what happened October 31st, 1981. I was at my flat waiting for Peter to contact me. When he didn't, I became concerned, so I hopped on my motorcycle and flew to where he was supposed to be to make sure he was all right. When I got there, Peter was gone. There wasn't any sign of a struggle and I became worried, so I immediately got on my bike to go to the Potters. By the time I got, the house was in shambles and I immediately knew that Peter gave them up. The members looked down at Pettigrew with disgust as he was the real betrayer. The man was whimpering and looked ready to shit himself. I was about to head in when I saw Hagrid come out of there with Harry in his hands. He told me that James and Lily were dead, but Harry survived. I immediately told him to hand Harry to me as I was his godfather and my responsibility. Hagrid refused and told me that he was to take him to his Muggle aunt and uncle. I pointed out that Harry was to stay with me, but he said that he had strict order from Dumbledore to deliver Harry to his aunt and uncle. In grief, I gave Hagrid my bike to go there while I get Peter for what he did to James and Lily. The members were flabbergasted at what he said. Many of them were outright furious. In the stands, Hagrid was silently crying as he remembered that night. What about what happened with Peter and those Muggles? Bones asked sternly, trying to keep her composure as she was pissed. I've been tracking Peter for days and finally cornered him in a Muggle area. When he saw me, he started screaming, "Why did I betray the Potters?" He then hit me with a laughing jinx, blew the gas pipe with a blasting curse, cut off his finger, transformed into a rat and escaped through the sewers, he answered honestly. Madame Bones looked at the members. I have no further questions. Does anyone here have anything they want to ask? Harry got up and said, I do. The chair recognizes Hadrian James Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of the Potter, she said. A brief smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Director Bones, he said while giving her a respectful bow. Can you please ask him who knew about the switch and who casted it? Based on what I know about the Fidelius charm, only the occupants, the secret keeper, and the caster are the only ones who know where the location is. I'm afraid that is not relevant to this case, Mr. Potter. Albus spoke up. He was now desperate as he did not want his involvement known. Harry gave a brief smirk. I beg to differ as it pertains to my family. I have every right to know what happened. You wouldn't be trying to deny me answers to what happened, unless of course you know something, he said, staring at him intently. Albus gulped as he was in a bind. Madame Bones and the members of the dark families were enjoying watching Dumbledore squirm. Madame Bones spoke up. Harry Potter is correct as they were his parents, he has a right to know, she said firmly. Then asked the question to Black. Hearing the question directed at him he answered. Albus casted the charm and knew he switched. When he answered everyone was sporting looks of anger, hatred, and rage. It was all directed at Dumbledore who was now wishing the day would be over. Amelia was satisfied and motioned for one of the Auror to administer the antidote. Sirius was brought out of his trance. He flashed her a look of gratitude which she returned to him. She had the serum poured down Peter's throat and asked him the same questions. Peter, being as weak as he was, sung like a canary. He confessed to being the one who betrayed the Potters as he was their secret keeper, mentioning that he joined the Death Eaters shortly after graduating Hogwarts. Told them how Dumbledore knew of the switch and how he faked his death by cutting off his finger, killing the Muggles, and living as a pet rat to the Weasley family. When he was given the antidote, he immediately knew what he said as he was now pleading to being scared. This was met by a silencing charm courtesy of the commander. He appeared to have been tired of dealing with the little shit. The minister took control. Well, I believe we have heard enough. All those in favor of sentencing Peter Pettigrew to life in Azkaban, show of hands. It was unanimous as everyone's hand shot up. By a unanimous vote, Peter Pettigrew is hereby sentenced to life in Azkaban. He banged the gavel. Orders, take him away. With that, Peter was immediately taken out of the courtroom sobbing his heart out. All those in favor of clearing Sirius Black of all charges against him, show of hands. Again it was unanimous, but this time it seemed like some were reluctant. Sirius Black, you are hereby cleared of all charges effective immediately. The ministry offers its apology and will compensate you 3 million galleons for your unjust incarceration, he said, looking down at him. You will also be sent to St. Mungo's for treatment. The Aurors released him of his chains and he immediately chanted, I'm free. Is there any other business for the day? He asked, looking around for any of them to speak up. A gruff man with black hair and brown eyes stood up. Yes, I have a few questions I like to ask, he said firmly. Harry was aware that his uncle was gathering support. Apparently this man was one of them. Then again he had a vague idea who the man was. The chair recognizes Lord Ulrich Poissy, head of the ancient and noble house of the Poissys. Harry was right, he did know who the man was as he was an ally of the Potter family. Harry Potter, may I ask you a few questions on where you lived after your parents' demise? He asked. I was placed on the doorstep of my abusive, magic-hating Muggle family. He spat that part out as he knew what was coming. Lord Poissy leaned in as that got his attention. He too was also a father. His family might be members of the Dark family, but he was still a parent. Elaborate on that. He knew the boy was left there, but he wanted to know what happened. His paternal instincts were kicking in. Harry just looked at the man for a moment before giving a sigh as he didn't want to say anything. Would it be better if I showed the memory of what happened that night in my life with those filthy Muggles? As I have a few questions I like to get answered. That is perfectly acceptable. Forgive my asking, but I am a father. I could only imagine the pain you went through, he said with a bow. Cornelius, to that is his K. The chair recognizes Unspeakable Croaker, head of the Department of Mysteries. A severely old man came into the courtroom with a pensieve. The pensieve is ready, Minister. Harry took a breath as he took out the vial that held the memory. Memory tampering was exceedingly difficult as only the highest levels of legilimens could do it, but selective memory was easier as was the truth and held no lies. He poured the memory in the pensieve and watched as it immediately became a wide view screen so everyone could see it. They saw a young James Potter entertaining his son with his wand when he was a baby. Then Lily came into the room to pick up her son. The next moment they were horrified as the wards alerted them Voldemort had come. They watched as he said that Peter had betrayed them and told Lily to take Harry away, while he held him off. The next moment the dreaded killing curse shot out of the Dark Lord's wand, killing James in the process. The next slide showed a terrified Lily who raced to the nursery and barricaded the door the best way she could. She tried to apparate out but found she couldn't. Then she tried to create a portkey that failed. She cursed Dumbledore for putting anti-apparition and portkey wards up around the property. With tears in her eyes, she put Harry in his crib and said her parents loved him and told him to be strong. The next moment the door was blown off its hinges. Voldemort came into the room and told her to move as he only wanted her son. She refused. The second time he said that she didn't have to die and told her to move again, but she wouldn't budge and told him to take her instead and spare her son. He asked her again, and after realizing she wouldn't move he fired the killing curse, ending her life on the spot. Then he turned his wand on the infant and tried to kill him with the same spell, but when it hit the baby it rebounded and destroyed him, leaving only a crying 15-month-old in his crib, desperately trying to reach for his mama. At that moment they saw a younger Hagrid come and take him out of the room. When they got outside they were met by Sirius, who looked between rage and sorrow. He requested his godson, but Hagrid was adamant about his instructions from Dumbledore to deliver Harry to him at Privet Drive. They saw how Sirius gave him his bike and told him to take his bike while he went after Pettigrew. Avery saw how Harry was now asleep being transported to Privet Drive. When Hagrid stopped he identified two different people, Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall. They heard Minerva say how she had watched the Dursleys all day and described them as the worst sort of muggles, but Dumbledore didn't budge as he told her it would be for the best, as growing up in the magical world would be torture. He told her how he wrote a note that explained why they would need to care for him, and then they were gone. After that they bore witness as to what the child had to endure at the hands of his relatives. What they saw made them sick, as they saw the boy being thrown into the cupboard, getting regularly beaten by his cousin, uncle, and occasional beating from his aunt. They saw the boy getting a long list of chores to do and was told if he didn't complete them he'd get nothing to eat. His uncle occasionally beat him when any bouts of magical suddenly occurred and was beaten to almost death on a few occasions. The years of abuse was witnessed by everyone and words could not describe what they had saw. Finally, they saw how his uncle came home one night and started beating the stuffing out of his nephew. The last straw was him stabbing. He stabbed the boy with a metal rod, then throwing him in the cupboard. Pandemonium broke out when the memory ended. The entire chamber was in an uproar calling for the Dursley to be punished. Members of the Dark families were horrified as to what they have just seen, as some were parents and they would never subject their kids to that torment. There were some lines that they would never cross, as blood was thicker than water. Even the ones who claimed to have been imperious were furious as to what they saw. The Dark Lord might have been evil, yes, but for their leader to kill an innocent baby was unheard of. Sirius was openly sobbing and started swearing vengeance on those muggles for what they did. Hagrid and Minerva were to crying their eyes out, the latter especially was, as she didn't know it would be this bad. Those muggles deserved everything that was coming to them. Amelia banged her gavel a few times but ended having to fire a cannon blast out of her wand to quiet the chamber. That was beyond cruel. No child should have had to go through what you had to. As the head of the Department of Law Enforcement, I hereby issue arrest warrants for Petunia and Vernon Dursley for attempted murder of the heir to the most ancient and noble house. She was horrified at seeing the child's living arrangements, as that was child abuse, and she be damned if those muggles got away clean. Commander Tamor spoke up. That won't be necessary, as they have already been arrested and are waiting in their cells. Good, bring them in at once, she ordered. With that the commander went to go retrieve the prisoners. Mr. Potter, that was absolutely horrible, and I promise you that they will be punished severely, she said with the voice of an appalled guardian, not the head of the DMLE. Thank you, Lady Bones. He gave her a nod. Within the next moment the Dursley were led in chains and were violently thrown in the interrogation chairs. Vernon's face was purple with rage and it appeared that his mustache was curling. Petunia was whimpering in cohort. The look that she was receiving from the Dark and Grey families were of murderous intent. At the moment they wanted nothing more but to kill her and her husband. Vernon started screaming at them, calling them freaks. That did not help his situation. What is the meaning of this? You freaks can't just come into my home and arrest me. He continued his tirade. I am a hard-working, upstanding member of society and I demand that you release me and my wife. You freaks of nature should have been killed off years ago, he yelled at them. Madame Bones was already pissed. This fat walrus was making it worse. Silence, her voice boomed throughout the chamber. That immediately shut the man up, as he was now terrified. I will make this quick, she said with as much venom and disgust as she could. Vernon and Petunia Dursley you charged with child abuse, neglect, embezzlement of funds, assault on the only remaining heir of the most ancient and noble house of the Potter family and attempted murder. You to have received monthly income for the child upkeep and you didn't spend any of it on him. She read out the charges against them. Vernon started up another tirade. The freak deserved it, he is not normal, and I intend to beat your freakishness out of him. That money is rightfully ours, we deserved it for having to put up with him all those years. Shut it, Muggle, you are already on thin ice and it's growing even thinner, the commander said, his eyes were ablaze with anger. Not only have we viewed the evidence, we have a witness, who can attest to what you have done. Madam Bones, may I bring in my witness? Do it, she said sternly. Alex stepped out the room and brought in his guest a one Arabella Fig. He conjured another chair for her and told her to sit. She did it immediately, as she was torn between being scared at when the members' eyes were on her and anger at the Dursleys. Alex introduced her. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Arabella Fig, resident of Little Whinging and Squib. The surprise on Vernon and Petunia's face was a shock, as the woman was one of them. You were one of them. You damn freak, Vernon shouted. Arabella turned her gaze at the man. She never liked the Dursleys, and now it was time she finally had her say. Oh, shut up, you overweight walrus, you and that horse neck of a wife of yours are finally getting what you deserve, he responded hotly. Amelia banged the gavel, then turned to look at the woman. Mrs. Fig, you have lived at Little Whinging for quite some time, correct? Yes, I was placed there after to keep an eye on Harry. Describe how the Dursley often treated the boy. They were not the nicest people to him, as they would often punish and hit him. If not them, then it was their whale of a son Dudley. Whenever he came to stay with me, I had to make sure that he didn't enjoy his time, as I was afraid that if he had fun, they wouldn't let him come over. Did you tell anyone about his treatment with them? I told Albus that they often hit him amongst other things, but he waved it off, saying that it was the safest place him. Bones thinned her lips. I have no further questions. She looked at Cornelius, signaling him for the verdict. All those in favor of convicting Vernon and Petunia Dursley, show of hands. It was unanimous, as the Grey and even the darker families wanted them dealt with. Dursley, you found guilty of all charges and are to be sent to prison for the rest of your lives. He paused. After hearing some words from some of the ancient houses, he continued, however, as this was against the heir to the most ancient and noble house, the right to decide your punishment rests with them. At that moment Dumbledore intervened. Cornelius, please reconsider. What they did was horrible, yes, but wouldn't life in prison be more than sufficient? You goating bastard, Arcturus yelled out, you're the cause of this mess. The day you put him with them he endured nothing but pain and suffering. And you have the nerve to suggest we go easy on them. Members of the ancient families were in agreement. After deliberating, they made their decision. They passed a piece of parchment to Lord Black so he could read it. The ancient houses have reached a verdict. The decision of whether they live their lives in prison or die lies with Hadrian James Potter. Albus turned his head to Harry and watched as the boy walked near the two adults. He was desperately hoping the boy would spare their lives, as he couldn't be a murderer. Members of the ancient houses, I appreciate this honor, as these two here have wronged my house in so many ways, he said while looking at them. I have decided to spare Petunia Dursley. As for Vernon Dursley, he is to be sentenced to death by Lord Arcturus Black. Albus immediately paled at what the boy said. How could he do this to them? He saw that Arcturus made his way to stand next to him. The boy whispered something into the man's ear. Arcturus took a moment to think and said, I hereby give Hadrian Potter permission to use magic outside of school today. Albus was wondering what they could be thinking. He was pulled out of his thoughts when he heard screams of anguish from both of the adults. He saw some of their bones poking out of their skins, indicating that they were broken, and looked to Harry, who had his wand out. The boy used magic against them. This was bad. Arcturus was slightly amused with his nephew's ruthlessness and was even delighted when he saw him punch the overweight bastard. He took out his own wand and fired some lightning at Vernon, making him crumple to the ground while he screamed in agony. The lightning was non-lethal, as he wouldn't just kill him. At first he wanted him to suffer. After a few more minutes of suffering under the lightning barrage did Arcturus lift the spell. Vernon was a gibbering mess, as he could barely even move. Sick of watching the waste of space, he fired an organ liquefying curse at him and watched the man painfully die. The Aurors were told to take Petunia away. The woman was hysterical as she just witnessed the death of her husband. Hadrian watched as the woman was escorted out. He didn't have any sympathy for her or Vernon as they deserved what they got. Turning to Madame Bones, "May I have your permission to ask my questions now?" he asked her. She inclined her head for him to begin. "These questions are for the members of the Wizengamot," he said while looking at everyone. "Let's start with this. How did Dumbledore know to send someone to come get me? Why did he send Rubeus Hagrid and not do it himself? Why was I not given any medical attention? I just got hit with the killing curse. I'm no healer, but I'm pretty sure that anyone who got hit with a curse like that would need to see a healer immediately. Furthermore, why was I left on a doorstep like some common milk bottle? Why did I have to endure my Muggle family? It was mentioned in my parents' will that I was not supposed to go there. Last, why was my godfather not given a trial? To say Harry was pissed would be an understatement. If looks could kill, then everyone would be dead by now." Fudge spoke to him. "Mr. Potter, you have raised some interesting questions. Rest assured your questions will be looked into, I can assure you of that." Harry looked at the man with a gaze that made him squirm in his chair. "No offense, Minister, but seeing as how I was just discarded like a chess piece, my faith in adults is severely low." He put some bite in the last word, as it was true, as there were only a few adults he ever trusted. "It leads me to believe that the Ministry was part of the reason why I am here today. I can only theorize that maybe the Ministry is not as grand as the public thought it was." Madame Bones was about to speak when she was interrupted by a hem. Only one person ever did that, and it was someone she deeply despised. Amelia mentally groaned when she looked to the right of the minister. Dolores Jane Umbridge was the senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, and a right. It was well known that Umbridge was the most hated person to ever work in the ministry. "The body recognizes Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary of the Minister of Magic," she said, as if it was a bad taste in her mouth. Hem. "Thank you, Madame Bones," she said in a fake surgery sweet voice. Her eyes met Harry's, and Harry immediately knew he didn't like her. She was a short woman with a face that looked like a toad in his opinion. Whatever she was about to do, he was pretty sure he was not going to like it. "Mr. Potter, I couldn't help but overhear that you were questioning the actions of the Ministry. The Ministry of Magic is more than capable of dealing with situations like this. It is not the place for the emotional outburst of an unqualified 11-year-old who hasn't learned his place yet." She may have said it in a girlish voice, but her eyes and voice were laced with disdain. Harry hardened his gaze at the woman. "And who might you be? You don't look important." Dolores looked a bit miffed at what he had just said. "I am Dolores Umbridge, the Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic," she said in a girlish voice that made Harry want to deck her right now. "So, your job is to push papers and write notes. I suggest you do your job and let the real members of this body talk." "What's your house?" he asked her. She was making her teeth at him. "I don't see how that is important here," she said, trying to evade the issue. He raised an eyebrow. "Really? Because it sounded like you were questioning my rights to be here a few moments ago. I looked into some of the more prominent families and I can't recall ever seeing the House of Umbridge anywhere. So, it would appear that you would need to learn your place as you are irrelevant at the moment." Umbridge lost her smile and was now looking at the boy with rage. Not only did he call her irrelevant, but he also dismissed her as someone unimportant. "Mr. Potter, I am the Undersecretary here. You are nothing more than a filthy half-blood tainting the lines of the most ancient and noble houses of the Potters with your unworthy magic." The moment she said that, the temperature in the room became very cold. Some people thought the Dementors were in the chamber. "Minister, I was unaware that your Undersecretary was allowed to decide what was best for the ancient houses. Perhaps you can enlighten me as to how members of your office can have a say happens in the ancient houses." Cornelius swallowed deeply, as now members of the ancient houses was either glaring at him or questioning why his secretary just spoke that way. "Herr Potter, I am deeply sorry for what Dolores has said. It is not her place to question what happens in your house or your family. In fact, she will remain quiet the rest of the meeting," he said, giving her a look that said he meant it. "I appreciate that, Minister, but seeing as how your Undersecretary not only disrespected me by getting my blood status wrong, she also insulted my house and many other members of the Wizengamot. Apparently, she forgot the fact that I am a member of the House of Black through my grandmother. That's an insult to the House of Black, as she called them into question. Next she insulted the ancient and noble house of the Davis. The minister looked up to Lord Davis and saw that he was very angry. Lord Davis, please forgive me, but it would appear that here was questioning whether or not I was an insult to the House of Potter and Black. It leads me to believe that she thinks your daughter is unsuited for her status, as she is a half-blood herself. Worry not, Heir Potter, my anger is not directed at you, he said while looking at him. It is true, my daughter, Tracy is a half-blood, that I won't deny. She has spoken of you rather fondly. Thank you, sir. He gave him a respectful bow before turning his attention back to the now sweating minister. Last, your undersecretary insulted the most noble house of the Malfoy family. That brought everyone's attention to Lucius Malfoy, as he had to agree. Narcissa was still a member of the House of Black. Lucius was many things, but he would soon burn in hell if anyone insulted his wife. When he received a letter from Draco telling him about his encounter with Potter, he was shocked at the agreement they had. He didn't know what to think at the moment, but thought it was for the best to be neutral. It would mean less of a problem. I would have to agree with Mr. Potter. Minister, your undersecretary has just insulted my wife's honor by questioning the House of Black, and by extension she questioned my house, he declared, causing the man to pee himself. Harry looked at the man idly enjoying his discomfort. Minister, seeing as how it was your undersecretary that called me out, I won't hold you responsible this time. Cornelius let out a sigh of relief, but Harry was not done yet. That said, however, he formed an idea in his head that made him smirk. As she questioned my blood status, I have a right to prove that she is wrong, as it says in the Ancient Houses Charter. The Ancient Houses were talking amongst themselves until one of them stood up. He is correct. Our charter says if a blood status is being challenged, the person has the right to prove his or her bloodline. Fudge took a moment to compose himself after receiving the information. Mr. Potter, please declare your blood status under a magical oath. Hadrian just smirked. His wand was still in his hand. I, Hadrian James Potter, do hereby swear on my magic that I am a pureblood, and that Lily Potter and Petunia Dursley were not blood-related. This I swear, so mote be it, said Harry loud enough. A flash of light glowed, signifying that the oath took effect. He pointed his wand at the wall and a jet stream of water shot out. The people were struck speechless. The boy was a pureblood. No one was more shocked than Albus, who was confused. He thought that Lily and Petunia were blood. Dolores paled as she expected the brat to lose his magic, as she thought he was a filthy half-blood. Apparently she was wrong. The brat was a pureblood. This would be bad for her, as the look he was giving her made her shiver. Seeing as how I just proved my actual blood status, I expect reparations, he said menacingly. What do you suggest, Mr. Potter? Fudge was squeamish when he asked. A duel between me and the Toad, with a prize involved, he said while enjoying the look on the woman's face. Dolores found she needed to choose her words carefully, as she was not looking good at the moment. Fine, if I win I get all the money in your trust vault. Harry smirked at her, mentally saying, gotcha. Deal, but if I win the ministry will pay whatever compensation Lords Black and Stevenson decide. The two lords smirked at each other as they liked this plan. Deal. She agreed to the terms and made her way down to face him. Dumbledore wanted to intervene, but a part of him wanted to see how good the boy was. He would just have to watch. Name the rules, Mr. Potter, she requested. The unforgivables are off limits, and so is killing. Anything else is permitted, he said, narrowing his eyes. How do we determine a winner? She asked, not aware of what he had planned. The duel will end only when one of us declares a wish to stop and it is accepted by the other opponent, or one of us is physically unable to continue. We can use whatever we have at our disposal. Dolores thought for a moment, then shouted her agreement. Dumbledore decided to referee the match between the two. Duelist, take your stances, his voice ranged out. Harry spent enough time learning the art of magical dueling to know what to expect. He developed 2 different dueling styles and 4 different stances. Seeing as she was in an offensive stance, he decided to go with his second stance. He was faced sideways, back straight, with his left leg in front, and extended his left arm for balance. His wand was angled for both offensive and defensive purposes. Under his father and uncle's watchful eyes he was able to experience how some people moved and reacted. Umbridge had little dueling skill and was not deterred by the boy's stance and immediately shouted her first spell, Stupefy. The red spell shot toward Potter but he simply sidestepped out of the way. She then fired a cutting curse. He dodged it by taking a knee. To him her spells were slow and inefficient. She tried a disarming charm, but it missed him. She tried to send him a combination of spell, but he blocked them with a shield. Dolores was becoming angry as the boy was either blocking or dodging her spells, not only that he seemed bored with her. Her face was red as a tomato and fired a bludgeoning spell. To her shock he rolled out of the way and fired a well-timed bone-exploding curse that hit her right hip. She screamed in pain holding her hip. She fired a Confringo blast at him, but he put up a shield and deflected it back with the cutting curse and bludgeoning spell. She was able to barely dodge the blasting spell but got hit with a cutting curse to the hand, a bludgeoning spell to the stomach that made her fall to the ground gasping for air. Please tell me this is not the limit of your skills, because this is boring, he said while looking down at her. I expected more of a challenge from a ministry representative, he was taunting her. It apparently worked and she started firing some less than friendly spell at him, all of which he dodged. His movements were fluid and graceful. Noticing that she was getting redder and redder, she fired a blood-boiling curse that she thought would finish him, but he backflipped and immediately fired a bone-exploding curse that hit her shoulder, making her scream at the pain. Harry saw his opening, twisting his wand 45 degrees to the right and fired a torrent of hot water at her. The water hit her, and she fell to her knees screaming from the heat of the water. He followed it up with another torrent of water, this time twisting his wand 45 degrees to the left, sending a rush of cold water at her that made her shiver at the cold. Not giving her a moment to recuperate, he fired a pimple jinx at her and the words said, "I'm a filthy cunt," across her head. When she got up to try and fire a spell at him, he fired two more bone-breaking curses, one at her leg, the other at her other shoulder. The impact made her scream in pain as she underestimated the boy. "Wait please, I surrender," she said loud enough. Dumbledore took that as his cue. Dolores Umbridge is conceded the match. He would have said more but Harry beat him to it, not accepted. That made Dumbledore look at him with worry on his face. The other members of the chamber were sporting different expressions. Members of the Grey and Dark families were enjoying the show as the boy was teaching the woman her place. The neutrals were divided as some were impressed with his spell work, the others were curious about him. The Lights faction were a bit scared as the boy was ruthless, but then again it wasn't aimed at them. They silently agreed to watch what else he'll do. Umbridge was now scared as the boy wouldn't call off the duel. She idly wondered what else he had in store for her. Not one to take the chances, she fired whatever spells she could think of at him. They never made contact as he just moved out of the way. He didn't even put up a shield. The shouting she was doing was making her tired as she desperately tried to catch her breath. Seeing his chance, he fired some stinging hexes. Some hit her in the face, causing it to puff out. He then fired a half a dozen cutting curses at her. She dodged two of them, but the other four hit her on various parts of her body, making gashes that started pouring blood. Harry felt that he made his point, used a banishing charm on her that made her hit the wall behind her. With her wand now out of her hands, he fired a body-binding spell that made her freeze. He gave a nod to Dumbledore, telling him he was done. Dumbledore looked at him with worry as he saw that the boy was ruthless in battle. Composing himself, he announced, "Dolores Umbridge is unable to continue. The winner is Hadrian Potter." The occupants began clapping for him as some wished that they could have been the ones to curse the. Even Madame Bones was having a hard time concealing her smile. They watched as the woman was levitated on a stretcher and hauled out of the room with her wand in of their hands. Due to Mr. Potter victory, Lords Black and Stevenson will receive whatever compensations they want from the ministry, his voice rang. Jack and Arcturus started discussing their prize, and after a while of debating, the former addressed the body. "The ministry will pay us the sum of 3 million galleons each." He spoke. The members of the Wizengamot thought that was fair, and with that Fudge banged his gavel and ordered the funds be transferred to them. "Now that the duel is over, is there anything else on the agenda before we wrap things up for the day?" he asked around. A member of the ancient houses stood up. "I call for a vote to remove Albus Dumbledore from his posts as Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump." He knowingly put a child in an abusive house and exceeded his authority as chief warlock on numerous occasions. The man was from the neutral faction, he had black hair and blue eyes. Harry quickly deduced that he was Lord Greengrass Daphne's father. His dad had told him about the man. He described him as a good man who valued his family above all. As the motion seconded, Fudge asked. Lord Poissy immediately agreed. I second this motion, he declared. Then it will be put to a vote. All those in favor of removing Dumbledore from Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump, show of hands. With that, every hand shot up immediately. The vote was over 2/3 as no one seemed to be favoring the man at the moment. Dumbledore, you are hereby stripped of your positions as Chief Warlock and the Supreme Mugwump of the ICW. Please do not attend any more meetings as the representative of Britain and Ireland. No, you can't do this to me. Everything I do is for the greater good, Dumbledore shouted. Lord Greengrass was looking at him with narrowed eyes. You did it for your greater good, you goading asshole, he retorted. I hereby name Griselda Marchbanks as the new Chief Witch, putting the motion on the floor. The motion was passed and Marchbank was immediately named the new Chief Witch in place of Dumbledore. Harry had his uncle do a background check on the woman and found that she not only attended Hogwarts. She was the grandmother of his alchemy teacher and the head of the Wizarding Examination Authority. From what he could tell, she was a member of the Grey faction and was not a fan of the old man either. He found out from his late dad that her brother fought alongside Dumbledore when Voldemort arose and was eventually killed. She apparently blamed him for getting her brother involved in the mess. With the meeting now concluded, everyone began leaving. Harry walked up to stand in front of the two adults. Well done, Hadrian. You not only got your revenge on those worthless muggles, but you also beat someone in the Ministry soundly and managed to get Dumbledore removed. Arcturus said in a voice of pride. Hadrian reveled in the praise he received from the man. Phase 3 was now complete. So how long would it take for my godfather to be healed? He asked. Due to being exposed to the Dementors for as long as he has, it will take a minimum of 2.5 weeks. Arcturus replied with a frown. Alex drew their attention to Dumbledore, Minerva, and Hagrid. The woman was berating the older man at the top of her lungs. She was really mad at him. Internally, Harry was laughing at the way the old goat was buckling under the woman's anger. With everything out of the way, Alex took Harry back to Hogwarts. While Arcturus went to go see his grandson and inform his sister of the trial. 0:0. By the time Albus and company made it to his office, they were met by Professors Flitwick and Snape, who were in the office waiting by the wall. The short professor took a look at the headmaster only to see that the man was pale and looked like he aged some years. Dumbledore held up a hand before he could ask a question and immediately pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey, poured it in a glass, then downed the contents. Then pulled out a calming draft from his desk drawer. Obviously, something massive happened at the Wizengamot, Phileas started, bringing the attention of Minerva and Hagrid to him. Albus would never drink anything like that unless something big happened, he pointed out. Neither two said anything as they were still in the middle of processing the information themselves. Albus drank the calming draft, then walked over to where his pensieve was located. Pulling the device out, he pointed his wand at his temple and extracted the memory of what happened. The memory in the pensieve. Both Severus and Phileas went to go see what riled his nerves. After 15 or so minutes, the two exited the memory sporting different expression. Phileas was crossed between anger, sadness, and excitement. Severus pretended to act angry but was internally smiling at what his son did during the meeting. I need to head back to my office, Phileas said, barely controlling his voice. He needed some time alone, and with that, he was out of the office, leaving only Severus and the others. That meeting was interesting, he said in a silk voice. Albus looked at him. You have no idea, my boy, he agreed with him. Minerva seemed to have found her voice and turned her ire to the man. Interesting is an understatement. How could you condemn a child to that hellhole? She all but shouted. Lily and James would be turning in their graves after what you made their son go through. As far as I am concerned, those Dursley got what they deserved. Severus gave a nod, as he would have killed that fatting walrus and tortured his horse neck of a wife until she was a gibbering mess. Albus did not want to have a conversation at the moment with anyone. Minerva, I swear to you I had no idea things would end that bad. At the time I only thought Arabella was exaggerating the severity of the Dursleys' treatment toward the boy. He didn't feel like facing the ire of his Transfiguration teacher. This was going to be a longer day than he thought as he was preparing to deal with a pissed-off Minerva McGonagall. 0:0. The day of the first Quidditch match of the year found everyone in the Great Hall. Today's match would be between Gryffindors vs Slytherins, and each team were in their Quidditch clothes and was sitting with their respective houses. Harry found himself sitting in between Wood and Belle eating his breakfast while hearing Wood go over the tactics for the game today. It was pretty easy to tell that his team captain desperately wanted to win today's match. His train of thought was interrupted when the morning newspaper came in. The prophet depicted what happened at the ministry about how Peter Pettigrew was alive and the actual betrayer of the Potters, how Sirius Black was cleared of all charges and currently getting treatment for his time in Azkaban. It talked about Harry was actually a pureblood and gave a magical oath saying he was. Followed by his treatment at the hands at his relatives and the punishment he decided for them, that immediately caused everyone in the room to view him in a different light. Finally, it talked about him beating Dolores Umbridge in a duel and how Dumbledore was removed from being Chief Warlock and the Supreme Mugwump. The students were glancing at him as maybe they would need to change their views of Potter. Ravenclaw House were trying to understand him as he proved to be a mystery. Hufflepuff was shocked at what he did during the session as they were unsure how to look at him after reading what the paper said about him. The Slytherins were divided as some were looking at him with a mixture of amazement and worry. Their fathers wrote to them and told them what happened at the trial, that immediately made them wary of Potter, and they were now questioning their whether or not to have him as an ally or enemy. Gryffindor was in total shock at what they read as they were unaware of what life was like for the boy who lived. Some were more shocked at how Dumbledore lost his positions. The most vocal was Hermione Granger as she kept on saying it had to be a mistake. Harry just drowned them out and resumed his breakfast while listening to Wood. Even though his eyes were not on them, he was still able to understand what they were talking about. Taking one last swig of his morning pumpkin juice, he got up to go to the locker room for a follow-up. Once they were all in the locker room, Oliver gave his speech about what they were to expect from the other team. Quickly making sure everyone knew their jobs and the tactics that were covered, did he tell them to give it their all. They all mounted their brooms and were off. They flew around the Slytherin team until they were facing them. "Welcome to our first Quidditch match of the year." The announcer appeared to be Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins. He was speaking a magically enhanced microphone. He was seated in the commentators' seats with the professor sitting behind him. Today's match will be between the Honorable House of Gryffindors against the pathetic House of Slytherins. Mr. Jordan, McGonagall was seated next to the boy, shouted his name while the Gryffindors cheered and Slytherins booed. Snape did not like how Jordan called his house pathetic and started thinking about how he could punish him. "Sorry, Professor," he said, not really meaning it. Introducing the Gryffindors first, we have their keeper and Captain Oliver Wood, along with the attractive chasers Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet, followed by the Beater twins Fred and George Weasley, and last but not the least the youngest Seeker in centuries, Hadrian Potter. The Gryffindors started cheering as they heard that Harry was flying Seeker for them. Their cheer ended when Jordan added to his announcement, "Next we have the cheating Slytherin team." Once again McGonagall called his name, "Jordan," she admonished him again but was drowned out by the booing from the Slytherins. Snape immediately spoke, 15 points from Gryffindor for being biased during the announcements. This was mostly ignored by Jordan as she apologized to Professor McGonagall but again didn't mean it. Here first we have Captain and Chaser Marcus Flint along with fellow chasers Adrian Puacy and Aaron Vasey. Followed with their beaters Lucian Bowl and Peregrine Derrick, keeper Miles Bletchley and their seeker Terrence Higgs. "Let's hope that they don't play dirty today," he added that last bit with a mock of apprehension. "Jordan," McGonagall raised her voice again admonishing him, while Snape took another 30 points from the Gryffindor house. "Sorry, Professor," he said, failing to sound sincere. Before he could speak again, Madame Hooch blew her whistle to make her own announcement as she was refereeing the game today. "Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you," she said, once they were all gathered around her. Harry noticed that she seemed to be speaking particularly to the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a 6th year. Harry thought Flint looked as if he had some troll blood in him given the way the fool looked. Puacy and Vasey didn't seem bad as he did some research on their family and found out the latter had an older sister who was a 4th year while he was a 2nd year. His thoughts were interrupted when it was announced that the Quaffle was up staring the game. Jordan immediately announced, "The Quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too." Jordan. McGonagall called out. "Sorry, Professor." Lee was being watched by both McGonagall and Snape, they were paying close attention. "And she's really belting along up there. A neat pass to Alicia Spinnet, a good find of Oliver Woods, last year only a reserve, back to Johnson and, no, the Slytherins have taken the Quaffle." Slytherin Captain Marcus Flint gains the Quaffle and off he goes, Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's going to SC no, stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor keeper Wood and the Gryffindors take the Quaffle. That's Chaser Katie Bell of Gryffindor there. Nice dive around Flint, off up the field and, ouch, that must have hurt, hit in the back of the head by a bludger. Quaffle taken by the Slytherins. That's Adrian Puacy speeding off toward the goal posts, but he's blocked by a second bludger, sent his way by Fred or George Weasley, can't tell which. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater, anyway, and Johnson back in possession of the Quaffle, a clear field ahead and off she goes. She's really flying, dodges a speeding bludger, the goal posts are ahead, come on, now, Angelina, keeper Bletchley dives, misses, Gryffindors score. After about 30 minutes of play both teams managed to score, with Gryffindors leading 90-40 for the Slytherins. Some of the Slytherin decided to play dirty as 2 of them pinned Angelina by the side and aimed her at one of the pillars, taking the Quaffle away while she collided with the pillar. The impact only resorted to a few broken bones. Harry was further peeved at the way some of the other Slytherins were playing as they would most certainly be fouls. Whatever Hooch was watching, it wasn't the game in his opinion. Apparently, the only ones that did play fair were Puacy and Vasey, but Harry refocused his attention to finding the snitch. He scanned the entire field to find a hint of the gold ball and immediately saw that it was above one of the stands. Getting it in his sights, he immediately sped off towards it. The Slytherin Seekers was watching him throughout the entire game and pursued after seeing him chase something shiny. Higgs identified it as the snitch, and it turned into a race for it. The snitch was in his sight. Just as he was getting closer to it, his broom started shaking violently out of his control. Harry saw that there was a jinx on his broom. This was bad. He thought the shed was locked and secured, as this happened with Longbottom. A little help. Someone jinxed my broom, he sent through his mental link. Anytime please. I'm working on it, Severus said through the link. Just try and hang on until I finish the counter curse. Just Harry was about to be thrown off the broom. The shaking immediately stopped, and he got control of the broom again. Taking a moment to breathe a sigh of relief, he readjusted himself on the broom and flew after Higgs. It didn't take long as the 2 Seekers were neck and neck. Higgs noticed this and started running into him, hoping to knock him off. Higgs underestimated Harry as he was expecting the boy to fall off the broom. Hadrian shot him a glare and came to give him a taste of his own medicine. Slamming into his side, he knocked the older Slytherin farther away than the boy did to him. Higgs was momentarily surprised at the boy's strength but didn't let it deter him, and they continued slamming into one another. As the 2 continued slamming into each other, the snitch took a dive. It was quickly followed by the 2 Seekers who were desperate to catch it. The snitch didn't show any signs of stopping and continued heading for the ground. Higgs quickly leveled out his broom, trying to avoid hitting the dirt, leaving Harry alone to chase the snitch. The snitch eventually leveled out, followed closely by Harry, who impressed the crowd with his daring. The snitch was still a little far ahead of him, so he slowly stood up on the broom and held out his hand to grab it. The snitch was almost in his grasp. Immediately, Harry thought of a plan. He stepped forward, knowing the broom would tip slightly due to his weight in the front. The broom appeared to be tilting to the ground. Harry used the moment to launch himself to the snitch. Seeing that he was close enough, he took the chance and did a front flip and snatched the snitch in his outstretched hand. He then landed with one knee on the ground. Noticing that everyone was waiting for him, Harry held the snitch in the air, showing that he caught it, and Hooch blew her whistle, declaring the Gryffindor's victory. The rest of the team landed near him and raced toward him. Wood got there first, grabbed him in a hug, momentarily lifting him in the air. This was followed by the others who led him to the locker room to get changed. When they got into the common room, it was in full swing. The entire house was celebrating their first victory. Harry pretended to enjoy himself to keep up appearance. Oliver said that with Harry on the team they had an actual chance at winning the Quidditch Cup this year. After a while, Harry snuck out of the common room to go wander the hallways. While he was walking the corridors, he wandered into the trophy room. There he found where the Quidditch awards were. Spotting his dad award, James Potter Seeker, it was next to the other prizes. That made him smile as he heard how talented his dad was on the broom. Leaving that case behind, he continued looking around until he stopped near the Special Services to the School Awards. Looking at who earned the awards, he stopped when he saw and that read awarded to Tom Riddle for special services to the school. When he saw that name, a rush of memories formed in his brain showing what the boy looked like. His expressionless mask was still in place, but in the inside he was nervous as he was hoping it was not the person who he thought it was. Putting those thoughts aside, he put a notice me not charm on himself and ran to the room of requirement. Getting to the room, he muttered the password, Aramentaroria. Elemental warrior. Entering the room, he saw Byako on the couch next to the fire. The god sensed his partner turmoil and turned to look at him. Young one, what is it? It started with, he told Byako about how the Quidditch game went, how it started off good then got heated. He mentioned how his broom was jinxed and that his dad was muttering the counter curse. After the game, there was a party in the common room, that he snuck out of to think about the masses and ended up in the trophy room. He mentioned that he saw the special awards to the school and saw the name Tom Riddle. It brought a rush of memories to him. Then I came here. Byako became alert and went to go stand next to him. This name you saw. You said it brought memories to your head. Were they yours? He asked, critically eyeing him. Harry shook his head. This is troubling. Summon Severus here immediately, he ordered. Harry did just that as the tone in Byako's voice was serious. Reaching out, he told his father to get to the room but be discreet. The next few minutes Severus came into the room to see that his son and Byako were waiting for him. Noticing the look on Harry's face, he knew something was up. What happened? He asked. Harry told him what happened when he saw in the trophy room and the rush of memories that came in. I immediately got a rush of names like T.M. Riddle and Tom Marvolo Riddle. Dad, I think that was his name based on the memories. Severus immediately paled at this as he desperately hoped that it wasn't so. He was aware that his son received some of the Dark Lord's memories but only passive ones. During their mentalist training he made sure to lock them in his son's subconscious, so they wouldn't be a problem, like a few years ago. Composing himself, he looked at him with narrowed eyes. You saw the name Tom Riddle in the trophy room? Hadrian gave a nod. Severus took out his wand and pointed it at the wall, mentally saying flagrate and spelled the name Tom Marvolo Riddle before slashing his wand. They watched as the letters formed I am Lord Voldemort. Harry was filled with rage when he saw the name. That bastard took his parents from him. Severus couldn't form any words as when he saw his former master name was merely an anagram. He did often wonder why the Dark Lord often shouted I am Lord Voldemort. Now he knew why it was a cover. Severus remembered what happened Halloween during the troll incident. He cut Quirrell off as he was making his way to the third-floor corridor. When he confronted him, he felt the same dark presence he felt all those years ago. Where's the map at? He said, turning to Hadrian. Hadrian summoned his bag and took the map out, handing to his dad. Severus muttered the password to activate the map to show where everyone was. There was only one person he was searching for. When he spotted Quirrell in his office, he saw the name Tom Riddle. Seeing who it was, he froze in place, dropping the map. Harry looked to see what made him freeze and saw why Voldemort was alive and in the castle. How is this possible? He is supposed to be dead, he said in a voice that was barely audible. Severus turned to look at him. Evidently not this bad. There was an edge in his voice. The wards here are bad. This is catastrophic, Harry said to him. Severus said in a breath, holding his occlumency shields in place. Listen to me, he said in a firm no-nonsense voice. You avoid Quirrell at all cost. If he asked to talk to you privately, you make up an excuse to leave. I forbid you from communicating with him in any way until I say so. Hadrian wanted to say something, but the look on his dad's face meant that he was serious, so he just gave a nod. Byako spoke up after remaining quiet. What about you, Severus? If the Dark Lord is alive, then I would have to make sure that he knows that I am still one of his followers, he said with disgust. That's suicide. Harry said. The worry in his voice came. Severus saw the worry in his son's eyes and placed a hand on his shoulder. If the Dark Lord is indeed possessing Quirrell, then we have to know. Don't worry, I'll do my best to convince them I'm on his side. But Dad, Harry tried to speak, but Severus cut him. I don't like it any more than you do. But this takes precedence, as we don't know if the Dark Lord has any of his power back yet. Harry didn't like this. Against his better judgment, he agreed. What happened during the troll incident when everyone was panicking? He asked. Severus was determining whether or not to tell him about the Cerberus incident, wanting to not say anything he knew about his son's inquisitive nature. It'd probably be better if he heard it from him. When the teachers went to go to the dungeons, I went to go confront Quirrell about what he was planning. I followed him to the third-floor corridor and confronted him as he went into the room. There I not only found him but a Cerberus. I dragged him out of the room, but one of the heads bit me as we were leaving. Harry's eyes opened wide as there was a Cerberus in the castle. If he had to take one guess, he suspected the gamekeeper Hagrid. From what he read in his parent journals, the man had a fascination with these types of creatures. Why would there be a Cerberus in a school full of children? Something was amiss and felt like trouble. The headmaster has the Philosopher's Stone and is using that dog as a means to protect it, he said in a silk voice. The other teachers and I have added protections to it as well. Harry was on alert. That would explain as to why he told everyone not to go anywhere near the corridor in the first place. But how did Dumbledore get his hands on it? From what I've read, it was created by Nicholas Flamel. I know it turns copper into gold and that it could be used to create the elixir of life, but how did he get his hands on it? I highly doubt either him or his wife would let it out of their sight. You raise a good question. However, the headmaster is wanting to test you. He said darkly. The old fool is using his son as a guinea pig. Meaning what? Came Byako, as he did not like where this was going. Dumbledore wants to see if Hadrian is capable in thwarting the Dark Lord's return to power. Harry's eyes hardened. So he puts hundreds of kids in danger just to test me? He's insane. The old goat was attempting to use him as a poster boy. At the expense of others. Taking a breath to calm his nerves, he turned to his dad. What are we going to do? For the time we will be patient, go about our daily lives, keep your head down. I will try to get more information about the protections. Harry gave a nod. What about Blaise? I don't want him caught in the crossfire, he said firmly. Severus smirked at the concern Hadrian had for Mr. Zabini. The two were brothers in all but blood. They trusted each other. Tell him, but make sure he knows to keep quiet. We can't risk the fact of anyone knowing. Harry gave a curt nod. Would it be all right if I did some more research about the stone? He asked. The stone was a powerful object and he wanted to learn more about it and hopefully return it to its proper owner. Severus raised an eyebrow considering his request. Fine, but you will have to go at night after curfew. Normally, I wouldn't agree to this, but it might be necessary for you to know more about the stone. Take your cloak and the map with you. Make sure you don't get caught. With that, he left the room to go find out more about the protections. Resigning himself, Harry took a seat on the couch contemplating what was going on. He activated his watch and turned it 5 clicks to the right to call Blaise. Blaise, are you there? He waited for a response. I'm here. What's up? I need you to come to the 7th floor. It's important. Is it that important? This involved the old bastard. I'm on my way. His voice sounded serious. Be discreet, make sure no one sees you, was all he said before turning off his communicator. Reclining on the couch, he sat there idly petting Byako. This whole situation is getting out of control. Byako saw his discomfort and rubbed its head along his legs before going to pick up the dropped map. Grabbing it in his mouth, he placed it on Harry's lap. He sent him a wave of gratitude to his partner and watched for Blaise to come to the 7th floor. A few minutes later, he saw his friend's dot appear on the 7th floor. He placed the map on the couch and exited the room. He quickly found Blaise, who wondering why Harry called him so urgently. What going on? He asked. Shish, he placed a finger over his mouth. Not here, come on. He took him to the entrance of the room and said the password allowing them entrance. Blaise was completely shocked as he never knew or seen this room before. What is this place? He asked. This is the room of requirement, one of the elves told me about it. He said, letting it sink in. Blaise, there's something you need to know and you're not going to like it, speaking in a serious tone, that got his attention. Harry started telling him about the conversation he had with his dad about the giant dog being one of the guards around the Sorcerer's Stone. He explained how it was possible that Voldemort was possessing Quirrell, by confirming his real name was Tom Riddle and that his name was an anagram. Last he told him about the Marauders map on how his dad and his friend created it, even stressing the importance of him keeping it quiet as it would cause problems if the other students found out. Blaise was having a mixture of emotions between nervous, scared, anger. He couldn't believe what he had just been told. But the look on Harry's face said it all as he understood what the situation was and plopped on the couch. Finding his voice, he looked at Harry. This is a messed up situation. Between Dumbledore and Voldemort, I don't know who is worse. He was not used to saying the name, but he was getting there. Between you and me, he started, both of them are terrible. One is a murdering psychopath, the other is a manipulative bastard who uses people. They spent the rest of the day in the room of requirement, discussing what was going to happen. Harry had to attend his dueling lessons with Master Sakai, and when it came time for dinner, instead of eating in the Great Hall they invited the girls to eat in the kitchen. The ladies agreed as they didn't want to sit in the Great Hall with their classmates either. Tracy filled them in on what was discussed in the common room after the game. Some members of the house were saying that the game was fixed so that Gryffindors would win, others were of the opinion that they won fair and square. Some of the Quidditch players were saying that they were cheated out of their victory. What about Poissy and Vasey? From what I saw they didn't cheat or play dirty. Harry said. It was Daphne's turn to speak. Those two are some of the decent members of our house. They don't bully anyone, often opting to stay out of the crossfires. Doesn't Vasey have an older sister that goes here? He questioned as he was curious about his sister. Ooh, should I alert the rumor mill that Harry Potter is interested in an older woman in Slytherin? She asked teasingly. Here, I thought you would have asked someone from your house. Harry pretended to be offended by her words. Mrs. Greengrass, you wound me. He placed his hand over his heart. I would never had guessed you figure out that I was attracted to older women, he said with a smirk. Daphne's lips twitched upward. Oh, now we're getting to the juicy stuff. Mr. Potter, do you know how many hearts you would break if word got out about your interest in older females? Please, my fair maiden, do soldier on without me. I'm pretty sure someone will be able to stand up to the Ice Queen of Slytherins, he said with a smirk. She playfully slapped him in the arm for using that moniker. Prat, she called him. Her short time at Hogwarts, she quickly made a reputation for herself. Some of the heirs tried approaching her, but they were met with a frosty glares and ice spell to their bits. The four of them burst out laughing, enjoying themselves. So why do you want to know about Vasey's sister? Daphne asked once she recovered. I'm wondering how I should react when I talk to her. From what I learned, more families have a magical contract with each other. While I don't expect them and me to be friends, hopefully they will agree to be civil. His reasoning was sounded as they all agreed that it would be better if the families were to be civil. This way a feud could be avoided and not result in someone getting hurt. Tracy was the first to speak. Her name is Nicole Vasey. She's a fourth year and has been one of the top 5 students in her year. She mostly keeps to herself, while she does have some friends in and outside of her house. While she may be a pureblood, she doesn't strut or act like her Merlin's gift like a certain idiot. Harry pinched the bridges of his nose when he heard her mention his cousin. What has Draco done now? What hasn't he done? Daphne spoke in an irate voice as she hated the heir to the Malfoy. The prick struts around like he is the king of Slytherin house. If that's not all he talks about his dad far too much. I swear if his family didn't have the minister's ear, then Draco would not be acting all high and mighty. I still can't believe you agreed to be neutral with him. Harry said in a breath. It's better this way. Me and him are from the House of Black. While we may not have to like one another, this way we won't be at each other's throats. How are you two related anyway? She asked. My grandmother is Doria Andromeda Potter née Black, the younger sister of Lord Arcturus Black. Realization dawned on the two girls. Then that means, Tracy mumbled, that I am one of the heirs to the House of Black, yes. Wow, I can't wait to see the look on his face once he finds out. The way he constantly says he's going to be the head of both the Malfoy and Black, glad to see that he has some competition. They continued chatting about various things. Daphne and Harry continued to talk in earnest, with Harry giving her a few pointers about the different dueling forms. Any chance you can show me what you know? She asked honestly. Let me think about it till tomorrow and I'll let you know, he said, wanting to consider it by weighing the pros and cons. She gave a small smile and mentally thought, well, at least it's not a no. On another topic here, Tracy started while eyeing the pair. Do you guys notice that she gets all smug when she gets a question right? And when someone else give the answer she shoots them death glares. Not to mention she can't stand you, she said, pointing to Hadrian. Granger is nothing more than an arrogant teacher's pet with a superiority complex, he said while taking a swig out of his goblet. Besides, I thought she would have thought the troll incident would have taught her better by now. Apparently, not. The girl is a bloody nightmare. I'm just glad I don't have to share a common room with her, Daphne said coldly. She needs to be taken down a few pegs. Easy, Sapphire, he said, making her cheeks pink a bit. From what I can tell, you and she are about even in your classes. Don't call me Sapphire, she said while thinking about what he said about her being even with Granger. Harry just smirked. Why not? It's the color of your eyes and it sounds better than Ice Queen in my opinion. Daphne started blushing and playfully smacked him on the arm while Tracy and Blaze started laughing. They finished dinner and went back to their respective houses, except for Harry, who returned to the room of requirement. He found he liked the room a lot better as it provided him with a place to be away from some of his housemates and converted it to his room back home. He asked the elves to bring his belonging to the room and told them not to say where they were going if anyone asked. His trunk with all of his belonging popped into the room and he dragged it up the stairs to the bedroom the room provided. Sitting on the couch he read from his family grimoire about battle transfigurations until it was curfew. He kept the map on, passing occasional glances at it, making sure that everyone was back in their dorms. When he looked at the clock it read 10 to 11, figuring that was enough time. He put the grimoire on the table, grabbed both the map and his cloak and stealthily made his way to the library. He added a spell to mask his scent as a precaution. Filch had a cat that was notorious for finding people in trouble. As he went into the library he mentally thanked his animagus form, as it allowed him not only to have enhanced hearing, but it also allowed him to see in the dark. So, he didn't need a lighting charm. Walking into the restricted section he started scanning for anything about the Philosopher's Stone. While looking along the shelves he finally found it. Pulling the book out he skimmed the pages until he found the section about how Nicholas and his wife Perenelle often used the stone to prolong their lives, as they were more than 600 years old. As he kept reading, what he learned was staggering, as he was still wondering why the Flamel would part with their most prized object. When he put the book away he kept himself covered under the cloak. Just as he was exiting the library he heard footsteps. Looking at his map he saw Filch heading his way near him. Quickly making an exit he soon found himself in the dungeons, where he found a room. Using his elemental eyesight, he saw a detection ward on the door. Quickly disabling it he entered the room and saw that it was mostly empty, with only a mirror in it. Stepping forward he saw an inscription on the top mirror of Arised. Looking into the mirror he saw himself with his birth parents standing behind him. He also saw Emily standing next to him, and Severus was standing next to his mother with a hand on his shoulder. It felt like he was in a trance the longer he stood in front of the mirror, and it felt like his magic was being siphoned. Quickly regaining his senses, he exited the room and headed back to the room. After breakfasting this morning's breakfast with her 3 friends, Daphne was soon heading for the Great Lake. She was currently wearing a white shirt and black jogging pants. Harry said that he would agree to train her and give some pointers, but told her to wear something loose. Heeding his words, she borrowed some clothes from Tracy and went to the lake. When she got there she saw both Harry and Takashi by the lake. Harry was currently performing moves of pure elegance. The way he moved was fluid and graceful. Feeling a bit guilty for watching him without his permission behind a tree, she continued watching him and couldn't take her eyes off as it seemed like he was performing a dance. When he stopped he was still facing the lake. "You can come out now, Sapphire," he said, still facing the lake. "I know you're behind the tree." Thinking that she was busted, it would be better to just come out. "How did you know I was here?" asking with a bit of suspicion. He turned to face her. "Not that many people can sneak up on me," he said with a shrug. "Besides, I could sense your magic when you started coming near, and you also smell like vanilla and mint." Daphne was gobsmacked. He could sense her magic and knew what she smelled like. Her father told her that people who were in 3rd or 4th year were able to sense magic. Regaining herself, she looked at him. "What were you doing?" "It was amazing. It was like you were dancing. Your movements were quite elegant," she said, mentally hoping she could learn it too. He gave her a small smile then. "It's called Taijiquan. It's basically like evoking the feel of flowing water. It involves slow and elegant movements, and it's great for learning how to control the magic in your body." "What do you mean?" She was half confused and half in awe. Harry thought for a moment, then explained, "Magic is mainly like water. It is supposed to flow nice and easy. Your magic is an extension of yourself. It can tell if you're frustrated or calm. If you want your magic to grow, then you need to be connected to it. Everyone has a different level of connection to their magical cores." Daphne understood what he was saying as it made sense to her. "So what you're saying is that our magic has a mind of its own, and if we want them to manifest, then we have to be connected with it." Harry started clapping and gave her a nod. "Correct. You picked that up rather easy," he praised. She was wearing her mask, but in the inside she was happy. "Why is it that we never study this? Magical Britain doesn't study a lot of things. That's why it's a laughingstock to other countries," he answered honestly. Noticing her confused expression, he explained further, "Didn't you ever wonder why some parents would send their kids to schools outside of the country?" "I never thought about it," she admitted, now wondering about things that should have been covered by now. "We'll come back to the topic later," he said, pulling her out of her thoughts. "You said you wanted me to help you with dueling." She gave him a nod. "My dad taught me some of the basics. He wanted to make sure I was protected when I came to school in case some of the boys tried something." Harry understood. Since Daphne was the heiress to the most ancient and noble house of the Greengrass, he could understand why her father would be protective of her. "Your dad is smart," he commented. "Let's start with this. What subjects are you more attuned with, charms or transfigurations?" Charms would be my field, as it comes more easier to me," she answered. Harry gave her a look before responding. "I can work with that," he said. "Then you will need to learn how to be precise, creative, and well-balanced, as that is what battle charms is about. Let me see your stance." She immediately got into her stance. She was a bit sideways with her legs almost shoulder length. Her right foot leg was in front and hand her wand out, pointing at him, while standing straight up. Harry carefully judged her stance as it was average, but it could be better. "Your stance is average at best, as it suits a novice," he said while walking up to her, "but if you were dueling someone more experienced, then you would lose easily." "What do you recommend, then?" "Based on your physique, it would be best if you were light on your feet. At the moment you to rooted into the ground," he said. She quickly adjusted her feet to not make them so heavy. "Next, while we will focus on your posture." She watched as he got into a stance. He was facing sideways while leaning a bit on his right. His legs were shoulder length apart with his right foot pointing to the front and kept his back straight. He kept his left hand up and near his body while his wand arm was stretched out and had his wand pointed at 45 degrees. This was one of the stances he developed, as it provided him with both offensive and defensive movements. The one he used against Umbridge was the predecessor compared to this one. Daphne took a few minutes to memorize his stance. She could tell that he was not firmly on the ground as she was prepared to move in a direction. She copied his stance the best she could, and it was almost identical to his. Harry dropped the stance and went to go help her. From what he could tell, it was an improvement. "Would you mind if I made some adjustments?" "What kind of adjustments?" she asked. "Your stance is better, you will be light on your feet, however you do need to fix a few things. Keep your stance like that and I'll help you fix it," he said. Daphne gave a nod. Harry got behind her, scooted her right foot up a bit. he then put his hands on her shoulders and noticed they were tense. "You're tense, relax," he commented. Daphne was skeptical as to what he was doing but did as he said and relaxed her shoulders. With that done, he looked at how she was holding her wand. Placing his hand on hers, he said, "Don't hold your wand so tight, ease up a little. Keep the wand firmly in your grip but don't hold it so tight." She did as he said and adjusted her grip. He got in front of her to give her a once-over. "How do you feel?" he asked. "It feels a bit unusual but at the same time natural," she replied. "Good, that is how it's supposed to feel. With that stance you look ready to transition between both offense and defense," he commented. "Now I want you to remember this stance and its feeling." She gave a nod in understanding. "Next we're going to test your aim," he said as he conjured 3 targets and added an array of runes to make them float in the air over the lake. "You can conjure items," she exclaimed. Harry just shrugged. Conjuring something like those are rather simple when compared to conjuring animals. "What spells do you know that will be suitable for combat?" Daphne told him about some of the spells she learned from her dad and the ones she learned here. "I want you to send whatever charm spells can think of at the targets," he pointed out the targets. "While you're doing that I will judge your technique." Daphne gave him a nod and started firing some spells at the targets. While she was doing that, Harry carefully observed her. Her aim was impressive in his opinion, but her choices remained predictable as he was watching her eyes and body movement. Having spent a lot of time dueling, he knew how to recognize the signs of when his opponents would attack. After 30 minutes he called time and vanished the targets. "Your aim is good, but you started buckling from the pressure of using your spells after 25 minutes. You're going to need to strengthen your magical core and refine your technique more. Once you're able to do all of the spells, then do you start adding power to them." Daphne took a moment to catch her breath, before responding, "What's next?" she asked. She was partly tired from saying and using the spells but still paid attention. He obviously was well versed in martial magic, but considering his family's reputation and the school he attended before coming to Hogwarts, she shouldn't be surprised. The only spells we will use will be disarming, stunning, and body-binding spells," he said. "Why only those 3? She asked, somewhat confused. She knew the spells. "The reason why is because you're still a novice when it comes to dueling. Those spells are the basic level and I have to see how you move." While it was true she was a novice, when it came to dueling she figured he would teach her some advanced magic. Not keep her at the basic level, but she figured it would come in time. With determination in her eyes, she said she was ready. They faced each other, bowed and got in their stances. They have yet to fire a spell as they were waiting for the other to make a move. Daphne opened her eyes a bit and said, "Petrificus totalis." Harry merely sidestepped to the left. She then said, "Stupefy" again. He dodged and then she fired the disarming spell at him, which he spun around it. Reading where her eyes were aiming was easy as he immediately knew where she was aiming. He continued moving, avoiding her spells, and eventually returned fire. His spells were deliberately missing her as he was watching her movements. They were indeed quick as she seemed well coordinated and she seemed flexible in his opinion. But he noticed her weakness as her constructs were failing and was getting tired, stopping for a few seconds to catch her breath. Seeing his chance, he fired a body bind spell to her right. She was barely able to move out of the way, reacting the way he thought. He fired a well-timed disarming and stunning spell. She was soon deprived of her wand and unconscious on the ground. Seeing his work done, he walked next to her. From what he saw, she had potential and could one day be a powerful duelist. Pointing his wand at, he said, "Renervate," reviving her. Harry offered his hand to help her up. She grabbed his and helped her up. "Based on what I've seen, you have potential, but you need to improve on a few things." "Like what?" she asked. "For one, your stamina needs to be improved. Second, you need to develop your own style of combat. That is important as you will need your own. Third, your intentions were predictable. Your eyes and body motions were a dead giveaway," he answered. "What do you mean my intentions were predictable?" What did he mean, she thought. It sounded like he read her like a book. "When you tried to attack me, your eyes either opened wide or narrowed on me," he began. "Your micro and body expressions were easy to read as I was able to know how you would move. That would work against an inexperienced person, but against someone who has experience you will automatically lose. Daphne grasped what he was saying, so what I need to do is keep my composure and be unpredictable. Harry gave her a nod and said, yes. How'd I improve my stamina then? She leaned in with interest. That is where Muggle exercises come in handy. If you do exercises like running among other things, you will be able to strengthen your magical core and control your breathing. He noticed she was a bit confused and proceeded to explain, your magical core is like a muscle, you need to exercise and train it. As for your breathing control, that plays an important part when doing spells. She noticed that she had a long way to go and looked at the ground, however everything else was all right, he said. That seemed to perk her up a bit. Regaining herself, she looked at him. Can we go again? She asked. He gave her a nod and retook his position. They spent the next 3 hours dueling. Harry occasionally pointed out her mistakes and explained how to improve them. She soaked up everything he said. While she might have been exhausted, she was enjoying herself. Eventually, Harry called an end to it and she collapsed on the ground. When she looked up, she saw that he was sweating a bit but didn't look drained at all. You did well for your first day. You should be proud. He helped her to her feet, and they went back to the castle. Byako went back to his tattoo form on Hadrian's body. As they were going back to the castle, Daphne turned to look at him. Do you have any plans for the Yule holiday? She asked, trying to break the silence. Going back home to see my family, replied simply. You mean the Blacks? Yes, and the Stevensons, he said, remembering that he had to send Miwa a present tomorrow as it was her 12th birthday. From what Emily said this morning, she missed her brother as it didn't feel the same. He had to admit that he missed her too. Daphne looked confused. Why the Stevensons? They're my current guardians and I promised my sister I see her during the break. I thought the Blacks were your guardians. No, they helped raise me. Uncle Jack and Aunt Sarah cared for me. It wasn't really a lie, as they did have a hand in raising him. But he wasn't ready to tell her who his father was. What's your sister like? Daphne also had a little sister, Astoria the little devil, a knack for irritating her at times, but she still loved her. Emily 2 years younger than me and is smart for her age. She can be a bit lively. And has a penchant for getting into trouble every so often, he said, remembering the little tyke. Though she can be cold time to time, she's a good kid. What about you? Do you have any siblings? He asked while looking at her. I have a little sister named Astoria who is 2 years younger than me. She has a brash, outgoing personality and has been known to get on my nerves every so often. The little snit likes to play around. If anything, her and your sister will get along, she said, trying to visualize how his and Astoria will get along. They were about to continue talking but were interrupted. Harry, the voice belonged to one of the few people who managed to annoy him. Looking forward, they saw Granger and Weasley coming towards them, looking quite smug. We've been looking for you since this morning. Weasley started. What are you doing with AS? He exclaimed. Daphne cold mask slipped into place. What we were doing was our business, Weasley, and it's none of your business, she said in a cold voice. Ron's ears became red. You shouldn't be hanging around Slytherins, Harry. They're dark wizards in training. Harry looked at the fool for a minute and was wondering if he was mental. Weasley, I can hang out with whoever I want. What I do on my free time and who I do it with is my concern. But you can't trust people like her, he said while pointing to Daphne. That's your opinion, Weasley, and it means nothing to me, he said in an expressionless voice that made Weasley face go red as his hair. I can't believe, he was cut off by Granger. Ron, this is not the time. She turned back to Harry, who was taller than her. Can we talk to you alone? Can it wait? I like to get a shower and change my clothes before lunch. He was trying to avoid them as much as possible as they were annoying him and Daphne. This is important as it has to do with the broom you were using, she said in a firm voice. Harry wanted to say no, but the bushy-haired girl didn't look like she would budge. Taking a breath, he looked at Daphne. I'll meet you in the Great Hall for lunch after I get done dealing with these two. Daphne gave him a look. You sure? Just save me a seat at the table and keep Blaze from doing something foolish, huh? He said with a smirk. She chuckled a bit, then headed to the Slytherin common room. When she was out of earshot, Granger spoke. We think you should know that it was Professor Snape who jinxed your broom. Harry just chuckled at her. You think it was Professor Snape who jinxed my broom? That's a load of dragon's dung. It's the truth, Granger said. We saw him making eye contact with and muttering something. I know a spell when I see one, and Snape was not blinking. Where's the proof then? Harry asked. Didn't you hear her? Ron came in. She said that Snape was using a spell to make you fall off the broom. No, what she said was that he was using a spell, he replied. It could have been the counter curse to whoever did curse my broom. That's impossible, Granger exclaimed. When I set his robes on fire, the broom stopped. Hold it, he interrupted. You set his robes on fire and admitted to it. Hey, she saved your life, Weasley cut in. You should be grateful. Doubtful, Harry rolled his eyes. So you really set his robes on fire? That is just messed up. Ron was now angry. You would have been killed if she didn't do what she did, you ungrateful prat. Granger should have told one of the teachers, as they would be able to confirm it. However, I don't think Professor Snape did it. He went to go to the common room. Hey, wait, Weasley shouted. We think Snape is trying to break into the third-floor corridor. He and Granger came up to him. Why do you think that? Harry asked while raising an eyebrow. The day of the troll incident, Professor Snape was limping. We think he was trying to get past Fluffy, Hermione said. What's a Fluffy? He asked, though he had an opinion on what they were talking about. That giant three-headed dog, Ron said. Realization dawned on Harry. Rather than reveal what he knew, he just played along. Why would there be a Cerberus in the school? Dumbledore must have lost his mind. Did you tell one of the teachers? And how did you two even come across it? No, Granger shook her head. We ended up there on accident. Accident? There was a question in his voice. Malfoy challenged us to a duel and elected Goyle to be his second. The cowardly shit didn't come, and we were almost caught by Filch, Weasley said. Language, Granger said. Harry was sorely tempted to go have a word with Draco, as skipping out on a wizard duel was frowned upon. But yes, it is the truth. We think Professor Snape wants the stone, Granger spoke. That an interesting theory, but I don't think he's after the stone. Why not? Ron replied. Because it's bloody easy, he started, but Granger cut in. Language, he rolled his eyes at her, then continued. He may look the type of person who does want to do it, but it doesn't mean he is going to. Granger was about to speak, but Harry cut her off. Besides, why tell me? Why not tell Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore? So, you don't care that Professor Snape might be after the stone, she accused. I don't see why I should. He turned around and headed to the common room for a shower and to grab some fresh clothes. 0:0. After grabbing a quick shower and getting dressed, Harry was in an isolated part of the hallways and released by Acco. The god wanted to go eat in the room of requirement. Harry performed a notice me not charm on him, and the two went their separate destinations. When he got to the Great Hall, he spotted his friends at the Ravenclaw table and made his way to sit next to Daphne. Taking his seat, Harry saw Blaise and Tracy talking adamantly about the international chess tournament. Daphne was pretending to listen, then turned to him. So, what did Weasley and Granger want to talk to you about? She asked while he was piling his plate. Blaise and Tracy stopped talking to look at him, as they were curious as well. Taking a bite of his food, he filled them in on what the two said, explaining how Granger set Professor Snape's robes on fire during the game. He also told them about how Malfoy and Goyle were supposed to have a wizarding duel, but Filch showed up instead. He didn't say anything about the stone, instead shot Blaise a look out of the corner of his eye, saying there was more to it. Daphne and Tracy had different expressions on their face, as they couldn't believe that Granger set Professor Snape's robes on fire. They were further shocked to hear that Malfoy opted out of a wizarding duel. They shared a look, as this would be good information to use against him. 0:0. When the day was over, Harry and Blaise soon found themselves in the room of requirement with Severus and Acco. There he told them about what Weasley and Granger said earlier. Severus was angry when he found out Ganger was the one who set him on fire, but held it in to let Harry continue. When Severus heard how Malfoy and Goyle failed to show up for a wizarding duel, only to send Filch, he was torn between punishing the Brats himself or letting their fathers deal with them. Byako immediately sensed something was wrong, let out a loud roar, bringing everyone's attention to him. There is a presence that shouldn't be in the vicinity of the school and something bad is about to happen tonight. What kind of presence? Severus asked in a silk voice, obviously still angry. A dragon is about to be born in the half-giant's hut. The god said. What is that fool thinking, hatching a dragon here at this school? He muttered, then turned to the two boys. You two head to bed, I'll handle this. With that left the room with his cape billowing. Harry looked at Blaise. You want to stay here for the night? Sure, he shrugged, it's better than walking all the way back to the common room. Blaise walked into one of the other bedrooms the room provided while Harry went to his own, followed by Byako. Byako jumped on the bed, while he changed into some pajamas. He then climbed into bed under the covers and pulled the map from the nightstand by the bed. Activating it, he saw that Granger, Weasley, and Finnegan were in Hagrid's hut. Draco was near and Harry could guess that he was hoping to get the three into trouble. Idiot, he thought. He saw his dad was heading toward them. Having a thought of what his dad might do, he deactivated the map, returned it to the stand and wished Byako night. 0,0. The next morning Harry and Blaise sent their birthday gifts to Miwa via one of the Potter house elves. Harry sent her new pair of dragon hide boots and some bellflower hairpins. Blaise sent her a pair of earrings with a charm that provided protection against mental intrusion. With their gifts sent, the two began their training in the room. It provided them with everything they needed to train for the international dueling tournament scheduled for August 9th in Massachusetts. Completing their training, Blaise went back to his dorm to grab a shower and get dressed for the day. Leaving Harry to get ready in the ROR, Byako requested to stay in the room as he wanted to think about a few things. Harry exited the room and headed for the Great Hall for breakfast. When he rounded the corner, he ran into Daphne and Tracy. The latter, not being a morning person, yawned then said hello. They decided to sit at the Slytherin's table for the day and were soon joined by Blaise, who took a seat next to Hadrian. During breakfast they heard chatter from the other students about how Weasley, Granger, and Finnegan lost 180 points for being out of bed after hours. The four shot a look at the Gryffindor table and noticed that the house was avoiding them. The Slytherins didn't look happy either, as Draco costed them 50 points. Hadrian could tell they wanted to say something but held it in due to the boy's father and his connection to the minister. There was even talk about someone slaying a unicorn and drinking its blood. That raised a question from Blaise. I don't understand what happens when someone drinks blood of a unicorn. Unicorns are creatures of purity. Daphne answered, slaying a unicorn is one of the most heinous of crimes, but drinking it is something else, as not even the stone bloodthirsty criminal would do. The moment it touches your lips you will have a cursed life, she said with a shudder. Harry was idly wondering if he did it and also why the Slytherins didn't scold Malfoy for losing points. Daphne told him that since Slytherin was the most ostracized house, they had to present a united front against the other houses. If they had a problem with someone from their house, then they were to handle it inside the common room away from anyone else. If any of them did anything brash like go against Malfoy and his ilk, then life would be difficult for them. Harry understood what that meant as his father told him how things worked in Slytherin house. He finished his breakfast and headed to Ancient Runes. The others didn't have class until 9:15, so they went to go relax while they could. Harry was one of the first few to make it to the classroom and took a seat at one of the empty desks next to Adrian Puacy. The two didn't interact much, but they were civil with one another, respecting their boundaries. When the bell rang, everyone took their seats and Professor Babbling stepped in the room. Morning class, she started. I hope you all had a nice weekend and used your times wisely, saying it with a stern expression. Now please have your homeworks on your desk and turn to page 97 inches. She walked around collecting everyone's homeworks and put them on her desk. Mr. Potter, as I'm sure you're aware, you have a test today about runic clusters, she said as a matter of fact. He gave her a nod. She conjured a desk for him in the corner, which he took. She then handed him his exam book and erected some privacy wards so no one would disturb him. Taking out a quill and some ink and began his exam. Ancient Runes was another favorite of his, as he had begun studying them for a while now. The exam was 20 questions long and wasn't proving to be much of a challenge for him. After finishing the exam, he stepped out of the wards to see that the professor was sitting at her desk grading the homeworks. He placed his exam on her desk confirming he was done and returned to his seat. Sitting near Adrian, he pulled out a book about talismans and his notebook to make notes. His syllabus said that he needed to take notes on the topic and learn about how to use them along with runes on stones. While he was doing that, he felt a nudge on his arm, turning to Adrian. "Can you help me with this assignment? It's a headache." Harry gave him a shrug and looked at his assignment. It looked pretty straightforward as he covered this in Japan, so he understood it. Huasi's essay lacked a few things on what to add when putting up wards. You forgot to add a detection ward, as you will be able to key in whoever you want, and you need to add an alarm so you will know who is not registered with them. Harry continued explaining about what he was missing and how he needed to be careful on how if he would choose to align some wards. Adrian was briefly struck at what Potter had said, as it made sense and it wasn't out of the textbook. Adrian cleared his throat before muttering a thank you. Harry just gave him a nod and returned to his work. 0:0. In the potions room, Severus was looking over the students' potions, often making his usual remarks about how some are inadequate. Rather than having his mind on the students' potions, his thoughts were on the events of what happened last night. When Hagrid returned with the students from their detentions, the gamekeeper went to speak to the headmaster. Draco and Malfoy stumbled on someone drinking the blood of a dead unicorn and were only saved by the centaurs. When the old man heard, he had him accompany him to the Forbidden Forest where the unicorn was slain. Dumbledore cast a few diagnostic spells on the unicorn and found a faint trace of the Dark Lord's presence. Severus didn't want to believe it, so he also performed the spells on the unicorn, and the reading were a match. He spent enough time around the Dark Lord to know what his magic felt like and made him pale. The thought of the Dark Lord feeding on the blood of the unicorn made his stomach turn and almost made him lose his dinner. Wrapping up class for the day, he told his students to bottle up their potions and put it on his desk, and assigned homework on the dangers of releasing potion fumes in the air. Taking a few minutes to think, he would need to be ready tonight, as he was going to have to see the state of the Dark Lord to see if he is a threat. Severus was no fool, as he would have to tread carefully. The Dark Lord was not known for forgiveness and did not suffer failure well. Remembered well, as he saw firsthand how the Dark Lord treated those that have failed him in the past. The Dark Lord may have handed out rewards to some of the Death Eaters, but he mostly handed out punishments. He would know, as he himself suffered under the Cruciatus curse before. That unbridled pain was enough to make any lesser man beg for mercy. The Dark Lord also liked to use the legilimency against people to gain information out of them by creating visions designed to torture them into madness. Only when he finally extracted the last exquisite ounce of information, only when he had them begging for mercy, would he kill them. This was going to be difficult, as he would need to bring his occlumency shields to full strength, to avoid any intrusions. Deciding what to do, he took out a sheet of parchment to inscribe an audience with Quirrell at 11 tonight. Making sure the letter sounded the way it needed to him, summoned one of the house elves to deliver the note. With a pop, the elf vanished from his sight and the next batch of students came in. Taking a breath, he requested their homework assignments. Looking over the fifth-year Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors, he gathered their reports. Then flicked his wand to the board where the instructions were shown and gave them a warning to tread carefully with the potion they were to make. 0:0. The rest of the day went about as smoothly as possible in Severus' opinion. Casting a quick Tempest charm, he saw that it was 10 till 11. Taking a breath, he made sure his shields were in place and prepared for tonight's meeting. When he heard a knock on the door, he had a feeling he knew who it was. "Enter," was all he said. That moment Quirrell came into the room. He looked pale and he had bags under his eyes. As soon as he was in the room, Severus waved his wand, closing the door, then added some privacy wards so no one would disturb them. "Why you want to see me, Severus?" Quirrell asked in his stuttering voice, though Severus knew it was forced. "Were you followed?" he asked in a silk voice, ignoring the question the fool asked. Quirrell shook his head. "Good," was all Severus said as he made his way to the stuttering man. Quirrell was scared Severus, as he knew of the man's reputation. He was already sweating bullets. When Severus stopped to look him in the eyes, he saw fear as in the fool's eyes. Quirrell was considering making a run for it as he didn't know what Snape would do to him. He was completely shocked at what the man did. Snape took a knee and bowed his head. "Milord, I have missed you," he said in silk voice with his head down. This shocked Quirrell as he didn't know what to think. Severus the first do don't k no ww what why you're talking about," he stuttered. Severus raised his head. "I was not talking to you, fool," he dismissed his colleague. "I was talking to my master the Dark Lord," he said with firm in his voice. Quirrell was about to speak again but was cut off. "Let me speak to him," a rasped but cold voice was heard. "Master, you are not strong enough," Quirrell said. "I have enough strength for this," the voice responded. Quirrell turned around and undid his turban. When it was off, Severus saw the face of Voldemort poking out of the back of Quirrell's head. "Milord," Severus said, bowing his head. Voldemort looked at the man with his red eyes. "Severus, my old slippery friend," he said in a low icy voice. "Milord, it fill me with great pleasure to see you again," Severus said while raising his head. Voldemort narrowed his eyes at him. "How did you know I was close?" he asked, ignoring him. "The loyal ones always know," he began. "I never believed you were dead." "Then explain, Severus, why you never sought me out." His voice was calm but was laced with danger. "Milord, after the war, I followed your orders to the word and gained a position here per your orders." He started. "Even then Dumbledore kept a close eye on me. If I actively went searching for you, then he would have suspected something." "Continue," Voldemort said as he was considering what he had just been told. "As you said, I was to gain his trust and make him think that I changed sides. During the first Quidditch match, Quirrell jinxed Potter's broom, yet you were muttering a counter-curse. It was a demand and Severus knew that. As you no doubt been aware of, I owed the boy's father a life debt," he said with venom clearly in his voice. "Since I saved his son, the life debt ended. Now I am free to be back in your services again." Yes, your life debt to James Potter was known after a particular incident. "To think that he not only married a filthy mudblood, he had given me so much trouble," he said with disdain as he remembered James Potter well. "Milord, I have some news that will greatly please you," Severus said, keeping his emotions in check. "I will be the judge of that." "Speak," Voldemort commanded. "The Potter boy, he is different as he doesn't behave like the typical Gryffindor we expected and has a grudge against Dumbledore among other things." That immediately piqued the Dark Lord's interest. "Go on." Severus spoke again. "The boy was not a half-blood like we originally thought, he was a pureblood. Evidently Lily neglected to tell me that she was a Muggle-raised pureblood witch." Voldemort was momentarily surprised. Really, this was starting to get interesting as he thought she was a filthy mudblood. Severus continued, "The brat may have been sorted into Gryffindor, but he acts more like a Slytherin." The Dark Lord laughed a bit. "A Slytherin in Gryffindor, how amusing. I can only bet Dumbledore was having a headache from that," he said as he was imagining the old man with a chronic headache. "I have the memory of what happened at the Wizengamot meeting, if you like to view," Severus suggested. "Bring it out," Voldemort said. Severus immediately rose to his feet and went into his office to retrieve the pensieve with the memory. Opening his drawer, he pulled out the device and memory and brought it out to the Dark Lord to view. He poured the memory in. "It is ready." Voldemort's face went into the pensieve to see the memory. A half-hour later he emerged from the memory full surprised. He not only witnessed Dumbledore losing his positions but also saw the look on the fool's face. That would be a good memory to have. He saw that the boy and was quite impressed at what he did to the filthy muggles. Maybe the boy could become an ally in the future with the right motivation. He also saw that the boy was ruthless in his duel with Umbridge. From what he remembered, the woman had views that aligned with his. "That is entertainment," he said with a cold laugh. "What of the stone, Severus? Have you seen its protections?" "I have seen some of them," Severus confirmed. "The protections are weak and ill-protected. I believe the old fool is wanting to test the Potter brat." "Test him how?" Voldemort asked with a raised eyebrow. "He intends to use him as a poster boy and a weapon for the light," he answered. Voldemort simply chuckled. "Does he now? Then I will enjoy killing that brat and making Dumbledore suffer once I have my body and power back." "You have done well, Severus." Severus mentally breathed a sigh of relief. Voldemort continued, "You are to gain the boy's trust and try to convert him to our cause," he ordered. "You will go about your usual business and wait for further instructions." "Yes, my lord," Severus said. "Quirrell, cover me," the Dark Lord ordered. The pale man quickly redid his turban and Severus took that as his cue to return his pensieve to his office. When he returned, Quirrell covered the Lord's head. Severus opened the door and then Quirrell was gone. Severus waited for a few minutes until Hugh was absolutely sure they were out of earshot and immediately went to his quarters. Going into the kitchen, he pulled out a glass and bottle of fire whiskey. Pouring the contents, he immediately downed the contents, then poured another. Going into the main room, he activated his crystal. "Black's castle," he said as he waited for a reply. Next moment a tired Arcturus Black. "This had better be important," he said with narrowed eyes. "I need you to meet me in the room of requirement, it's urgent." The look on his face said did not betray him, as it indicated that he was serious. The elder Black gave a nod and cut off the crystals. Severus took a swig of his drink and stepped into the fireplace to flow to Hadrian's room. Green flames enveloped him, and he was instantly gone. Stepping through the flow, he saw that the room was dark and ascended up the stairs to the bedroom the boy occupied. Entering the room, he woke up a sleeping Hadrian. "What is Dad?" he said with a yawn. "You're needed downstairs. Lord Black is on his way," was all Severus said as he walked out the room. Harry didn't know what this was about, but by the look on his father's face it wasn't good. He got out of bed and made his way down the steps to where he saw his uncle and his dad talking. "All right, what is so important that you had to summon me here tonight?" Arcturus' eyes peered at the potion master. "The Dark Lord is alive," was all Severus said, and the temperature in the room went cold. Arcturus Black was red in the face at what he heard. "Explain," he said. Severus told them about his meeting with Quirrell and confirmed that the Dark Lord was alive, living like a parasite off of Quirrell. Severus explained that the Dark Lord viewed the memory of the Wizengamot and tasked him with trying to gain Hadrian's trust and convert him his cause. When he finished, Arcturus was the first to speak. "You're absolutely sure he is weak?" he asked. Severus gave him a nod. "Excellent, then let's go get him," Arcturus said, looking about ready to pay that bastard back for what he did to his family. The look in his eyes said that he was out for blood and he would take great joy in murdering that arrogant asshole. "Uncle, that will not be wise at the moment," Hadrian said, bringing their attentions to him. "What?" his uncle exclaimed. "You want me to let that bastard live after what he did to this family?" Hadrian's eyes hardened. "No, like you, I want that bastard dead, but we have to be careful on how we are to get rid of him. Dad just confirmed he is alive. If we go rushing in, then he will know." Severus was pretending to be honest with him. Arcturus looked at Severus, then turned to his nephew. "You have a plan, then," he said in a calmer voice. "I do, but it will take some preparations and I will need some things," he said while formulating his plan. "If all goes as planned, then Quirrell will be dead before the start of next term." "What do you have in mind?" Severus asked. "All right, during the holiday most of the students will be leaving, correct?" The adults nodded. "Does the headmaster and other teachers stay in the castle or go home?" "A few of the teachers leave to go visit their families. Albus often leaves for a week to return back to his home." His dad confirmed. "What about Quirrell, does he leave on the holidays?" Severus shook his head at the question. A predatory smile appeared on Hadrian's face. "Good. Then I'm going to need a vial of untraceable poison and a potion that makes the person experience their worst nightmares." Arcturus was intrigued with the boy's plan. "Keep going," he said. Hadrian continued. "He planned on drugging Quirrell when the man was alone in his office at night during the Yule holiday. Then drag him to the third floor to let the Cerberus tear him to shreds. This way Dumbledore would just think that the dog killed him. Even if you can accomplish the task, how can you be sure that you won't be spotted?" Severus inquired. "Leave that to me. I have the perfect disguise in mind," he said with a dark chuckle. He would soon get the bastard back for what he did to his parents. "I'm not comfortable with this plan, Hadrian." His father spoke in a concerned voice. He didn't want his son anywhere near the Dark Lord. "Don't worry, Dad, if all goes as planned we will be rid of that swine before the next term," he reassured him. Severus was torn. On one hand, he didn't want the boy near the Dark Lord as he was afraid if something went wrong. On the other hand, if it will get the Dark Lord out of the castle, then he will have to take the chance. Severus reluctantly nodded, then keep the mental link up. This way I will be able to see what is happening, he said in a firm voice. Harry gave a nod, then turned to his uncle. I will provide you with the materials you need. However, I want you to punch that bastard a few times. His eyes were laced with murder. He would want to do it himself, but given the situation, it would be better for the boy to do it. With the plan discussed, everyone left the room and Hadrian returned to his bed, where he noticed Byako still up looking at him with a curious look. Obviously, the tiger sensed his distress. Rather than waiting in the morning, Harry filled him in on what he and the adults talked about. Byako was not happy with what he heard about the Dark Lord being anywhere near his cub. Thinking back to the abomination that was in the boy's scar made him want to tear out the man's neck. He didn't want to burden the boy with the knowledge about the Horcrux yet, as it was not a topic that needed to be discussed yet. That kind of ritual broke the laws of magic and caused a taboo against the mother of magic. Resigning himself, he watched the boy fall asleep. He chose the boy to be his familiar and he would stick with it till the end. At Greengrass Manor, Cyrus Greengrass was sitting on one of the couches in the sitting room looking over the many files he had on his coffee table. The Lord was waiting patiently for his wife and youngest daughter to return. His wife Roxanne Greengrass took their daughter Astoria to get a checkup at St. Mungo. He couldn't help but be worried, as Hell's family had to deal with a blood curse. That curse costed him his uncle, and he was desperately hoping his daughters never catch it. Daphne tested negative, as it showed that she didn't have it. That was a relief to him. Now he just had to worry about Astoria. Merlin, he was praying that it would skip his girls. He had already buried his aunt and wasn't prepared to bury any of his kids. When the front door opened, he hopped to his feet to see his wife and daughter. Upon seeing them, he saw Astoria. The girl had her dad hair and her mother's eyes, but they were red and laced with tears. She didn't even say anything as she sprinted past him and went up the stairs to her room. Turning to Roxanne, she looked as pale as a ghost, and he immediately knew what was wrong. Astoria had the curse. Cyrus immediately hugged her, as it was the only thing he could do at the moment. When she pulled away, he looked at her. The healers confirmed that she had the virus, but it's inactive. She said while looking at him. We have to tell Daphne, she concluded. I know. He bowed his head in shame, as he knew how much Daphne and Astoria loved each other. Though they may annoy one another, they shared a strong sister bond. Just as he was about to go write the letter, an idea formed in his head. Severus. If there was anyone in the world he would trust with this matter, it would be him. The two were not only best friends, but Severus had a mastery in potions and defense. Maybe he can offer some help. Resigning himself, he went up the stairs to Astoria's room to try and comfort her. 0:0. During lunch, the four were currently sitting at the Hufflepuff table with Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott silently eating. The former was the niece of the current head of the Department of Law Enforcement. During the war, her parents and uncle were all killed, leaving only her, Amelia, and her grandfather. The Potters and Bones had a magical treaty between them, so that wasn't bad, as even though they are from different houses, they were still allies. As they were finishing their lunch, an owl came and looked to have been carrying 2 letters each attached to its legs. One for both Harry and Blaise. Both boys took the letters and sent the owl to go get some food. Seeing that it came from Japan, they instantly thought Miwa. Harry opened the letter and saw that it was written in Japanese. Miwa thanked him for the gifts he sent her and asked him. She wrote that she would be entering both the dueling competitions with both him and Blaise, telling them to be ready. Also, implied that she was waiting for him to return to Japan, as she hasn't had anyone to compete against. He knew she missed having him around, as life must have ed, according to Emily. Finishing the letter, he put it in his robes and gave Blaise a look. The boy instantly knew what he was thinking and gave a nod. Finishing their lunches, they all went to their classes. Harry and the 2 Hufflepuff girls had herbology with Professor Sprout and went to Greenhouse 2. Entering the greenhouse, they took seats at the end of the table and waited patiently for the others to arrive. Professor Sprout soon came in along with the rest of the class and immediately started her lecture about Devil's Snare. Harry was more focused on his assignment. Gillyweed, when eaten, it allows the person to breathe underwater for an hour. Granger as of course kept on putting up her hand to answer questions, which was nothing new. What shocked everyone was that Neville Longbottom also answered questions and seemed to have a green thumb when it came to the subject. If Harry had to bet money, then Longbottom would be able to gain a mastery in the subject when he gets older. Putting that aside, Harry continued on his own project until the bell rang, and Sprout gave them their homeworks, warning them to make an effort when dealing with magical plants, as some could either prove helpful or dangerous. The rest of the day passed by quickly. The other professors assigned the students homework, which most of them groaned at the amount they had to do. Harry soon found himself in his dad's quarters sitting at the table doing his homework. Having already completed his alchemy essay, he moved to his herbology essay about the uses of gillyweed and what other things it can be useful for. Severus soon entered the chamber with his usual facial expression. There he noticed Hadrian sitting at the table doing his homework. Hadrian turned his head when he saw him. "Hello, Dad," he greeted him. When they were alone or with Blaise, he could call him Dad, other times he would have to call him Professor. "Hello, son," Severus greeted him back. "How were your classes today?" he asked, sitting on the opposite side of him. "They were okay, I guess," he replied nonchalantly. "How's your project going for your degree?" he asked while looking at his father. "The potion is proving to be a challenge even for me. I estimate that it will be done by the end of February. Can I get an idea as to what you are working on, or at least a preview?" he asked as he was interested with what his dad was working on. Severus smirked at the question, as he knew about his son's thirst for knowledge, something that he prided on. Learning all he could. "Not yet," he declined. "You will have to be patient and wait." Harry let out a groan. "Looks like he will have to wait." After putting the finishing touches on his homework, he put it aside. Severus looked at the clock on his wall and saw that it was dinner time. He wanted to avoid eating in the Great Hall for a number of reasons. "Do you want to eat dinner here tonight or go to the Great Hall?" he asked. "If it's all the same, I would prefer to eat in here for the night," Harry replied, as he wanted to eat and talk with his dad. Severus got up and motioned for him to follow into the kitchen. "We will be having beef bourguignon tonight. While I prepare the meat, you cut the carrots and onions," he instructed. And so, once dinner was made, they sat at the table and ate. Harry kept on looking up at Severus with a few questions in mind. Taking a breath, he looked at him. Dad," he said, getting the older man attention, "I was wondering, during the summer, can we do something after your conference in the summer?" Severus was a little surprised at the question. It had been some time since the two had any father-son time. While he knew that it had been sometimes, he would like some more memories with his son. Perhaps it would be nice to spend time with the boy, as he too had been concerned about the limited time they had ever so often. "When the conference is over, we will see about doing something. Just the two of us," he answered. That brought a smile to Hadrian's face, as he was able to see his dad not as a professor but as a father. "As another question you have?" he asked, looking at him. "I was hoping to get your opinion on the Patronus charm." That caught Severus' attention, as he was staring intently at him. The Patronus charm was an advanced spell that most people often struggled with. "Why would you want to know about the Patronus?" he asked, looking at him. Harry answered, "I heard some of the 7th years talking about it. From what I understand, the topic is covered in Dada. It is also a topic discussed in Japan, and I wanted to understand it more." Severus twitched his lips and began thinking. The Patronus was indeed a useful spell against Dementors and Lethifold. Perhaps it would be a good project for Hadrian, as he will be able to see how the spell worked. The Patronus charm is a type of magic that is among the most defensive spell when used against Dementors and Lethifolds. It's a magical construct of the caster's positive emotions, he said. It requires a tremendous amount of power to conjure and a powerful memory, he finished. Harry was intrigued with this knowledge, as he had a feeling the spell would come in handy. "Can you do one?" he asked the older man. Severus smirked, then took out his wand and casted the spell, Expecto Patronum. The next moment a jaguar emerged from his wand. Harry could feel the positive emotion radiating from Patronus, as it was one of pure happiness. Severus saw the happiness on his son's face then vanish. The Patronus. Everyone's Patronus will be different, as they vary from person to person. "The spell also has another function," he said while looking at Hadrian. I could feel your inner happiness in the jaguar, he said, still in amazement. Severus let out a grunt. If you want to know more about the spell, then I suggest you go research the topic. The spell has two different forms. The incorporeal is the first, manifesting a shield. The second is a corporeal form that manifests a creature, Severus concluded. The Patronus charm piqued Harry's interest as he was now determined to study the spell. Hopefully, he'd be able to cast it. Severus and Harry talked for a couple more minutes before Harry went back to the ROR via Flow Network. 0:0. It had now been 3.5 weeks since Harry started devoting his time to the Patronus. Progress with the charm was slowly coming along. He did some research about the spell and found that it was created by a Japanese wizard named Hiroto Aikawa. The man originally designed the spell as a countermeasure against Dementors, as they were creatures that fed on the happiness of their victims. It was a no wonder why Azkaban was one of the most feared prisons of the magical world with those things as its guards. It made sense. The man was also stated that his Patronus was as solid as he could literally touch it. From what Harry knew, the spell was difficult as only 5% of the wizarding world could cast it. After numerous failures, Harry came to the conclusion that maybe it wasn't so much about magic power as it was about the level of emotions put into the spell. He soon found that he was outside dressed for the cold weather. Even though he could control fire, he didn't want to let anybody know about his ability yet. Stopping near the lake, he took out his wand and started working on the Patronus. Taking a breath, he pulled one of the most cherished memories he had. Waving his wand, he said, "Expecto Patronum." While his initial progress was merely a shield, this time it almost took a form. The memory he used was his first birthday with his new family. He remembered how happy he was with them as he relished in the memory of being with people who actually cared about him. Harry could feel it. He was almost, but there was something missing. "Try another memory, but this time remember the feelings you were experiencing," came a mental voice he knew all too well. Turning around, he saw Byako coming from behind. "You understand the wand movement, the theory behind the spell, and you're so close to giving your magic a form," the god mentally said. Thinking for a minute, he remembered his first fireworks festival with his new dad, aunt, uncle and sister. The three adults didn't wear any yukatas or kimonos, but the kids did. Emily was wearing a white-purple sunflower-patterned yukata. Harry's was a dark blue patterned with wingless dragons. It was also the day he bought them both a musical pocket watch. While they were sitting on one of the benches, his aunt wanted to grab a picture of the two. Emily climbed onto her brother's lap and pulled his arms over her body. They smiled and the picture was taken. That was a good memory, as he deeply loved the girl. While they may not be blood, he still cared for her. Focusing on that memory and the feelings he felt during that time, he closed his eyes and said, "Expecto Patronum." At that moment, a blinding white light appeared from his wand and formed a massive Hebridean black dragon. Despite feeling magically drained, he stepped forward to his Patronus and ran his hand along its snout. He expected it to go through it, but apparently the thing was a solid. When he got closer, he heard music playing. It was calming as he felt at peace. Stepping backwards, the music stopped. Thinking that he was just hearing something from his mind, he stepped forward and heard the music again. This was turning out to be interesting, as he was wondering if all Patronuses and maybe if he could change his Patronus to a different animal. Putting those thoughts aside, he watched as his Patronus vanished and he flopped on the ground. Byako came over and licked him on his face with his rough tongue. "Well done, Hadrian," the god congratulated him. Harry took another deep breath and got to his feet. With his project done, he turned to head back to the castle. As he was walking, he felt some magic go up. Using his elemental sight, he looked to find the source. After scanning for a minute, he saw some wards near one of the trees. Taking out his wand, he moved toward the wards. The wards were for privacy, and Harry could tell that the magical signature was similar. Dispelling the wards, he found Daphne sitting next to a tree with red eyes. She looked upset about something. Now that he thought about it, she has been acting unusual for the last few days. She was angrier and more irritated. If he had to take a guess, it would be from the letter she got. Even though her usual cold, expressionless mask was on, he could tell she was in pain. When she looked up, she saw Harry and Byako looking at her. Quickly composing herself, she gave him a hard stare. How did you get past my privacy ward? She was irritated and wanted to be alone. Harry kept his face neutral and just looked at her, giving a shrug. You okay, Sapphire? He asked while looking at her. I'm fine, she bit back. He didn't believe her. Taking a look at her, he noticed that she didn't have anything warm on. Taking off his jacket, he handed it to her. You'll be cold if you stay out here dressed in that, he said while looking at her. Daphne was about to retort but noticed he was right as she was cold. Reluctantly taking his jacket, she put it on. To her surprise, he wasn't affected much by the cold and couldn't get over how warm his coat was, as it had a special warmth to it. Thank you, she mumbled. Harry gave her a nod. Then took a seat next to her. So why are you out here alone? Asking her. Bayako took a seat next to him. I just wanted to be alone is all, she said. Why are you out here? Just working on a project, he replied. Bayako went over to her and gave her a lick on the face. He likes you. Kind of odd, as he hardly likes anyone, he stated as he scratched the hem. Daphne didn't know what to feel at the moment. She just reached her hand out and started rubbing the tiger head. I can tell that you're upset, he said to her. She gave him a speculative look. How? It wasn't a question. Harry took out his wand and erected his own privacy wards around them, even adding an alarm and detection ward so they wouldn't be bothered. I've seen the cold mask you wear, he replied. The mask you've been projecting the last few days was of anger and sadness. If I were to make a guess, I say you have occlumency training, he said in an undeniable tone. Daphne's eyes went wide at what he said. He made it sound as if he was reading her like a book. What now, you going to pretend to sound sincere and hopefully try to cheer me up and gain my favor? She immediately regretted what she said, as it was without any thought. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. She was cut off when he held up a hand. Calm down, Sapphire, he said as he put his hand on her shoulder. I know you didn't mean it, he gave her a reassuring smile. He spoke up just as she was about to say something. What you choose to tell me is your business. I was only asking about you because I was concerned why you would be out here in this weather. His eyes met hers. Harry got up to his feet. I'll see you around. It won't do you any good to stay out here for too long. As he prepared to leave, he felt her grab his arm. Turning to look back down to her, she said, please stay. She didn't know what she was doing, but her instincts told her she could trust him. He sat back next her. I'm sorry for the way I've been acting lately, she said looking at him. He was about to speak but he cut her off. No, let me finish, he gave a nod. I'm worried about Astoria. That came out of her. Harry could tell that there was less volume in her voice, as it was sad when she said her sister name. She continued, my dad sent me a letter saying that she has a curse on her. He understood what she was saying, as it could not be easy worrying about siblings. He sympathized with her as he had Emily. Have the healers been able to find a cure? She shook her head. She's already seen 3 healers and they are unable to find a cure, she said it with sadness in her voice. Then why not ask your parents if you could come home on the weekend? That way you can at least spend some time with her, he suggested. She looked to be thinking about what he said but wasn't sure if her parents would agree to it. I don't know if my parents would agree to it. I don't know if I can bear to see her. It was obvious that she was scared. Still, can't hurt to try. It might even make her feel better. He pulled out his locket and opened it. There was a picture of him and Emily in their yukatas. Taking out his key, he turned on the music. The music to Daphne was a soft melody. Turning her head, she saw a picture of him and what appeared to be his sister. Is that your sister? She asked. Giving her a nod. He replied, that's my adorable sister. It was taken during the fireworks festival years ago. I like the robes you two were wearing, she commented. They're called yukatas, he explained. They're comfortable to wear during some of the festivals. Daphne briefly imagined her and Astoria wearing them. She and her family have taken trips to Italy, France, and Egypt in the past. Perhaps afterwards she and her family can go to Japan and see the festivities over there. Are you ready to head back inside? He asked, pulling her out of her thoughts. She gave a nod indicating she was ready. They got up from the ground. Harry lifted his shirt and allowed Bayako to go into his tattoo form. He disabled the wards and the two headed for the castle. As they were heading towards the entrance, Daphne said, "Thank you for staying with me." Harry turned to her. "Don't mention it. I can imagine what you must have been thinking about being an older sibling and all," he said with a small smile. Daphne was about to speak but was halted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall. "Where have you two been?" she asked with narrow eyes. "We were just outside talking, Professor," she replied. McGonagall's lips thinned. "In this weather," she said while looking the boy next to her. It had been difficult for her to be near him as she kept thinking about what happened at the Wizengamot. Harry slipped his expressionless mask on. "Professor, it's not against the rules to be outside. Besides, since when did going outside become a crime?" he asked, narrowing his eyes at her. "It is not a crime to go outside, Mr. Potter," she said with her stern expression. "Just that you could have gotten sick from the cold." "Why were they both of you outside anyway?" "I was practicing a spell," he said nonchalantly. "When I was done, I saw Daphne sitting by the tree and we talked." "Care to elaborate what spell you were practice?" she asked as she became worried. The thought of students practicing magic unsupervised was dangerous. "No," was his only reply. She looked at him. His response was not what she expected. "Why ever not?" she asked, narrowing her eyes at him. "Because I don't trust you to go run and tell the headmaster, especially not after what you and he did." She was stunned at what he said. He followed it up by speaking again. "Besides, practicing spells is not illegal. Now if there is nothing else, Daphne would like to get some hot chocolate." Minerva did not know what to say. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that, not even James and his friends. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to speak to you for a few minutes," she said, still at a loss of words. "Why? What does he want?" he asked her. "I am unaware as to why," she admitted. "He just said he wanted to talk with you." "Typical," he clicked his tongue. "Doesn't he have anything better to do than annoy me?" he said. Minerva was torn. Part of her wanted to reprimand him for his attitude, the other felt like he was justified to not like Albus. "Mr. Potter, I understand your animosity toward the headmaster and I'm truly sorry about leaving you with the Dursleys that night. Let's just see what the headmaster wants." Harry just sneered at the woman. She didn't know what sorry was. "Fine," he drawled. "However, if he mentions anything about those filthy muggles or my conduct as the Wizengamot, then I'll leave the office," he said in a firm voice. Her nostrils flared at what he said. "Young man, your anger at him is understandable, but you would do better to mind your tongue." He rolled his eyes at her, then turned to Daphne. "I have to go see what the headmaster wants. Old goat doesn't know when not to bother someone." Daphne snickered at what he called Dumbledore. Minerva did not look amused. "That will be 10 points from Gryffindor House, Mr. Potter." "Whatever," he said, walking past her. The two didn't say a single word as they went to the entrance to the headmaster office. "Chocolate frogs." Minerva gave the password and the steps started spiraling up. When they made it up the stairs to the door, the headmaster voice was heard. "Enter." They entered the office and saw that Dumbledore was sitting at his desk wearing his usual twinkle in his eye. "Thank you for bringing him, Minerva," he said to her. "Har." Dumbledore stopped after seeing the boy narrow his eyes. "Mr. Potter, please have seat," indicating to the chair opposite of his desk. "I'll stand," was all he said. "Very well," he said while popping one of the sherbets in his mouth. "Mr. Potter, I would first like to offer my most sincerest apologies about what happened years ago." His grandfather face was on. "I had no idea you were treated so badly. When Arabella told me, I brushed it off thinking it was a bit exaggerated." Dumbledore expected the boy to say something, but he just stood there with an expressionless face. Mentally taking a breath, he continued, "However, what was discussed at the Wizengamot was less than ideal, especially with the fate of the Dursleys," he said. Having entertained the man long enough, he spoke. "Is that all you wanted to say?" he asked in bored tone. "I beg your pardon." He was bewildered at the boy. "You had my head of house here," indicating to Minerva, "drag me here to discuss what happened at the Wizengamot and the punishments that were given to this filthy muggles." Dumbledore was stumped at what the boy had just said. Did he harbor a hatred toward muggles and muggleborns? He was about to speak again but was cut off. "Headmaster, how about you cut the theatrics and say it is what you want? I have better things to do than waste my time talking to you." The tone the boy used made him remember his talks with young Tom when he was in school. My boy, did you really have to punish the Dursleys so harshly? Let's get a few things straight here, old man, he said while looking at him. Ignoring the fact that McGonagall deducted 20 points from him. I am not your boy, as you are nothing more than an old man who meddled in a matter that didn't concern him. Next, I say that they got what was coming to them. Be grateful I only had one killed. Dumbledore did not like where this conversation was going. Mr. Potter, while you were within your rights to issue punishment to them, you could have just sent them both to prison. That would be letting them off easy. After what they put me through, I was not about to show them any mercy, he said with a shrug. Besides, it's not really my problem if they die, as I don't care. Mr. Potter, your parents would not have wanted you to treat your family that way, he said while leaning in. My parents are dead, no thanks to you and that rat bastard. And those assholes were never my family, we were never blood. My mother was the adopted sister of that horse-faced, he said with venom. Mr. Potter, that will be another 20 points from Gryffindor, for your language, McGonagall intervened. He just turned to her. You really think I care about house points? They have little worth to me. Harry felt a brief brush against his occlumency shields. Mr. Potter, I know that it couldn't have been easy for you growing up with them, but please understand that they could have been other punishments given to them. Harry rolled his eyes at the man. Whatever, was all he said as he turned to leave. The young boy just walked out of the room. Albus looked at Minerva. Minerva, if you please. She left the room, leaving Albus to massage his temples. This did not go as planned, he thought. One of the portraits started laughing, drawing his attention to the source. Looking for the source, he saw that Phineas Nigellus Black was enjoying the show. When the man calmed down, he looked down at the current headmaster. Well, that was entertainment, he said while clapping. Phineas, please, not now, he said looking tired. Not now, he stopped clapping. Not now, he said louder. Albus, you wrong that boy with what you did and allowed to happen. His amused look was gone and replaced with one of anger. Phineas, I didn't know the boy would be treated badly, he said. I only did it for the greater good. Are you out of your goddamn mind? He spat out. No one care about your greater good, Dumbledore. This is only one of your many mistakes added to the list. Dumbledore was trying to keep his anger under control, as there was only one portrait that in the office that he never liked. I know what I am doing, he said with a hint of finality in his voice. You mean to up royally again? Phineas sneered at him. I hope you are ready to reap what you have sown, he said, resuming his seat. Dumbledore growled under his breath and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey. 0.0. Mr. Potter, Minerva said, rounding a corner, catching him as he was about to enter the Great Hall. You cannot just leave in the middle of a meeting with the headmaster, she said, chastise him. Evidently the look on his face indicated that he didn't care. I fail to see what talking about what happened at the Wizengamot part of my education. Be that as it may, you not only insulted Professor Dumbledore, you left before he could dismiss you. She responded. He raised an eyebrow. You're crossed at me for calling him out on his mess. There are many other things that I would call him, he continued. And I told you what would happen if he mentioned my conduct or those worthless muggles. Your ire at the headmaster is understandable, but it is not your place to say when he is wrong, she said. Since when is pointing out his faults against the law? His irritation was growing. Who has the right to point out what he does is wrong? Those questions made the professor think, while she understood where the boy was coming from. Those muggles were among the worst. She was about to speak again, but he held up a hand. The headmaster can drop dead for all I care. That shocked her, as she was having a hard time processing the information. Is there anything else that you wanted to say? Because I have better things to do than listen to you make excuses for him. He then left, leaving a flabbergasted Minerva at the entrance. Spotting his friends at the Slytherin table, he went to go sit next to Blaise. He immediately took a bite out of the sandwich while ignoring the other Slytherins as they seemed torn. What did the headmaster want to talk to you about? Daphne asked. Taking a sip of his hot chocolate, he looked straight at her. The generate bastard wanted to talk about my conduct and the punishment I gave those muggles. When he finished, they asked him to elaborate. He told them how the old man tries to sound sincere about his choice to leave them there and his attempt to make him regret his action. He even mentioned how the goat tried to use legilimency on him. "That's illegal," Daphne said in a low voice. Blaise and Tracy nodded in agreement. "I don't think he actually cares. Based on what happened at the Wizengamot, it proves that he is willing to bend rules," he said, taking another bite of his sandwich. "Still though," Tracy piped up, "you can press charges against him. Invading someone's mind is against the law." Swallowing his sandwich, he looked at her. "Think, Tracy, if I brought Dumbledore in front of the Wizengamot without any proof, then that will make me look like the bad guy." She was about to ask what he meant, but Blaise cut her off. "He's right, Tracy. Dumbledore still carries a lot of influence in the Wizengamot. Even though he was removed from his positions, it would be Harry's word against his. He has proven to talk his way out of situations." Trace, Daphne chimed in. That left Tracy angry as she started muttering about how some people were able to get away with certain things. Harry looked at the head table and saw that Professor Flitwick was there. Harry had to wonder if the professor knew anything about the Patronus. Deciding to try for it, he got up and went to the head table. "Professor Flitwick," he said as he approached the half-goblin, "I was wondering if I can talk to you about something." The little professor looked at him with glee in his eyes. The boy was proving to be his favorite student. Both his theory and practical work were outstanding, as it appeared that the boy inherited his mother's talent in charms. "Certainly, Mr. Potter, what would you like to discuss?" Harry leaned and whispered the project he'd been working on. That made the tiny professor bounce in his chair. "Mr. Potter, that is an advanced charm," he stated. "Please come to my office this Saturday after your classes are done, say around 4. Harry gave a nod and headed back to his seat. "What was that about?" Blaise asked him. "I have a meeting with him Saturday to discuss my project," he simply said. "What kind of project?" Daphne was curious. "Just something that I've been working on," he said evasively. She was about to ask what he was working on when the bell rang. "I'll see you guys later, I got arithmancy." Then he left. Both the girls were curious as to what he was working on. Blaise just shook his head and snickered. Whatever Harry was working on, it was obviously something that was important. Having known him for a long time, he could tell when he was occupied with something important. 0,0. The rest of the day went by smoothly as there was no other problems except counting the work he had to do. Severus soon found him in his special room chatting with Byako about special rituals that were meant to cleanse a person's body from dark curses. When they noticed Severus had entered the room, he did not look happy. Harry had a feeling he knew why, as the look on his father's face said, "I want an explanation." He told him about what happened in the headmaster's office along with his brief talk with Professor McGonagall. Severus was not happy the old fool dared to use legilimency against his son. That aside, for the moment he was torn, as he didn't know if he wanted to laugh at the way Hadrian talked to Dumbledore and McGonagall or scold him. Deciding the former, he gave a brief chuckle. "You handled them well. Though I do not approve of the language you used, it could have gone worse," he admitted. "It's about time someone speaks up," he muttered. "I have something I want to show you," he said to him. Severus inclined his head to let him begin. Harry flicked his wand out and said, "Expecto Patronum." The Patronus shot out of his wand, taking the form of the Hebridean dragon. Severus was shocked his son just performed a corporeal Patronus. Carefully reaching out his hand, he was surprised when the dragon turned out to be a solid. "Very impressive, Hadrian. Most adults are unable to even cast the spell, as it requires a lot of power to conjure." "Actually, Dad, I think that may be the problem," he rebutted. "Elaborate," Severus said. "While the spell may require power, it also needs a powerful memory." He started. "The casters have allowed the memory and the feeling to envelop them. Do you know why it is the wizarding world has such a problem casting the spell?" Severus was testing him. "Most people believe that everything requires power. That said, they often forget that some spells require emotions for power. The people choose not to think outside the box," he stated. Severus let out a light chuckle, then took out his own wand. Remembering the most powerful memory he had with the boy, it was when they had their first vacation together. He remembered watching his son play in the water with his sister. After that came nightfall. Hadrian had fallen asleep in the living room resting on his father's lap. Expecto Patronum, then his jaguar manifested. Reaching out he felt that it was a solid. Putting his wand away he placed a hand on his son's hair and ruffled it. "You have done well, my son." Harry grew a smile on his face. "There is something else you should know," he commented. "When I was able to make my Patronus into a solid one, heard music. The melody from it was powerful." "Did it now?" Severus said in a silk voice. Taking a step to his own Patronus, he took a knee and watched the creature come near him. When it was close enough, he started hearing music as well. That startled him as it was something unheard of. Composing himself, he looked at him. "How is this possible?" he inquired. The creator was Hiroto Aikawa. He was the original creator of the Patronus. He designed it as a way to counter the effects of the Dementors. Apparently, he was also a musician, giving from the way the Patronus was playing a melody. "It's my theory that he utilized music as a counter effect," Harry explained. Severus' lips twitched at the explanation. This was something that could revolutionize the way people would do the spell. A number of people will be able to cast the spell hopefully better. "Are you done testing the spell?" Harry shook his head. "I want to experiment with this spell a little." Determination was in his voice. He was thinking of other ways the spell could be used. "You know how I feel about you experimenting spells alone," Severus said with concern in his voice. Harry just looked at him. "I won't be alone. Byako will be watching over me." He raised his shirt to let the god out. Byako agreed to watch over him while he experimented with the spell. The determination in his son's eyes said that he would do it anyway. With great reluctance he gave a nod. "Fine. But be careful." The steel in his voice showed that he meant it. Harry expected that and snickered a little. "I also have a meeting with Professor Flitwick this Saturday at 4. He told him. "And you want me to be there also?" Severus raised an eyebrow. Hadrian gave him a nod. "All right, I'll make up an excuse to talk to Phileas." He began thinking of what to talk his colleague about. He would need to make up an excuse. Harry smiled. "Thanks, Dad," he said. Severus just let out a grunt. Then used the flow network to go to his own office. Pretty soon he vanished in the green flames, leaving Harry and Byako to work on the charm. 0:0. Severus stepped through the fireplace and went to his desk. Sitting down, he started grading the students' essays. After grading a few of them, he was disgusted with the dribble he read. Some of the students did not know how to properly research the potions he assigned. They weren't even that difficult in his opinion. If anything, they were amateurish at best. Finishing with the 4th years, he proceeded to the 6th years. The 6th years were mostly the same, with only a few being exceptions. How some of them made it into his new class was a miracle. He had often asked Dumbledore to let him teach more of the advanced potions, but the old fool denied him. Evidently the curriculum was fine the way it was. He blamed Dumbledore and the members of the WEA for their lax-sided approach. He couldn't help but mutter how someone unqualified was allowed near a cauldron. There was a significant higher chance of someone getting killed or worse, if they don't handle them with care. Completing the last of the essays, he set them aside to work on his research project. Taking out his files, he started going over his notes. Spending a couple of hours looking over the ingredients he would have to add or subtract, he moved to the potion itself. Just as he was about to prepare his station, a knock was heard on his door. "Enter." 0:0. Daphne couldn't help but think back to the conversation she had with Harry earlier today. The boy was a mystery to her, as she couldn't figure him out. Yes, she considered him one of her closest friends, but she just could figure him out. When he found her on the grounds, he didn't judge her. She might have snapped at him for getting in her business, but it didn't seem to affect him. He willingly gave her his jacket so she could be warm. While she appreciated it, she half expected him to ask her something in return, but no. When she thought back to the jacket, she realized that she still had it. She forgot to give it back to him during lunch, thus decided to give it to him tomorrow when she saw him again. When they were talking the Great Hall, he mentioned a project that he was working on. Daphne couldn't help but be curious as to what kind of project he was working on. Shaking her head, she took his advice about writing to go home to be with Astoria for a while. Sitting at one of the round tables with Tracy and Blaze, she pulled out some parchment and wrote a letter to her parents asking if she could go home while they were doing their homework assignments. When she finished the letter, she reread it to make sure it sounded appropriate. Once that was done, she excused herself to go talk to her head of house. Getting to Professor Snape's office didn't take long. On her way, her thoughts were on her family, mostly Astoria. Taking a breath and lacing her cold mask on, she knocked on the door. "Enter," the voice of her head was heard. Opening the door, she saw that Professor Snape was at his station. Stepping into the room and closing the door, she made her way to him. "Mrs. Greengrass, what brings you to my office at this hour?" he drawled. Daphne was already aware of him, as her father told her that he and Severus were old friends. "I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but I wanted to ask you for your permission." Permission for what? Though he had an idea of what she was about to ask. "I like to leave school during the weekend to go see my sister. She is unwell," she said, choosing her words wisely. He pursed his lips. "I am aware of your sister's condition. Your father already informed me of the matter." That shocked her, as she didn't know that her father told him. "I take it you have a letter you would like to send to your parents?" he inquired. She gave him a nod and showed him the letter. Viewing the letter, he deemed it acceptable. "Very well." He went to his desk, pulled out some parchment and scribbled a pass. "Here, take this and go to the Ollery to send the letter." She thanked him and took the slip from him. Pocketing it in her robes, she exited the room. Daphne went straight to the Ollery and summoned one of the owls. Attaching the letter to its leg, she told it to go to Greengrass Manor. With that, the owl took flight off into the horizon, mentally praying that her parents would give her permission to come home. The young blonde girl went back to the common room, careful to avoid Filch or his cat, as she was sure that he would try to report her. Arriving back at the common room, she found her friends at the table playing chess. Tracy moved her piece and called, "Checkmate." She poked her tongue at Blaze, enjoying her victory. Turning her head, she saw Daphne coming near them. "Where were you?" she asked. "I had to send a letter to my parents asking if I can come home during the weekend," she said, pulling up a seat. "Why would you want to go home?" Blaze asked, setting up the pieces again for round 2. "A family matter rose up," she said evasively. The two chess players left it at that and started a new game. After an hour of playing, Blaze won the match, much to Tracy's irritation. On a different note, "What were you doing with Harry's jacket?" he asked while putting the pieces up. "He lent it to me when we were outside," she replied. "I forgot to give it back to him." "You know I can't figure him out," Tracy cut in. "The guy is a total mystery. He prefers to hang with us rather than Weasley or Granger. Not that I mind hanging out with the guy, but I can't help but wonder." Blaze let out a light chuckle. "That's the thing about Harry, he doesn't adhere to stereotypes and always does what he wants. I've spent a long time around him and I can't even figure him out." Daphne looked at him. "How long have you known him?" she asked. "Since we were 8. When my mom took me out of the country for the holiday, me and him met. We've been close ever since," he replied, and left to go back to his dorm. Daphne was in deep thought. Blaze knew him and yet he never said anything or go into detail. Noticing her friend was in deep thought, Tracy decided to have a little fun. "Are you thinking about him?" she asked mischievously. "What, no," she said defiantly, with her cheeks a little pink. Tracy's smile grew. "Really? Then why are your cheeks pink? You asked me that question out of the blue. Besides, why would I be thinking about him?" Her voice was firm, but Tracy pressed on. "Then why were you wearing his jacket today?" she asked with a glint in her eye. "Because it was cold, and I forgot to put one on before I went out." She was getting irritated. "And why were you two outside together?" She was enjoying the irritating look on Daphne's face. "I went out there to be alone at first. I placed some privacy wards around myself, but he found me somehow." Having known Tracy for a long time, she knew the girl would never relent. "He saw that I didn't bring a jacket, so he gave me his. Then we talked for a few minutes." "Talked about what?" She was egging on. Daphne just groaned. "Not your business," was all she said before she went up to the dorms. Tracy was laughing because obviously some things were said. Gathering her things, she went up the stair and prepared for B. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.